shot, but I know.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Yu-Gi-Oh! UK National Championship 2023. We have an intense amount of dueling action this weekend as we come up across the back of Amazing Defenders and the newly released Cyberstorm Access. Tom, I'm excited for this weekend. How are you feeling?
I'm hyped. This apparently official. Well, I hope it's official. They've announced it here, so it is the largest UK National Championships ever. So our number, we've been told, is 1,023 players.
Yeah, record-breaking year on year now. So,
yeah, it seems every year more and more players are coming to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At the National Championships. It's great.
Very excited, very excited. So fun little trivia between me and you. It was 9 years ago to, probably not the day, but this month, was my first National Championship. And you were there. Do you remember what place you got? What deck you played?
You're putting me on the spot here. So 9 years ago was 2014.
Yep.
So that would put me at playing Infernity.
And I too was playing Infernity.
Oh wow, okay.
It's so niche, I feel.
That is quite fun, that is quite fun. Was that your first one?
Yeah, that was my first national championship. What was yours?
My first national championship, I don't even know, like 2011. I was very young and my parents had gone on holiday before me. And so I went by myself and I had a lot of fun. And then when I flew out to meet my parents, I was told off because I was too young for flying by myself when I got to border control.
The sacrifices we made.
It was very
for
fun,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
yeah.
So the national championship, as we said, 4 digits, really impressive turnout. Huge amount of appeal, I suppose, for the format, maybe, in a sense. You know, we got Cyberstorm Access with the new Super Heavy Samurais. Pearly, I suppose, is probably the first time you will be seeing this on a European stream and coverage. So how do you think this weekend's going to play out for the integration of these 2 new decks?
I don't know, I'm really excited because it was a really wide format before and there was a lot of decks that were kind of kicking about, you know, maybe challenging. A lot of people had different opinions about what the best deck was. And now we've got 2 new decks and it almost seems like they're kind of creating a new tier. I feel like they've come in quite near the top, but we'll see if they're the best or the second best or what we think.
Yeah, no, it's going to be just a real treat to see, especially the Pearly deck. I'm excited to see some of that this weekend. Yeah. But I think we've got something a little bit different, a bit of it's almost a throwback for your first feature match today. We've actually got Nick Burgess.
Last year's winner, yeah.
The reigning national champion of the United Kingdom, and he's brought the same deck.
The same deck, which sometimes it works, you know? Sometimes there are just decks that just stay on forever. Your favorite deck, Burning Abyss, for example, used to just year on year, you'd play it again and again and again, and it just seemed to keep winning.
So I think the players are just about ready to begin. So I think we can head on over and see just exactly what Nick is going to do in this round 1 feature.
So here we are.
There he is right there, and we've got it up on screen. Nick is playing Drytron.
We both had a lie, because you told me that he'd mentioned maybe he had taken a break for a while, so maybe he's just, you know,
Well, I'm calling him out right now. He told me at the end of the national champion. I actually played last year, and I had him in the final round of Swiss actually, and we were already locked at that point. So it was very, very laid back, very chill. We were just having a nice conversation. He said, like, if I win, I'm going to retire.
Oh, okay. That's one of those sort of if I win, as in like if I win the national championships, I'll retire kind of comments. Not like a serious like.
But here's the thing. He then spoke to me this morning, and he says, "Well, it would have been rude to not defend the title."
It's nice to have a polite national champion.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, Drytron, I mean, it's really hilarious because we could be talking about the exact same win condition and points of contention that he had last year, which is, I suppose he's playing this Vanity's Ruler, which he's picked up as his sort of main win condition of the deck, which is you tribute Cyber Angel Ben 10, search a Light Fairy, and then you tribute summon Vanity's Ruler.
It seems like a pretty robust win condition to me, to be honest. It doesn't matter what year it is. If your opponent can't special summon, they're not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, maybe it would have been fine in like 2007 or something, but now it's not so much. All right, so Reese, here's playing Branded.
There's some new Branded support, so I'm totally behind this deck. I don't know what it is about Branded, but Branded has struck me as one of the most fun decks. I don't know why. Like, it just stands out in terms of fun for me, like summoning big dragons, fusion monsters, recycling.
I think the main appeal is the fusion mechanic, because it's not really something I feel like that's been like extremely powerful in recent years, because just like fundamentally from a card advantage perspective, it's, sacrifice 2 monsters to summon a bigger monster, and that's usually quite hard in a modern setting, but Branded fixes this with Branded Fusion.
Modern Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah, you sacrifice your 2 monsters, but they come straight from your deck.
Straight from your deck.
And then they all have effects when they hit the graveyard as well.
Yeah, so we're going to go for Blazing Cartesia, it looks like.
That's a Blazing Cartesia, and it has to be a Fallen of Albaz, so that means the monster, well, it could be the new Branded monster, which I'm not going to get the name of correct, but fortunately it's just an Albion, so I know the name of that one. Do you remember the name of the new fusion that takes a light spellcaster and Fallen of Albaz, putting it on the spot?
I'm not going to attempt it.
You're not going to attempt it. It's always tricky when you're learning new cards. You learn what they do, you learn their attack, you learn their effect, you learn their fusion materials.
The name though?
But what's the name?
Yeah.
It's probably got Branded in it somewhere.
Pass on that one. So sort of the, I guess, like one of the more popular win conditions that players have developed with the Branded strategy is Expulsion.
Yeah, well, I think we had a look at Reese's list, and it didn't look like he was main decking the gimmick puppet.
So Reese specifically is, I know he's definitely siding the engine, but just as a point of discussion, I think it's, I guess the gimmick puppet has been the main sort of way to establish this. For those of you who are watching just now, maybe not sure how that functionality works, it's the trap card, which is searched or set off of the Albion in the end phase, that allows you to bring out the gimmick puppet from your graveyard, which you send off the Branded Fusion to your opponent's field. Obviously not relevant this turn, but it is something that Reese will probably be doing at some point throughout this matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit kind of like what Nicholas is doing, prevent your opponent from summoning, well, special summoning in this case. It's an interesting line from Reese.
So what you're saying is they're basically playing the same deck, right? One is blue, one is purple. Right?
With extra steps. One of them uses ritual monsters, one of them uses fusion monsters.
Exactly.
I don't know which one's older out of fusion and ritual.
They're both
They're both in the first season, right, of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. But I don't know which one appeared first. What do you reckon?
Oh, has to be fusion, right? Yeah, Joey's fusion monster. and Thousand Dragon as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So that Foolish Burial must have sent a tragedy, I suppose, because he added Guiding Quem, the Virtuous. The nice thing about Branded is I like Super Heavy Samurai as a deck where you kind of have these like combo lines, that are kind of pretty set. Whereas Branded, you really, every opening hand feels a bit different because you can use any fusion material. The order you summon monsters makes a difference. Just what you have kicking about in the graveyard so you can fuse with it makes a big difference.
People have developed a lot of like unique and sort of different approaches and strategies toward the deck. I think Verti Anaconda's ban was the sort of main point of evolving the deck from where it was played in the OCG, but over here that never really sort of took off. And what we've really tried to do is come up with just different strategies. And I don't remember if you recall Red Eye's Dark Dragoon was actually utilized.
I really enjoyed seeing that. Yeah, no, I think it's still reasonably popular. I think the Bulgarian national champion was running the Dark Magician in his main deck.
Yeah.
And he said that it was a very, very powerful going second tool because Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is very good at breaking boards. So we see Reese going for a slightly unorthodox line here. It looks like he's going to banish his own Albion.
So I think he really wants to set up the Iron Dash in his graveyard, which I think it adds a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz from your deck to your hand in the end phase,
or
right?
a Springan's monster,
yeah,
or you can special.
Yeah.
So a lot
which it includes Springan's kit,
yeah.
I think, right? And that gets you Mercurier.
Yes, because they're both No, Springan's not a Tri-Brigade. It is a bit. The branded can be quite difficult when you first pick it up because it's got a few kind of sub-themes all floating together. There's branded cards, there's Despia cards, there's cards that mention Fallen of Albaz, and certain cards mention different things in their text, so it can be.
Do you know my favorite thing to do in Master Duel is click on Fallen of Albaz, and there's like a related cards function. It gives you like
that's the whole game.
It's just like 2 pages worth of like a collection of cards. There's a surprising amount of trap cards in the archetype, by the way.
You should try that with Visa Starfrost as well.
Yeah, there's the Springan's kit in the end phase, it looks like. So it's actually part of, it's a Springan's card, but it utilizes, of course, the sort of semi-crossover, as you mentioned, with the Albaz lore. But
they've got a few crossovers, don't they? Because obviously they have the... there's a Sword Soul, well, it's not a Sword Soul card, a Worm card that mentions it, right? Oh, no, it is a Sword Soul card that mentions Fallen of Albaz as well. The
Which one's that?
There's one that special summons from your hand and tributes to summon a Sword Soul from your deck. Also mentions Fallen of Albaz.
I think it can only special by the effect of a worm or something, right?
It special summons if your opponent controls more monsters than you.
Right.
There's quite a lot going on in the end phase here.
Oh, and the branded opening is that?
Yeah, that's a branded opening, so I guess it will be fetching Guiding Quem because he's already used the Alaba this turn.
So Quem is just a quick effect to perform a fusion summon, isn't it?
No, so Quem, when it's summoned, it sends a card that is either Fallen of Albaz or mentions Fallen of Albaz from your deck to the graveyard. And during either player's turn, once per turn, while it's on the field, if a card leaves the extra deck, so either is special summoned from the extra deck or is sent to the graveyard, for example, with the Mirror Jade that's on the field, then you can special summon, I want to say again, a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz from your graveyard. I might be wrong, it might just be any monster, but most of the time you're summoning. But that includes like branded fusion monsters as well. So you could bring back a Mirror Jade if it's already been used, for example, like that.
Do you know, last year, literally last national championship, I think branded was probably one of the decks to beat, and it was a lot simpler, wasn't it? It was really just like Lebellion into Mirror Jade, and that was your deck. But now, I mean, there's just multiple different approaches to how you play this.
Yeah, the combo lines to this deck I think it's like a deck that really you need to practice to get fluid with.
So I wouldn't really say there is like, okay, branded fusion ends on X kind of thing.
No, it really depends on the other cards in your hand, the other cards you've started off with. Because it's great to have cards already in the graveyard to banish with Albion, for example.
Yeah.
So if you can get a Cartasia in play first, then you can do an extra fusion summon as a quick effect.
Well, it's Nick's turn 1 here, and we're going to begin with Alpha, which is definitely a great starter in this. Gives you access to, Ash Blossom. I think Ash Blossom is like, it's kind of weird against Drytron, right? Because it's either like, it does nothing and they just have Alpha Zeta anyway, or it kind of just ends their turn.
It's the same with a lot of decks, I feel like. Sometimes you just Ash Blossom the first card and they haven't got a backup. And sometimes if they have full access to their engine and they've got monsters in field, it's not super relevant. But yeah, definitely, well, we'll see what goes on here.
I'm sure if you're out there like trying to look through the flowchart diagrams and spreadsheets for every archetype in the game right now, you might be able to detect a couple of like choke points where, Ash here or Ogre here or Veiler there is like a specifically like hard counter, but against the deck like that, see what I mean? Like we just have Foolish Burial to access the Alpha or Zeta. Yeah. Oh, he's sending Gamma, so he already has both, I assume.
Yeah. Ash can be weird because sometimes it's like it's perfect because it negates the card that they really need, and then other times they just have it. Yeah. Like here.
So Branded Lost is a really scary card in this kind of scenario. If we have a way to like set up a fusion, can we fuse on this turn with the?
I can't see anything that would allow Reese to fuse on this turn.
Does Reese have like any interaction?
Well, he's already used the Mirror Jade, and Mirror Jade, when you use it, obviously you can't use it again the next turn.
While it's on the field.
It's once per every 2 turns.
Well, you can bring it back and then use it
You
again.
can bring it back and use it again, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if you use, so the one he used on his own turn, which means he can't use it again.
So what is the plan here?
I don't know what the plan here is. I suspect Reese may have got a bit muddled halfway through his combo, and not because often you want to end with the branded. I'm going to get the name.
Branded in red?
Branded in red, the one that targets a card in your graveyard, adds
Yeah.
it back, and then you get to fuse on your opponent's turn. You make a Guardian Chimera, pop their board, draw 5 cards, that kind of.
But, I'm not sure about 5, but close enough.
Yeah.
All right. So Alpha is. Did we see his ritual search there? I don't think we did.
I can't see what he's tributed to summon.
Yeah, the Alpha on the field was brought back by Gamma, but yeah, I'm not sure what he tributed for it. So going second, the various win conditions start to really kind of narrow down, I think, for Drytron. And I feel like it really is just kind of like attack and make a multiple material Zeus, which is going to be like we either try and go for the game here, or, you know, we just disrupt our opponent with multiple material Zeuses. I think he is getting to fuse here, isn't he?
Well, no, so this will let him summon a monster from his graveyard. So it will let him fuse, yeah, in a roundabout way, because he'll bring back the Fallen of Albaz. But yeah, so because Nicholas, a card left the extra deck of Nick, then the Guiding Quem triggers to summon back a Fallen of Albaz, and then one Fallen of Albaz is summoned, you can discard a card to fuse with it.
There's a lot of options here. I mean, there's multiple different targets, I think the Drytron is a machine, right? So this gives him access into either Iron Dash or...
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about what he can actually fuse. I don't know what's the attribute of Mubeda Fafnir?
Should be a light, right?
Okay, because you can't summon another Mirror Jade, because on the card it says you can only control 1 Mirror Jade. And you can't summon... Well, most players will not be running more than 1 Sprint. So you can't... Probably he's already used Sprint, so he won't be able to summon another copy of Sprint.
I think that's another Cartesia he just discarded there.
Yeah. Well, I probably added itself back.
Yeah.
It adds itself back in the end phase from the graveyard to the hand if you send a fusion to the graveyard this turn.
So this is really good with the Albion being able to use that light monster, and it's essentially just like a Miracle Fusion, and the Lost gets the trigger now, and it gives him Mercurier, which is another point of interaction.
And the Fallen of Albaz itself, like fusing with your opponent's monster to start off with, is what's going to be really brutal here, because...
Yeah, losing that Xyz body is pretty important.
I'm not sure Reese has planned ahead of time what he's going to fuse and summon.
Can I just like activate Albion, see where we go into
Draco's
there?
Tapalia seems like a pretty reasonable choice, as long as he's got a fusion in his graveyard, or I suppose you could use one of the ones in play. Oh, he's still got...
You can use itself as well if you want to, right?
Yeah.
So there is Draco's Tapalia. And 2 more negates have been established for Reese here, just off of this this attempt of Nick to go for his Mubeda Fafnir line.
Draco's Tapalia's got this funny line of text that it sets your opponent's monster's level to 1.
Yeah.
Which is fine, I guess, for is that a
I think he's picking
concession
up
from
here.
Nicholas?
Yeah, it looks like realizing that there's just too much to play through there. So let's get back over to the desk and talk about game number 1.
Maybe we're not going back to the desk. I think we're going to stay
Not just yet.
stay
Okay.
with the players. So it was a pretty brief game 1. So the round time for our nationals this weekend is going to be 45 minutes, which is up. I think there was a period of time when it was consistently 40 minutes, but we get the extra 5 minutes per round at the moment. So that was a 15-minute game 1. What did you think of Reese's play, Nicholas' play? Putting you on the spot.
I mean, I think it went about as well as you could hope for Nick at this point, right? Going second with Drytron, never really ideal. Your main sort of play, I feel, is that kind of Zeus line, and when you're able to remove bodies, generally negates and stuff, like Ash Blossom, as we saw, don't completely halt you. But when you're able to like actually physically remove their monsters from the field, I think Drytron really suffers.
Yeah, so that Albaz, the Quem summoning back Albaz was particularly devastating there, right?
Yeah,
To fuse.
absolutely.
I mean, I guess at some point, like, it doesn't really matter the matchup. Sometimes if you're going second and you don't have some cards in your hand to help you deal with going second, it's going to be tough, especially against a sort of combo heavy deck that Branded is. It's got a lot of engine cards, it's got a lot of powerful things it can do on its first turn, and even if you break their board, their field even, you're going to have they have infinite ways to follow up often, because again, just the single Branded fusion starts the chain going again, and they only need to resolve the one Branded fusion to kind of have access to everything, especially once their graveyard is loaded up.
And the ability to recycle the Branded fusion as well with something like Tragedy, you do have a decent amount of recursion in this deck, and it just it does, like as you say, like just have a lot of ways to either recur, grind, or set up these really powerful fields. But my biggest concern, I suppose, going into a weekend like this, as cool as Branded is, like absolutely immense amount of lore and fan base surrounding the Branded strategy. It really is like one of the modern, like beloved decks by the community. It's just really hard to kind of play through Ash Blossom, I feel, right? Like,
well, I think we saw in Reese's deck that he was running the 3 copies of Crossout Designator. I always try and start that card name with Nobleman somewhere, but it is just Crossout Designator.
As part of the artwork there.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times I've typed into like a deck list on Neuron or something, Macedon especially? You type in like Nobleman, and I just put the wrong Nobleman in like my deck. I'm gonna be banishing any flip monsters with that card, but yeah, I suppose like last year at least, that was one of the main problem-solving points of Branded was how can I play through Branded Fusion? Because it's one thing to have a strategy that involves such a powerful combo that is just Branded Fusion, maybe plus 1 or 2 good names in your hand. But if your opponent does stop that penultimate Branded Fusion, what do you do? Where do you go from there? And I think that's one of the main sort of real problem-solving aspects that Branded players have to find for this weekend.
For sure. I think sometimes it's kind of like you maybe hope that Branded is slightly more under the radar. Players are more focused on Super Heavy Samurai, Kashtira, etc. So maybe people are cutting the Ash, which is kind of, it's okay. It's it's never going to be useless. But
that's the thing with Ash Blossom, isn't it? It's a card that's like, it's never bad, but maybe there's sometimes formats where it's not exactly like game ending, as it maybe was potentially like last year this time.
Because we're seeing cards like Droll and cards like Ogre picking up popularity, and maybe Ash might have to make room.
Yeah, because that's the thing with like Ash Blossom specifically, if you're coming into a tournament where it feels like something like Super Heavy Samurai might be popular, and sometimes you activate Ash Blossom against Super Heavy Samurai and you've just discarded a card. It just doesn't have an effect, right? So a lot of people might be inclined to not run it, and I guess that gives credence to Branded to be able to be a little bit more versatile, or resilient, shall I say.
I don't know if there's any more proactive lines than hope your opponent's not got it in their deck.
Yeah, exactly.
That was your question to me. How do you deal with Ash? Well, maybe they just won't have it.
Pretty much, that's the solution. So notice here that Nick picked up a Call by the Grave.
Yeah, he's got his way of dealing with Ash.
Yeah, and that's an alpha for Gamma. I think, that body language that people have sometimes when you just know like they're about to
pop off.
Yeah, like you can tell like he's about to cook up.
He's moving his cards very fast, which is always a bit worrying.
Okay, all right.
Here we go. Discarding the Ben 10. How many copies of Ben 10 can you run? I'm showing myself for being lack of knowledge about Drytron.
Oh, don't ask me this question. My Macedon brain won't be able to answer that.
Well, he only needs the 1.
Well, 1 is all you need, let's just say that. There's that all-important Vanity's Ruler that's been added from Nick's hand, and no normal summon really required in this deck. I mean, I guess we've seen some people play like Manju, Senju. Maybe probably not Senju, but we have seen like 1 copy of Manju that's been played sometimes. But yeah, all you really need to do is tribute summon that Vanity's Ruler. And the amazing thing about Vanity's Ruler is it's one-sided, isn't it?
It is. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. I guess like in everyone's head, Vanity's Fiend was clearly the most popular of the two out of Vanity's Fiend and Vanity's Ruler. And Vanity's Fiend is a bit smaller and prevents you from special summoning, but at the end of the day, I think you'd rather have a monster that only required 1 tribute. But in this case, it's a fairy, so you can search it, and that makes a big difference. It's
a fairy that you can search, and of course, you get to play the game, unlike Reese here.
Does Benton activate when it's tributed for a tribute summon? It does.
yeah, it's just when it's tributed.
Just when it's tributed. That's really neat.
Not once per turn, multiple ways to get to another light fairy. It looks like it's just adding a copy of itself as well. That's the funny thing is about Ben 10 too. It's normally like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they'll say like accept itself and stuff on their text, but not in Ben 10.
Or once per turn.
or once per turn. That's a generally popular clause, but maybe not back when Ben 10 was.
And it looks like Mu Beta Fafnir also not once per turn, so you can be ritual summoning using its materials.
Yeah.
I'm slightly, you know, maybe someone needs to have a word with Nick and tell him that there's like a new win condition everyone's using with the, a very cool win condition where you ritual summon the new Dark Magician of Chaos? No. What's the name?
The
Magician of Black Chaos, the ritual monster.
It prevents you from activating cards for that turn?
Yeah. You ritual summon it in your opponent's turn. Did Reese just, like...
I think he accidentally...
did he drop it, or was he revealing it for something?
No, I think he just accidentally dropped his top deck there, which looks like Crossout, actually.
Honestly, you're much better at seeing these cards from a distance. When you said, like, the Ash last game, and I was like, I guess it has to be Ash from the context, but I had no idea.
Do you need glasses, Tom?
Maybe. I think sometimes when cards are a bit shiny or it's a different print than you've seen before.
All right, so... do you think... Okay, just gonna ask.
Do I think? Reese says, I think so, yeah.
I was about to make a really poor joke there and ask, do you think he's going to cross out his own Vanity's Ruler from his deck? But I guess not. Didn't slide that one in.
You know what, you'd be testing my knowledge of crossout, whether it says activated effects
or monsters on the field, even, you know? That's the thing.
I don't know.
Oh, okay, we're back to us. Hello. And yeah, that was... 1-1 now we're at.
1-1. So players just, it's nice sometimes just to show what your deck can do. It's very good for, if you've lost game one, to have like a very emphatic win when you go first. Just execute your deck's win condition. Your opponent just says, yeah, you did that.
Yeah, you did that. You've got this.
So it's good for your confidence, I feel like, if you've lost the first round. I mean, I doubt Nick will be wanting for confidence given he's last year's national champion, but you know, it's always nice to get a quick win under your belt.
Yeah, it's I think the riding the X1 bracket so early in a tournament can be it can be really uncomfortable, right? Especially if you've like very much tested and prepared for like the top tier decks kind of thing.
That's true. It is quite interesting that sometimes, yeah, if your path through a tournament can affect the decks you play against. So yeah, I guess if you've not lost any rounds, you're probably going to be playing against top meta decks, and then yeah, as you said, if you play.
And that really alters your strategy a lot, you know, and it can be, it can feel a little bit dicey because you'll be coming across all sorts of cards and decks that maybe you don't really know what they do, right? So at least that's how I would feel if I was Reese and I get paired up against Drytron in round one potentially. I mean, it's been around for a while.
What is this? Like, I wasn't expecting to play against this. I didn't have a Vanity's Ruler for my crossout designator. If only I'd known. And maybe Reese had some Kaijus or some similar. People are running Santa Claus now, which I find it's great.
Kaiju a Vanity's Ruler?
No, the fact that people are running Santa Claus. Okay. Obviously, you can't Kaiju the Vanity's Ruler. That's the point. That would be a proper Jedi mind trick. Yeah, the fact that people are running Santa Claus now rather than Kaijus, I find really funny. I don't know why, it's called Santa Claus. It's got a pun in the name, it's great.
What is the advantage?
Well, it summons it in defense mode, so if you're running...
Is it for Pearly to be able to use the, what is it called, Delicious?
No, it gives you a defense position monster. You can always attack with an XYZ, so you can make Zeus. I think that the key. Too. It's also light, it's also level 6, so you can, if your opponent gives you an Ibli, you can tribute summon over the Ibli. So it has a variety of little things. So
well, I'm sure we'll see some of that this weekend, but for now, it's good old Aliber the Jester here who will be searching a spell and trap cards. Actually, does it say, is it a card that says Fallen of Alba?
No, it's a branded
it'll just add branded fusion, most likely.
It can add branded lost, it can add branded in red, it can add branded opening. If you don't have branded fusion, that is.
Yeah.
That's what it should say. It's like, if you don't have branded fusion, you can add branded fusion. Because there are some cards that say that now, actually. It's like, if you can add this field spell, but if you already control this field spell, you can add something else. So in this case, Reese is adding branded opening, so I'm guessing he's already got a copy of branded fusion in his hand.
Yep, it's a good way to start, knowing that you've got both Aliber and branded fusion. That has to definitely open up a ton of different plays there. Was it opening he added? Because I see a lost in his hand, I think, as well.
No, I'm pretty sure he added opening, but yeah. Maybe I'm... I mean, that is an opening.
He's got... So lost as well as branded fusion and opening. I mean, we're going to see a real whirlwind of plays here. By the way, we did get a chance to take a look at the deck list of Nick just before the round started.
Do you want to have a little look and see if there's any Ash?
I'm not sure about Ash, but I think one thing that I did pick up on was his his use of, I think it was He was definitely running Lava Golem, but I think I might have potentially picked up on a Sphere mode as well.
Oh, no, I think you're right, actually. I think there was a Sphere mode. Maybe he was prepared for his opponent to summon Vanity's Ruler.
Do you not think it's like really scary when you're playing such a combo-heavy deck like Branded, or just any sort of combo deck, right? And you're sitting there and you're comboing, and you're playing, you're popping off, and then your opponent's just sitting there and they're like not scooping and they're just patiently waiting. It's like, okay, what are they waiting for?
Well, it's game 3.
Of course,
you don't scoop game 3.
But in general, it's like, okay, is there like a Dark Ruler? Is there like a Tribute monster?
I think out of the decks, some of the decks, I think it really impacts you if your opponent waits and then plays a Sphere mode or something. But I think in Branded, you're happy. You haven't used too many of your deck's resources at the end of the first turn. And you might be able to still interrupt your opponent a bit if you've got that Branded in red face down, for example. Or a very, very, very shiny Albion right there.
That is a very shiny Albion.
That's I don't know what rarity that is. I don't know if you're good at detecting card rarities from a distance.
I guess it's kind of like the glare. A little bit hard to see right now, but we're bringing back the Blazing Cartesia here.
Yeah, that will be from Guiding Quem. So it's great to have that in play before you activate Branded Fusion, because then you get a free summon a monster from your graveyard. It is one of those things where it's a great card, and I'd definitely be pro including it because it gives you an extra useful monster to summon off Branded Opening if you've already have the access to the Aliber. But as you were mentioning before, like if your fusion gets ashed, it doesn't like help. You want it in play. It does more things after your Branded Fusion resolves, which is what some people might refer to as a win more kind of situation.
Wow, this is really huge from Reese as well, I'm noticing, because we have a discard fodder with Lebellion, but he also has Ash Blossom in his hands. So we're going to be able to do full combo and have Ash, which, I mean, I kind of mentioned like in the first game, it's not like incredible against Drytron, but I think like if you have a bit of a clutch moment with all of these different powerful fusions he's setting up here, it could get really, really powerful.
Yeah, it's just one more.
So we go for the Mirror Jade.
There's the Mirror Jade. So my guess would be you'd like to use so you could set up the Expulsion Lock if the Expulsion Lock is in...
It is definitely.
It is definitely. It's the first thing you look for, is it?
Yeah, it was in his side deck, so not maining it.
But it's the sort of thing you have in your deck to side in for when you go first.
But the thing is, you only really access the Gimmick Puppet through Branded Fusion, right? So
no, you can send it with... I'm terrible with these names today. Granganoil, the dragon.
And that's what he's doing right now, actually.
So you can fusion summon that with Blazing Cartesia and either a light or dark monster. So a pretty generous summoning requirements.
Very generous.
It can send just any monster from anywhere in the universe to the graveyard. So from your deck.
There it is.
There's the Gimmick Puppet.
Oh no! So unless Nick has smokescreened into a Gimmick Puppet monster, for those of you who don't know, Gimmick Puppet says, I think on resolution of its summon or something, you can only special summon Gimmick Puppets for the rest of this turn. So if you Expulsion against the Gimmick Puppet player, they're going to say thank you. But
that would be very funny. Or if they against a Monarch deck or something, you tribute summon Dark Dust Spirit.
So it looks like we're going to the end phase. Albion resolves, setting the Expulsion from the deck directly to the Spell and Trap zone.
This is Reese. You're saying you're the 22 national champion, but welcome to 2023.
How many times we got to teach this lesson to you, old man? Can't bring Drytron in this economy, Nick. I think it's fantastic that he brought his exact same list pretty much from last year.
Yeah, I'd be interested to compare the list, card for card.
But what is the win condition here for Nick? I mean, okay, here we go. I'm not sure if this is the draw phase or when. It seems...
Draw phase seems like a reasonable time.
Seems like the place you would use it, yes.
So one card that is in Nick's side deck is that Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. And I think people originally started siding it for Kashtira, but it has this extra bonus of just being absurd against Branded. All of the monsters they want to attack you with are level 6 special summon monsters, level 6 or higher special summon monsters, and they can't activate their effects or attack. And as far as I can tell, there's very, very few answers to it in the Branded deck, and it's a lot of Floodgates, you can't really side them in going first, going second even, but this is a card that you can get away with because it does do things when you can just set it and then, even if you don't do anything, because your opponent stops you from doing anything, you can just set it and then say, okay. So that is a potential answer.
It's really weird, right? Because the game plan, generally, when you're going second, is you want to play a bunch of, equalizers, field removers, like as we can see here, droplet, but that's like that doesn't do anything against the expulsion lock. Lava Golem Sphere mode would be amazing, but not in this kind of situation. So typically, like, you don't really side this kind of stuff going second, but I wonder if Nick has picked up and identified what you've just talked about.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends how. I mean, he's playing Drytron, so that would indicate a bit that he's just sort of picked up a deck from last year.
Ash Blossom comes down on that for, I think if it was a 6-card.
6-card Prosperity. I assume it's a 6-card Prosperity.
You would have to dig deep here in a situation like this.
I always look at when someone banishes 3 cards of Prosperity, I think, why are you, if you're only going to banish 3, like, why are you playing it? You got to banish 6.
Okay.
That's 1 set.
That's, that we could be in for a game here, maybe. All right, well, Nicholas has decided to smokescreen us a little bit into Drytron control.
Labyrinth.
All right, look, end of main, I suppose. We're going into...
Is there an extra Grangoyle, do we think? I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. So that's the Mirror Jade sending Albion. Nice thing about Branded Expulsion is it can summon something that's either banished or in the graveyard.
Oh, banished too? I didn't actually know that.
So it makes recycling your stuff just even easier. Because a lot of the time, like if you banish a card, it's kind of gone. And some decks have a tough time getting it back, but with combination of Lubellion, Branded Expulsion, you can just, you know, your graveyard is your second hand and your banish is your third.
There's a lot of decks these days whose grave functions as a second hand, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there's a few extra effects, obviously. So Reese has activated the Cartesian. Again, maybe he's not quite decided what he wanted to summon before he activated the effect.
It's really just like, you gotta, so the issue with, I suppose, you know, win conditions like the expulsion is you really need to capitalize on that follow-up. If your opponent even has like a little bit of defense, a little bit of way to like wall up on that turn 3, it can get a little bit scary because then they get to like, those floodgates are opened up by their next turn. So I think that's a Karatis here who's been summoned, right?
Honestly, trying to pronounce the names of the Despia fusions.
So basically what I'm getting at is here is like, we need to make sure that we can do 8,000 this turn. Because it's going to be quite scary to let Drytron have another turn.
Well, the fun thing, well, fun depending on whose side of the table you're on, about the Expulsion lock is you can just do it again next turn. You can just activate Branded Fusion, get your Despian Tragedy in the graveyard, banish the Tragedy, reset the Expulsion and you know, run it back.
Run it back.
But it doesn't matter how many turns you run it back. If your opponent activates Grave of the Super Ancient Organism,
that's a good point.
I don't know how you ever get over the line, to be honest. Even if you stop your opponent summoning for like 3 or 4 turns, even.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you're not putting any pressure on them, as you said.
We're gonna have to beat down with just Aliber attacking.
If you give your opponent a Gimmick Puppet, do you know how many defense points it has?
22 or something, right?
2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Too large.
Yeah. So unless you've got like a level 5 monster that can attack over it.
Santa Claus.
But you know, if there is a Grave of the Super Ancient Organism face down, which given this,
it's a big if. It's a big if, but that appears to be, I think, one of the only sort of saving grace we kind of can identify here for Nick. Then, yeah, things can get a little dicey, I'd say. Because you really don't want to be siding in spell and trap removal, like going first. So, in Reese's case, right? Yeah, so you probably don't necessarily have any in your deck. Yeah, I'm not sure I would look at a deck like Drytron and be like, you know what would be really good here? Twin Twister. Well, I think something people were talking about with regards to the Expulsion lock is it requires a lot of resources. And if you just do your, like, obviously it's more powerful with regards to restricting your opponent's plays and stopping what they want to do than pretty much anything else you can do, right? Setting up a Gimmick Puppet on your opponent's side of the field. But instead, if you set yourself up with a nice Guardian Chimera, if they just, like, set a card, then you can deal with that by using the branded red in your opponent's end phase. So there is merits and the other word, demerits maybe. Downsides? Downsides to both lines of play here. This is Reese's main phase, right? We're not doing this in the end phase. This can't be, because he added it to his hand. So this has got to be... There it is. He did bring it in. He did bring it in. He knows what's up. Wow. That's genuinely incredible to be able to identify that going second, I'm going to bring in a trap card.
Yeah, you're not allowed to play trap cards going second.
It's just not a conventional thing, right?
No, I mean, yeah.
At least in a combo deck.
Yeah, for sure. It is very like, okay, you do whatever you want. I'll just set my trap card. But yeah, it's devastating. So heads up from Nick here, because he's realized that you have to play it. You have to play it in response to the branded in red, or you have to play it in response to a fusion spell, because
Lost is online.
Yeah, well, that's also true. But even if Lost wasn't there, Grave of the Super Ancient Organism is a slightly old card, and it has maybe different text to what you'd expect, which says the effects of level 6 or higher monsters cannot be activated.
Yeah, so you have to preemptively use it.
If your opponent summons a monster and activates the effect, and you chain it, it's not going to negate it. Mm-hmm. It just can't be activated. So if they
although to be fair, it's not like you could really take advantage of that.
Oh, yeah. What if you summon Guardian Chimera, for example? Because you'd activate Guardian Chimera, then
I suppose, yeah.
Then you'd be able to destroy it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But then again, you'd have to snipe the right cards.
You would, yeah. Well, you couldn't. If you chained it, then you'd know where.
Anyway, these are some
all hypotheticals, because Nick
course.
saw the right line, and it looks like Reese is.
Okay, we do gotta talk about like what Reese does. Like what do we do here?
He was hovering over a mud dragon from his extra deck. It's like, if I can't summon level 6 monsters,
it is big.
I will summon a level 4, and I will beat you up with my mud dragon of the swamp. Which you've got to get behind.
Do you think he's got multiples of the Super Ancient? I mean, how many cards can you possibly afford to set in Drytron, right? Like, do we have more than one or something?
That's a good question. I mean, he might just have extra copies of Pot of Prosperity. I mean...
Torrential Tribute.
Yeah.
There's Chimera, which, as you mentioned, would have been great. I suppose a single activation of Nick's back row prior, but this is just not going to do anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Great, it's a really funny card, because like...
I feel like I would have liked the Mud Dragon.
Yeah?
I mean, what else can you do, right? This doesn't do anything.
Honestly, I might be talking nonsense here. Branded in red, some of the branded fusion cards require you to summon a dragon or a level 8 or some restriction like that.
Yeah, maybe it is something like that.
I might be talking rubbish though. But there are a couple of the cards do require you to summon a particular thing.
One thing we got to keep an eye on is the timer.
That is true.
There's 8 minutes remaining, and realistically, this duel is not going to end. It's going to come down to who's ahead on life points. And so...
Reese currently can't do any damage.
Yeah, that's
with
the
thing. Field he has at the moment. Despite it looking very intimidating. You know, he's got, how much is that? 6,100 points in play, but none of them are allowed to attack. So it looks like he's going to do he's adding back the expulsion with branded retribution, so he's going to be able to do it again, the gimmick puppet. So Reese might not... Oh, he is going to get some damage in, maybe. Yeah, that is a Blazing Cartasia.
Yeah, this might be the only amount of damage we're going to see for at least a couple of turns
for the foreseeable future, because Reese knows he can just run it back.
Okay, one thing, can I just point out, have you noticed that Nick's pad is like full of life points?
He's done a lot of practice games.
He's been testing, right?
Are you a clean pad, or do you, if you go to a tournament, right? Do you do a fresh one for every match, or
everyone?
Or do you?
No, I kind of do what Nick does. I sort of just do like this sort of continuation.
Because sometimes, I mean, I don't know if you're like super sharp-eyed or something, but I'm always like, if you know, I've taken like this exact amount of damage,
then yeah, it's well, the thing is, right, it's the way I like to look at it is if I'm not going to be there for a long time, I'm there for a good time. And so do you do any notes, like, you know, player's name, deck that they're playing, you know, like almost like a diary that you can that you can recall later? I
think sometimes it's a good thing to do, I think, because after a match, obviously you'll remember everything that happened, and then you can, like, if you want to like evaluate your own performance after a game. And a lot of it's in the life points. I often have it. I'm so lazy when it comes to like life points as well. I'll write down like as little as possible. Often, like in a game, I'll look at my game and I'll have written like one item in the life point. Because
I've noticed that, by the way. Sometimes, like after a couple of like duels, so like something you just don't need to write the life points, because some duels are just done.
Yeah, I mean, often in games, like, it's not necessarily the life point changes that are indicating who's winning the game, right?
Yeah,
it's the state of the field.
But it does look like life points are going to be integral here, as Nick is behind by 15 and attempts to try and play the game again here with the foolish burial of that Alpha, I think it was, but Reese has summoned the gimmick puppet back to his field here.
I'm wondering if Reese can. I think he can, if he can access a Despian Tragedy, do it a third time.
Yeah.
I mean, Despian Tragedy can banish itself from the graveyard to set a branded spell or trap. So yeah, it could be a 3 full turns of gimmick puppet joy.
I think that's basically what he has to do. Is just, okay, we're in the lead. We've established damage. We don't really need to do anything here. We actually, because I don't think there is an out in Reese's deck for the Super Ancient Organism. It's just a case of like maintaining the control of his 15 life point deficit.
Yeah, why not? If you can do it, you've got to be able to win. Even if you're in not ideal circumstances.
Was that a Natasha he just added?
It
was either a Benten or a Natasha that Nick just took there. We did see a reveal of the Droplet. So he brought in Droplet and he brought in Super Ancient going seconds. But he is just going to have to pass here because, yeah, the Gimmick Puppet is a turn-ending card. So hopefully Nick might be able to get a chance if Reese does not establish the lock for the 3rd time this duel. And Branded Opening gets him Tragedy if he needs it.
Well, Tragedy, you've got to find a way to get Tragedy in the graveyard.
In the graveyard, yeah, that's the issue.
So you can just do that with Branded Fusion, though. Even if you're the monster you summon, it's going to be like useless. It's a foolish burial with extra steps.
Yep, there it is. There's the Branded Fusion.
But one thing I was mentioning before that is I think quite funny is, Reese has given his opponent a monster to prevent him from special summoning, but it's actually got too many defense points to deal with a level 4 monster.
I mean, that's the thing, like, beat down with some level 4 or lower Despia monsters could be fine, but it doesn't really matter. We've done one attack. One attack has landed, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters here.
They're not small, the branded monsters, by any means. 18, 15.
I mean, they almost rival Gemini Elf and Mechanical Chaser.
No one can quite beat Mechanical Chaser. Or Tardy Orc, that was my favorite, I think.
What about Werewolf? Are you a Gene Wart Werewolf type of person?
Oh, I did like Gene Wart Werewolf. I like the fact that the text on it said that it was normally very peaceful.
A man of the people.
Yeah. But when he needed to be, he was there. Yeah, so we see he sent the Despian Tragedy. Very heads up there. Gonna get his branded expulsion back again. And Nick's like, are you seriously gonna do this again?
Yeah, it's rough to watch if you're in Nick's position right now to see this happen again. But
he does need a way to get the gimmick puppet off the board, because you can't summon it to your opponent's side of the field if it's already on your opponent's side of the field.
Expulsion has to tribute your monster.
Yes, Expulsion has to tribute a fusion monster. So if
it looks like he's walling up here.
Yeah. So if it tributes a fusion monster that mentions Fall of Albaz, then you can summon both of them to your field if you want to, but in this case you don't.
Okay, so it didn't work out. Reese has basically not been able to establish the Gimmick Puppet for the 3rd turn here. Yeah. Nick now has 2 minutes 30 seconds to try and do 1,501 damage at least.
And that's quite a challenge, given there's a big wall.
Yeah. I mean, he probably plays Nightingale, so he can get like maybe a couple of direct attacks in, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Nightingale
would need, against 400 per material, you can attack once per material, so you need
quite a lot.
You need 3.
Which would be doable.
1,500?
It is doable.
Yeah, I mean, 3 level 1s doesn't sound like a massive...
Yeah, here's Gamma.
Massive challenge.
I think he might have established this. I think Nick has identified what he's doing here. Oh, he's playing Diviner as well as his normal summon. You probably side out Ruler going second, maybe, I don't know. But he's searching Diviner here because he needs that utility, I suppose, for the... Okay, no Untest being sent here. He's just going for another Ritual Monster, probably another Benten, just for the recursion there. Oh, okay, he's going to search a spell here for the Minionis. I assume Super Ancient Organism is double-sided.
Yes, it is. So okay. I assume Nick will be aware of that. So he just needs to find a way to get a 3rd level 1 and go to his battle phase, I guess. But
yeah, 1 minute 20 seconds.
I don't know if he has it. He looks pretty. I mean, obviously everyone gets quite nervous when it's close to time.
Yeah. There's nothing left on Reese's side here to prevent him. Is that Natasha? I think it's not. Oh, he's gaining life points. That's another win condition.
How much life points is Natasha
I think it's
gain?
half of the monster that it targets, right? So I think it's 1,000.
Can it target your opponent's monsters?
No, I don't think so.
But he can summon Natasha multiple times.
Yeah, this
right?
is. I think he might have it. He actually doesn't need to go to a new phase. He can actually just stay in the main phase and gain life points multiple times with Natasha.
That's always a bonus when you don't you can do everything in your main phase, so you feel like you've got a lot of extra time because you get to complete the end of your phase. So.
Oh wow, this is incredible. I think Nick. Okay, if Nick gains one more time, he's actually in a really big spot, good position here. Okay, so. What we're doing now is we're banishing the Benten for the Natasha to attempt to special summon it by targeting the, I can't say that name, the
Despian Quertus, yeah.
Yep, but Reese is chaining the expulsion here to tribute the Quertus.
I don't know if there's any, he can summon Fallen of Albaz, which is pretty handy. He's giving his opponent Fallen of Albaz.
Okay, and gives himself Tragedy.
Why didn't he get Fallen of Albaz himself? And then he could have fused off the Natasha.
Maybe he could have done that. But it looks like it's over.
I'm not sure who's won.
I can't tell either. I'm pretty sure he's resolved Natasha.
That's 8,500 life points.
Yeah, there it is. Nick has taken this with a 500 life point lead.
That was pretty intense.
That was so intense. I can't believe I was sitting here talking about Nightingale. It turns out
we
Natasha.
were trying to figure out a way to how does he get through the whole field? He doesn't need to get through the whole field.
That's incredible. Wow.
That was a very cool line. I mean, I guess if you're playing an old deck, you can be it's good if it's a deck that you're extremely familiar with, so you can identify that that's what you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna get Nick over here at some point. Just to have a little post-match discussion. I mean, we're going to have a lot to talk about there, especially that Game 3. To be fair, Game 1 and 2 seemed, shall we say, rudimentary.
It's not, sometimes I think when you're in the first round, you just want your deck just to do its thing. It's really good to get the nerves out, just say you've built your deck, you've practiced, and you want it just to do its thing, get your nice clean win in. And it's nice for both of the players to get to do that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, that was... that was intense. I'm still reeling from that. That was incredible.
Yeah.
Especially to see something like Drytron, which you wouldn't think would be such a powerful deck to bring to this event, but even something with the new support that Branded has received, still managed to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the power sometimes of sometimes it's really important. Sometimes there's an engine battle, So we call Nick's deck Drytron because it's mostly about the Drytron cards. But sometimes you can find that silver bullet for your opponent's strategy, which in this case I would say was really important. So yeah, are we going to get Nick over soon?
I don't think he's quite ready just now. But yeah, so we should be, actually I'm just hearing from production now, we should be able to have him in just a moment.
So I think we're going to have a short break until Nick can come over.
Okay, we're going to cut to a little break now, and we'll be back in just a moment with Nick. It's okay.
We might be, you're getting a bonus
perfect.
chair.
Okay.
Hang on, you sit here actually.
You'll be in the middle, yeah.
Yeah. You should get a mic first. Have you got a mic?
Really short interview, the really short interview for the next round.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't go in your ear.
We want him in the middle.
That's alright, I still find these things really confusing.
I don't mind where he is.
We would really much prefer him in the middle, because it just makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I need you really close together.
I'll be here,
Alright.
which is...
Cuddle up.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'll be exactly where I was before.
So I have rumors you'd retire?
Should do.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's good fun. It's good. Well, you say that. What if you win again?
No. If I win again, I'm not playing because I don't think anyone will get to 3 in a row. I'm tied at the top.
Yes, I just dropped my microphone and the batteries
claim.
came out. I put them back in. Can you still hear me?
Get to 3.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the United Kingdom National Championship 2023. We've just had our first round 1 feature, didn't we, Tom?
That was a great feature. How did you feel about it, Nick? Well, what was your favorite game? What was your favorite moment?
I mean, a combo player. My favorite game was when I got to do my decks thing, game 2, and then my opponent didn't stop me.
I can respect that. You know, I love playing combo decks, so I can totally get that.
We had that sort of, he went first, established his combo, you went first, established your combo. We got to talk about that game 3. My biggest question was, how did you identify that going second, you needed to bring in a floodgate?
So obviously, preparing for the tournament, I knew that the branded deck likes to do the gimmick puppet thing. So
it's a testament to your preparation.
Yeah, basically, I realized that because my deck doesn't really want to play a lot of hand traps, so you're not stopping them in that way. So basically, what you want to do is just find a way to stop them winning on the following turn, and that's the only card I could find, basically.
How did you feel in the moment when your opponent took the lead with that 15-point attack of Cartesia?
I kind of knew it was coming. I was thinking, okay, the only thing he can attack with are the level 4s, which is going to be maybe 1,500, maybe 3,000 if he puts 2 on board. And then in my hand, I was looking at my hand, I was just thinking, as long as he doesn't have an Ash Blossom on top, I'm thinking in my head, I can get to Cyber Age with Natasha, so I wasn't really that worried.
That's really cool. So why did you choose to play this deck again? Is it just your favorite deck?
It's up there for sure.
2 years in a row, it must be.
Yeah, yeah. I think the deck is not the best pick right now because of Droll and Lockbird, but I think that it's still a reasonable deck, and I think basically my technical play with the deck has excelled a lot, and so I didn't really want to pick up a new deck and learn it because I've not been sort of back in the game the whole time since last year, so that's basically why.
Do you think you have a grasp on what other people are playing, even if you said you tested against Branded a bit?
Yeah. So while I've not been in the game the whole time, but yeah, in the last sort of couple of months I've been testing, so learning what the new decks do, and yeah, just trying to adapt my deck, knowing the whole time I was going to play this deck, and just trying to adapt it to the current decks.
I think it's really great that you've basically identified hey, yeah, I could play Kashtira, but if I'm so proficient at this deck that I love, which might not be exactly the greatest meta pick, you're always just going to do better with the one you have more proficiency with.
Yeah, I think that is true, and I think that's something a lot of people potentially overlook, and they sometimes think, I got to play the best deck, and as long as the deck that you are proficient with isn't a deck of 40 normal monsters, doesn't actually do nothing, as long as the deck has a way to win the game. I'm really good at summoning normal monsters. As long as the deck has a way to win the game, I think confidence is super key, the psychology in a game. If I play a deck I'm not confident with, I think I'm just way more likely to lose.
So you feel confident you're gonna go all the way, defend your title successfully? You said that's pretty much the only reason you came back.
It's the only reason I'm here, but I never like to claim things early. I'm always sort of not a pessimist, but just a realist, I guess. And just
that's what pessimists say.
True, but I'm going to try my best. I'm going to take it one game at a time.
All right, that's fantastic, Nick. It's great to hear from you. And for those of you at home, we'll be back very shortly with round number 2. Thank you for tuning in. This is the UK National 2023.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the UK National Championship 2023. We're here for round number 2.
And we have another previous national champion.
Another national champion in the face of Thomas Rose.
We have a lot of national champions here, to be honest. It's everywhere you look.
A lot of people got to defend their titles and honor and such.
Someone get that second win. I don't think anyone's got a second win before. One of my friends I saw earlier, actually, Joe Van Roberts, was the national champion in 2012, and he's here as well. Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. A while ago, but do you remember what deck Thomas won the last
Of course,
national
we
championship?
do. Of course, we all know what deck he won it with. The Burning Abyss deck.
Yeah, that is true. But today he is in fact back with Rika Plant, Sun Avalon.
Yeah, so this was, I believe, the other deck in the final from last year's national championships. Am I right?
Yeah, Alex Robertson was actually piloting this last year, got second place against our round one opponent. Round one duelist was Nick versus Alex, and it was like a synergy between like punk cards and some psychics, because he was playing like E-Telly as well as all of that stuff. I don't think that Thomas is quite going with that. But he does have instead a Dance Princess and Con. That's a great card to start the duel with. Does play around that Ash Blossom that McKinlock has in his hand here, as it sets directly from the deck.
Yeah, it's always fun. There are cards like that. I mean, Ash. The text of Ash is sort of very generous in what it can negate. It can negate basically everything.
Pretty
With
much,
certain
yeah.
cards, you know, summons from the deck, sends from the deck to the graveyard. But this Ash looks like it'll be quite strong, I'd say, because this would be a search 2 cards. So. It's not
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh.
Oh, Crossout. All right. We talked a little bit about that earlier, but Crossout coming in pretty clutch here for Thomas as it hits the Ash Blossom.
Yeah, so I had a peek at his list, and he was running multiple copies of the Crossout Designator. I mean, I guess you have to run multiple copies of Crossout Designator, right? If you're going to run one, like, because you need to run all the targets for it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't just like slip in one and then you need to run quite a lot.
Card number 40 at this point. All right, well, that is the best starter card in the deck.
It's the best starter card in the game. Full combo.
Technically, I suppose, if you really think about it. One singular normal summon of Sunseed Loci. And Dreas is going to activate the effect here, which is when it's summoned to the extra monster zone utilizing a Loci. You can search a Sunseed or Sunvine spell. So we're going to go for Sowing here, which brings out the Sunseed Twin. And that's going to form a chain link of probably usually what you do is one Twin to Dryas. It's going to bring out the Sunvine Healer, and then the Twin brings out the Loci from the graveyard. Basically, what I'm trying to say is we got a lot of special summons.
It just feels like you get quite a lot of free plant monsters in play between just one Loci. I don't know how many plant monsters you actually end up on just from the one. Yeah, at least 3, maybe 4.
It's really strange. The Sun Avalon deck, I suppose you want to call it, has kind of changed up in a couple of different ways since as we've had more and more Rika cards. Like previously, you used to end on, like, I think it was pretty much every zone would be locked. You'd end on the Link for Dry Trinity with the I suppose the trap card. It's not exactly Skill Drain. It's more like a Feather Storm kind of thing. Maybe not Feather Storm. More like a Mass Imperm. With the Bengal Lancer to bounce a monster back to your hand, the Rika Queen to tribute your opponent's monster for a cost, because we have Con, and I think a Regulus as well you had. But the Rika cards sort of lock you into plants more, so a little bit more restrictive like that. But it's better at grinding and gives you a little bit more, I suppose, resilience, grind game, yeah.
I mean, now it feels like the Sun Avalon cards are there to sort of get your Rika engine, like to bridge you into the Rika cards.
Yeah.
Because it just gives you so much free gas. So you might as well use that to set up your main. I'd say the main engine now is the Rika.
Do you know the set that Jasmine was printed in? I think it was Link Rain? No, Duelist Overloads? It was basically, it was like notorious because there was so many Link 2 monsters. Like, I think it was in the same set as Hulk, in the same set as Isolde.
I mean, these are all very good cards.
Yeah, they all just seem to be like some of the most powerful Link monsters ever made. And I guess Jasmine's kind of flown under the radar a lot because, I mean, plants haven't really been consistently meta over the last few years.
but like obviously in a plant deck, it's crazy powerful.
Absolutely, yeah. And it works really well with the Sunvine Healer here, who has the effect which is gain some life points. You can see Tom is already 600 life points ahead. So hypothetically, if this duel lasts another 41 minutes, you know, he's gonna be fine here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Rika first turn lasts, you know, a while.
close to that.
Not quite 41.
So Jasmine gets a search here, and then it also is a lone fire in of itself. It's like this weird sort of theme, I guess, with the card design that has been established with plants, which is like tributing and then like special summoning from deck. So it is just sort of like a lone fire. Tribute a monster you points to, and then it gets you Madan. I didn't quite see what he searched there, but it was probably Sheet.
It looks like Rika Sheet, but I mean, because he's used the field spell
and the Glamour, which was Ashed, yeah.
I don't know if they run any other spell cards to search with it.
I think there are options, but not ones that are like sort of consistently played in the more competitive oriented versions of Rika.
The Rika Princess is a card for me. It's like, it's so sneaky. like it's just sort of chilling in the graveyard somewhere, and then it comes out and like tributes your monster and negates one of your monster effects. It's just like it feels like it comes out of completely nowhere.
So that's one of the coolest disruptions this deck can set up, is the Princess in the Graveyard. For those of you who don't know, it tributes a plant and negates a monster effect that your opponent controls. But if you pair that up with a field spell, you can actually tribute their monster to negate a card. So it's almost like 2 disruptions just by itself.
And tributing for cost as well is something that is really weird. It's weird to wrap your head around the first time, because normally when your opponent activates something to interrupt you, do something to your board, you think, oh, I can respond to that, you know, but you can't, because it happens immediately.
I think the closest things we have to that is like Lair of Darkness, maybe.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of Lair of Darkness when you were talking about these tribute themes.
Yeah.
So that looked like a little whiff.
Yeah, so the Sylvan Dance Peon can, you declare I think up to 3, and you excavate that many from the top of your deck, and you can just special summon like all of the plant. Well, not all, I think like 2, up to 2 of the plants that you excavate. So you can just get like, you can get another Loci, you can get a Lone Fire off the top, like things like that. But we had a complete whiff here, which is, it's fine, you know.
It's fine. I think he's got enough stuff going on. I don't think he needs any more stuff.
So this is really cool here. The Strenna gets to float into a monster from the extra deck here. He actually goes into the Rika Queen, and typically I think what I've seen happen more often than not is they usually go into the other plant Ixie monster, the Hyper...
The one that attaches materials and then negates. Card names are a challenge.
Hypertrion, I think, or something like that. It's really good. It's really good, but we're going for the Rika Queen here. And that's a pass from Tom. You can see here, it actually just doesn't look like much, I think, right? But it is a lot.
You contribute. I mean, you can only use the Con to tribute your opponent's plant monster once per turn, right?
Yeah.
So I guess it's not infinite negations, but it's a good few.
It's a decent amount of disruption.
I don't think it's as many monsters as you normally end up with the Rika combo, but it's still pretty solid.
Well, I suppose the one disruption this deck doesn't have, you know, it's got a mind control, it's got a tribute for cost, it's got a bounce, it's got a monster negate, but it does not have a stop for branded fusion. So.
And the cross Ash has already been designated not allowed for a minute.
I don't think it lasts multiple turns
like
last? Called by.
Oh,
called by definitely lasts 2 turns.
Yeah, called by lasts a turn.
Does.
Yeah, this cross out only 1. Okay.
Should be. But we can just negate the Aliber here so that we don't give our opponent any access to branded fusion unless we've hard drawn it. It doesn't look like it because my Kintlock is going to go into a Druid's Worm. Or is that Saronir?
That's a Druid's Worm.
That's a Druid's Worm.
I don't. So he's running a large Bestial package.
Yeah, we noticed that as a big difference from the first round deck we saw.
And I'm not sure, you know, I love the Bestials in other decks because you can special summon them and then you can link summon with them or XYZ summon with them. I don't know what you do with them so much in the branded deck.
Well, they're part of the theme. There's the branded fusion picked up off the top there.
You're much quicker than this at me.
That was very convenient. The
draw for lost, and what's the search for? What did he banish? Maybe he banished
Mercurier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the branded regained, right? Drew a card off the top of the deck here. Again, it got the branded fusion, which was, you know, we disrupted Aliber to stop branded fusion, but we got it anyway.
It's definitely not the card you want your opponent to have as the last card in their hand. When you think, okay, I'll negate this, I'll negate this, I'll negate this. And then they're just like, aha, here's my ace card. Presumably the Albaz is maybe going to get bounced, prevent... I assume Tom knows his rulings.
The Albaz, does it still resolve?
That's what I was thinking, because it does say if you have to fusion with monsters on the field, including this card. So, and I'm pretty sure it shouldn't resolve, but it's something you'd want to know.
He seems very confident about this being the correct play.
Yeah.
So I suppose Albaz must actually need to be sent from the field.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense, because if it's sent to the graveyard, it doesn't resolve either, obviously. And I guess why would... I don't know.
Okay, so this would have been potentially turn ending, but it didn't matter because the draw from Regained gave us the branded fusion. It looks like we're going to fuse up from the deck with that all-important branded fusion here. No Ash Blossom from Tom's side, even though we know that he definitely does play it. Didn't open it in his hands here alongside his full combo. All right, there's the I suppose like the newer of the branded fusion monsters, the Springan counterpart, I think it is.
It's middle new.
Middle new.
This isn't the Tri Brigade one?
Yeah, I think it is, right?
No. Oh, no, you've lost me now.
It is Rinbrum, right?
That's definitely a Rinbrum. I just
yeah.
can't remember what thing it summons. was that a end of turn?
Yeah, it looks like end of the turn there.
And the Ricka Pedal comes back.
So he did summon a Rinbrum, but didn't get to really do much with it. Pedal is like one of the most annoying recursions I've found, by the way. Every single end phase.
Every end phase.
And then you just get a search. It's pretty powerful.
I'm just having a read there. So I think if it's a monster summon from the extra, I don't know if it says monster summon from the extra deck. It might say like Fusion, XYZ, Link, etc. Activates its effect. You can negate it, and then you can bounce a monster, or maybe it's a card. I'm not sure. Most people are quite fond of its graveyard effect, so you can banish it from your graveyard during your opponent's turn, especially summon a Fallen of Albaz from your graveyard, and that's a quick effect. So it's very handy because Fallen of Albaz obviously confuse, get rid of some of your opponent's monsters, and then you'll have another big threat as well. But currently it's in place, so you have to deal with its on-field effect.
Well, the advantage is the Bengal Lancer is sort of a quick effect compulse, so shouldn't really risk any graveyard effects there as he activates the effect there. Looks like he's chaining the Brum on Queen. And that's a Princess, right?
So Princess to negate, tributing the Druid Worm to negate the Rinbrum. So that was a 3-link chain there.
Yeah, utilizing the Con again, the powerful ability to just tribute for cost is so strong.
Yeah, so that Druid Worm's going to be sent to the graveyard.
Doesn't Druid Worm send a special summon monster?
It does, exactly. So I guess that's goodbye to the Ricka Queen, but I think Tom will be okay without his Queen. I think he's got enough enough juice. So do we know the last card in hand?
I don't think we do, but it's not going to be an issue because the Con can get Glamour, and Glamour
I think it was a Mercuria actually. Was a Mercuria added?
No, he did. From McKinlock's side, it's the it's a Quem or a Cartesia, isn't it? Or is it just an Albaz?
I don't know, he's turning it around a lot.
Maybe he's not sure.
Yeah, he's not. He wants to check what it is. But it looks like Tom is in full control of this one. He's got to set the Glamour, and then he can use it again, search 2 more Ricka monsters. I feel like this is the part of a game where, I mean, again, you've kind of executed your combo, you've done exactly what you want to do turn 1. But I think turn 1 is the sort of time when you're learning a deck, you know, you can go online, you can look at 100 people's little combo tutorials, and you can learn how to do it. But no one gives you a combo tutorial for like, you know, what to do in this situation after you've used most of your deck. This is where you really need to have some experience playing the game, and I trust Tom to have a lot of experience playing this. I'm pretty sure he's been playing this deck for a while.
I think he's been on this for almost like, maybe not since release, but definitely since like almost the last national championship, or at least last European championship is when this was probably most popularized.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Glamour is such a powerful tool. They're giving you 2 copies of the plants from the deck to the hand here, and then we go into Strenna, and Strenna gets to float into more monsters. It's really funny to notice, by the way, just how many extra deck cards you utilize. I think Tom has like 6 cards left or something.
Well, yeah, because you make a Strenna, and then it summons another one from the extra deck, and I mean, I guess the Sun Avalon package requires like 4 or 5 extra deck monsters to be summoned on the first turn to get all your free plants.
This is kind of, I suppose, the long-term goal, or the sort of long-term kind of strategy you need to bear in mind when you play in a situation like this is, I would feel personally, I mean, there's always like a chance, but I would feel like in this case, okay, I mean, you do need to factor in some time, right? And in a situation like this, you maybe consider, okay, well, I don't think I'm going to win this game, right? So in order to give myself enough time to play in Game 3, assuming I win Game 2, which I'm probably going to go second in Game 3 again, then I need to be able to have enough time to do damage. I think sometimes players maybe struggle to recognize when it's time to call it quits, do you think?
Yeah, I'm a fan of this often, is like, if I see a game's over, then I will concede. I mean, sometimes it's good...
just for more information, I suppose?
Yeah, sometimes it's good to watch your opponent. I mean, sometimes it's good just to make sure your opponent, make them have it. Make them actually do the
Sometimes
damage.
people trip over themselves.
So yeah, sometimes people make mistakes. This is, again, we're in a feature match area. It's make players feel under a lot of pressure sometimes, so they can make mistakes. And yeah, maybe if you're not familiar with the Rika cards or something like that, then you could wait. And it looks like
Tom actually has an established game here.
Yeah, so he does actually get an extra turn, which I wouldn't have predicted from the start of the turn.
That's a good point. It's a little bit concerning. I feel like I can detect a little bit of frustration from Tom's. Oh, that's a big pickup there, actually. I don't know how relevant it is here. How much?
I saw the super polymerizations in his deck list, and I was thinking to myself, does that work against Rika? Does he have anything to do?
Dragon, maybe. Yeah, here we go. It looks like Twin Twisters for Monsters is being activated for Garura. Okay, yeah. This came out semi-recently. Was it Power of the Elements? It really opened up a lot of tools and options for super polymerization. It's a great it's a great card, especially with the fact that it just draws the card when it goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, I think you'd struggle nowadays to find like something like a field that cannot be super polymerization away. You know,
there's almost something that you can make, right?
There's a million like fusion monsters with generic materials nowadays.
But Bengal Lancer makes quick work of the Garura here, as we're able to special summon, return it to the extra deck. And on the end phase, as we mentioned, Petal comes back every single end phase for the opponent, and I suppose is it the Regain that
branded Regained,
can bring back the Saronir, so I guess we just deal with it again, but looks like we're just going to mind control it with the Ricochet, and
brain control, I guess.
There's something
so you can attack with it. Don't want to mind control it.
True. All right, that was game number 1. All right, so just as we head back out, here we are at the table, and that was, I suppose, a good display, I suppose, of the functionality and just how far you can go with Rika.
That was a really cool combo. I really like the plant deck. I like tributing monsters. I think that's quite fun. I like plants. It brings me back, like the Lone Fire Blossom definitely brings me all the way back to the Time Wizard 2010. I love Lone Fire Blossom.
One of your favorite formats.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the fact that you get to run it nowadays, I mean, it is still a powerful card. It still stands up, right?
Yeah, I mean, the blue version of it, Aramage Jasmine, is extremely powerful. What can you say? With the bonus effect as well. Not once per turn to be able to search, which is how that functions really well for Tom there with the Sunvine Healer. It just adapts really well to pretty much any new support that happens with plants. I mean, you can build and add on to your deck list quite consistently almost every other set, and that's what we see here with Tom, putting together quite a Rika strategy.
I think I've seen him play feature matches at other times, and I've seen some absolutely insane end fields like that you can end up with if you open the right combination of cards in your starting hand. I'm really excited to see the branded deck kind of kick off again. I love watching branded. Like I find branded very fun.
Yeah, you a fan of Expulsion?
I don't like Expulsion as much. I mean, I like Expulsion summoning other things, and I love summon monsters back to your own field. That's great, but summoning to your opponent's field, maybe not so much. But
I do like the Bestial incorporation. He's playing a really heavy engine, and I don't think that's like the standard strategy of sorts. Just maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
These days with
I've seen like many people wanting like between 0 and 2 Bestials is kind of standard. So I think he was running a full 7 or something. So that's quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, that's the. That's game number 1, so I think it's probably time we head back on over to the table here and check out what happens in game number 2. Because I think we're going to start off with branded on turn 1.
You never know.
Oh yeah.
You're allowed to go second. It's not advised, but it is allowed. I mean, it depends on the matchup, right?
Okay, so...
Oh, he is.
Well, you picked it up. There, he is in fact going second. Never mind. That's... scary.
That is scary. I don't think I'm like confident enough in myself to go, because I'd feel a bit silly if I just go second and my opponent has full combo and I just sit there and be like, why did I do this? But if you have a plan, like it's definitely been successful for players in the past.
Well, I don't know if you can notice, but there is indeed a plan here, because if you count up the number of summons that Thomas is on, you will potentially notice that we're going to hit 5 very, very shortly.
A big rock-sized plan.
Printed in the Megatins of 2019, I think. Nibiru has been quite a staple of sorts in and out of the format over the last couple of years, hasn't it?
I feel like Nibiru is a card, to me, like, you obviously have to count how many times your opponent's summoning, and you also have to count it in a way that's like, you don't want to give it away.
Yeah.
It can be quite difficult. So
Yeah.
it's something you have to keep track of.
This is, I was just going to point out, this is exactly where I would have stopped Tom. Now, I don't know how far, maybe there's some very experienced plant players who can tell you specifically, you know, X point of the combo is where we want to go for the Nibiru, but I think just before the Jasmine gets the trigger for the search of the Sunvine Healer gaining life points to then trigger the Jasmine, I think right here seems very opportune.
Yeah, it's tricky because the Nibiru is obviously a card you want to juice as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You want to like wait and see, you know, until your opponent's committed as much. But there are obviously certain times your opponent might summon a monster that includes an effect which negates Nibiru. So you need to know when that's likely to happen in order to know when's the like longest you can hold it.
Over the last few formats and such, you know, so many decks can put up, I suppose, very popularly, Baron the Floor, Apollosa.
Yeah, these sorts of cards.
So you have to be very wary of just exactly where, you know, like you said, you want.
Was that a concede from?
Is it?
Tom?
Wait, it's going into the extra deck. Wait, we're just conceding on Nibiru here? No, that's amazing.
I'm shocked.
I'm blown away here. Is that game two? Like just one Nibiru? There's no words.
Yeah, like I
Normally
kind of thought the deck. I mean, you know, you should at least wait and see if your opponent has got stuff to punish you.
We'll try get some more information when we can to see maybe.
I mean, we can ask Tom if he is the
something else
eventual winner afterwards, just to see.
something else maybe potentially at play there, but immediately skipping on Nibiru there. I mean, like as you said, you know, get information. It's not like they're completely behind on time, are they? So
Yeah, I mean, but like your opponent might have just not drawn a good hand, even if they have the Nibiru.
yeah, so many times your opponent just goes Nibiru. Sometimes they give you a token that's like too big.
Yeah, sometimes you get a massive token of Nibiru and you can't deal with it or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, that was shocking. But I mean, you know, it goes to say just how impactful, I suppose, hand traps as a sort of concept have sort of impacted the game of Yu-Gi-Oh over the course of the last few years.
That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like it shows maybe that there was a lot of knowledge from the other side, because knowing to go second and knowing that like Nibiru is such a powerful card, because to me I'd be a little concerned, like is Nibiru enough? Is it like devastating, or is it something they'll just breeze past? Is it something they'll negate? So knowing that you can like rely on that Nibiru to win the game does require, I think, a decent amount of matchup knowledge.
All right, we're heading back over to the table here as we start up game number 3.
So do you think Tom will go first?
Oh, I think you have to, right?
Well, no, he was made to go first by his opponent.
This feels like a replay, almost, doesn't it?
Is that another big rock?
Are we watching the same duel? Like this is exactly what we saw last.
Yeah,
last
maybe
game.
they just restarted.
Okay, we go again.
But now it is 1-1.
I'm really scared to like allow my opponent to go second post siding. You know, so the advantage is you can really mess up your opponent's siding patterns, I suppose.
I was going to say, did you mean allow my opponent to go first? Mm-hmm. Okay, because you said allow my opponent to go second.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So yeah, in a situation like where McClintock was in last duel, he was like, okay, you know what, I lost game 1, but it doesn't matter, I'm going to let you start anyway. I mean, that can work if you have like a very, you know, solid game plan where it's like, all right, my opponent's playing a big heavy combo deck. If I simply activate Dart Ruler or Nibiru at the right time, I can just auto-win. But you need to draw those cards.
Yeah, I think it is a cool strategy, because there are a lot of times where people will side in cards. There are a lot of times people will side in different cards depending on whether they think they're going to go first or second. Mm-hmm. So if your opponent's going to side in a bunch of cards for going second, maybe they're siding in Lightning Storm, for example, a powerful card going second. Then if you make them go first, then the Lightning Storm they can't use. Yeah,
and then they have to play into it, and then it gets even more devastating, because when you have face-up cards, you just can't.
Oh,
you just can't do anything.
That looks like the Nibiru is not going to resolve this game.
Yeah, so I think Thomas played a little bit around it there by using the, I think it was the pedal to search the princess to preemptively allow him to set up like a negate, as we talked about just before we hit 5 summons. And yeah, as you said, that Nibiru will be negated by tributing the twin from the field here, tributing a plant using the hand effect.
I mean, he's negated the Nibiru. Is it annoying to lose a monster here, or do you think it's just...
No, I think Jasmine plus 2 monsters is still full combo.
Okay.
Yeah, so you put the Dryas in in that zone, the Sunvine Healer activates, gains life points, triggers the Jasmine, Jasmine gets a search, and you just kind of keep going. So almost like uninhibited here actually is the crazy thing about this. And that Nibiru is kind of just going to stay in the hand, not really doing anything. At best, it's going to be probably discard fodder for Lebellion.
Was that the Therion, I don't know the name, Therion plant monster that will allow you to search Therion King Regulus as well?
Yeah, so Lilyboria is a very good plant extender. It just specials itself, equips from the graveyard. You send and you get the search of the field spell. It's actually Discoloseum.
Oh, okay, so you search the field spell first and then you search the Therion King.
Yeah. My issue is I don't know 100%. I feel like Tom might be plant locked. I don't think he is. It's usually the Rika cards have like a couple of restrictions on them, so searching a machine is obviously very useless, but I think he is actually okay here.
Which, I mean, I'm putting you on the spot here. Do you know which is the card which locks you into summoning plant monsters?
It's either like Con or like one of the main deck monsters, but I assume like we're doing this because we're not locked, so it should be okay here. And the Medan is brought out from the deck here.
Is it Petal? Am I being silly?
Potentially.
Because he's already used Petal this time, right?
Okay. Well, if he doesn't summon the Regulus, we'll know it was because of a lock and restriction that was placed early in the turn here as Tom searches the all-important field spell. Absolutely massive in this matchup here. Well, maybe not this matchup specifically. I feel like tributing branded monsters isn't maybe potentially that crazy good.
I don't know, yeah. I mean, it is good. One of the things that allows Branded to sort of grind so well is the fact that all of its monsters are very large. So just having efficient ways to remove... You can't... It's not just enough to negate their effects, right? You also need to deal with a monster that has 3,000 attack points.
This is a really cool line here. So the twin that we tributed earlier has it actually... it's got a graveyard effect that allows you to banish a plant you control to special summon... so basically you need to control like 2 plants with the same name or something. Then you can banish it to bring back a plant from your graveyard, bringing back the Jasmine. And Jasmine has the non-once per turn effect of when you gain life points to search a plant.
It's not once per turn?
The gain effect isn't, no.
Oh, okay.
Or rather the search effect. The tribute is.
Okay.
So what you can do is you can just search again here by using the Sunvine Healer, who also is, not once per turn. And I think that's the Snowdrop. Who specials itself by tributing a plant to also bring out another plant from the hand here. And this also lets you manipulate the levels. This definitely locks you into plants, so we're not going to be seeing
Snowdrop.
Yeah.
Snowdrop is 8 and it allows you to target another monster and make it level 8,
Exactly,
right?
yeah. So I think we're going for a Bengal Lancer here. Okay, we're going to go Malayas for Bengal Lancer most likely, and then we can go for the Queen. And then re-establish the Con, and then Con can get Sheet. This is incredible. This is a really, really amazing field here that Tom's established, basically.
He's made all of his plants level 8, so he's going to make 2 rank 8s, I think. I think that's...
I guess he's not used... Yeah, so you can... It doesn't need to be 8. You can just like target something you already control. So it looks like we're going for 4, so that we can make the rank 4 Rika, and then that will allow you to go into...
Rika Queen number 1.
Oh, we're going 2 of them. I've never seen this line before, but I guess it works.
Is Strenna's...
Yeah, so when it's tributed, it gets to bring out either the Hypertron...
That's the Hypertron, right?
Yeah, there it is.
So currently it can negate a monster effect. Now I think if you activate a spell card, you'll be able to put a spell...
Oh, that's not once per turn. Oh, I suppose... Okay, so it attaches from the first effect of Strenna. Now, because we have activated a spell, we get to attach a spell from the graveyard. So this negates a spell or a monster, depending on the card type that you detach, and Con searches the sheet from the deck. And we still need to make Bengal Lancer. This is everything. Through Nibiru.
It's got that 1 monster negate.
Very exciting. Very exciting.
There's a Therion King. Can you tribute the Strenna in your opponent's turn as well? You probably can. So
for who?
Well, as in Tom can tribute the Strenna, so that will be another negate.
Yeah.
Right?
So that will probably so he can tribute the Strenna to use the sheet.
Was that a 6th card Ash? That's always quite unpleasant.
Yeah. So as you're saying, the Strenna I think should be able to float into a Queen.
Yeah. So it'll give you an extra tribute.
Another crazy interruption here.
I don't know. He started with the Branded Lost. I don't know what...
That's always scary, right? Because Branded Lost means that if you have Branded Fusion, you can't negate the activation. So it actually puts you in a bit of a weird position here.
It is a strange one, because you read it and you think, great, my Branded Fusion is safe from everything. And then...
But they don't need to have it.
Then you can negate effects. So you, so you can negate, like Therion King negates effects. It doesn't negate activations, for example.
Oh, really? You can just...
So you can Ash, you can Therion King.
Wow.
So if something says negate the activation, you can't do that. But if something says negate the effect, then you can.
Yeah, so it's a big... kind of really niche point of card text utilizing the difference between activate, use, and effect. And Branded Lost stops your opponent activating cards in response to your fusion spells. So you cannot, for example, Solemn Warning Branded Fusion, but you can negate the effect, which is what something like Ash Blossom does here. Fallen of Albaz comes out here. Exact same interaction we saw last duel.
I think.
Oh wait, this
trying
lost
to
form a
I'm
fusion
not
here.
sure that what he's attempting here is.
The Bengal Lancer doesn't work against Albaz?
No,
is
it
what you're
definitely
saying?
does.
Okay,
I think
okay.
he's possibly not quite sure how Branded Lost works.
Yeah.
Because he's pointing to Branded Lost. But you can still respond to an effect which fusion summons a monster. You can't respond when a monster's been fusion summoned.
Yeah. So one of the most terrifying interactions that sometimes you get to do in Branded is you get to special summon like Mirror Jade. You fusion summon the Mirror Jade, and then on the summon of Mirror Jade, you can banish a monster without targeting, and your opponent can't respond to it.
Yeah, you can make a nice big chain link.
Yeah.
Like these effects that prevent your opponent from responding in a particular window can be very, very powerful, just like Branded Lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't think of any other interactions like that. I want to say there's a couple of instances in Yu-Gi-Oh where we've seen non-response windows. Meltdown, I think I want to say,
Meltdown is very
one of the most
similar.
important ones.
Meltdown is the exact same text. And there are a couple of there's a random old Satellarknight card that says when it's summoned, your opponent can't respond.
Wait, really? I played that deck a lot. Which one? Is it
it's one of the it's one of the 3 material XYZ monsters.
Which one is it?
Deltaros. maybe?
Deltaros. Yeah. Remember the what was the interaction? What were the materials you used to summon with it? Not the Tellarknights. You could summon it with the draw ones. Remember? What were they called? Star Seraphs. Star Seraphs. Yeah, so you could draw, pop. But anyway, enough about Tellarknights. Thomas Rose looks like he has picked up his round 2 victory here against McClintock with Rika. Let's head on over to the desk here and talk about that match. Everyone, this is UK National Championship 2023. I'm here with the national champion of 2018.
Yeah, that's the one.
What deck did you play?
I played Burning Abyss back then.
Yes! Oh, I'm
Let's
so
go.
happy. Yes, you got to defend that title here. How you feeling
I'm feeling like it's a fun event. I'm a little bit rough right now. I'm suffering from hay fever very heavily, so I didn't sleep a lot last night.
A lot of factors working against you, I see.
And I've just been away on honeymoon for 2 weeks.
Well, congratulations.
So aside from locals on Wednesday, this is my first time playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since Cyberstorm Access.
Wow, okay. But to be fair, you're quite experienced with Rika, aren't you?
Yeah.
You've been playing it for a while.
I've been playing the deck non-stop since the European Championship last. I didn't attend that event, but I saw the guys from the Brotherhood, had a fantastic run with it, obviously Marcus's day, but since then, bought the deck, and that's all I've played since. So
that's fantastic. I mean, you were extremely well proficient with it for most of the duel there. Maybe we'll start with game number 1, I suppose.
Yeah.
You got to go first. You showed off the full extent and power of the deck.
Yeah, and I showed off not just the deck, but my specific build. So I knew that I wasn't going to be the most up to date with all of the technical play for the latest set. So the deck build is greedy. I am all about resolving my combo. So you saw Crossout Designator. That is pretty ignorant of everything that's going on. I just want to get to Sunseed and I want to make the full board, because if you resolve
So what is
that
like
combo,
the full end field these days? Because it's kind of changed, I suppose, a little bit over the years.
For my list, my Sunseed combo ends me on a Bengal Answer, a Strenna, a Concon, sometimes the trap set as well if I had an extender, Regulus, and Hyperiton, usually with a negate for a monster or a spell.
Yeah, we saw that in game 3 where you had that full setup, I think, basically, and also most importantly is the Strenna floats into the Rika Queen, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So much versatility in how you play that. But in game number 2, you lost that, and we were really shocked at how quickly you picked up your cards.
Okay.
What was that about?
My hand in game 2 was 2 copies of Sunseed Loci,
Okay.
2 copies of Rika Petal, so 4 normal summons, and 1 Crossout Designator.
Okay, that's full combo.
Yeah, it is, but I was expecting to be playing second, and I don't rate Nibiru in the branded matchup, so I sided them all out. I kept in some hand traps and the crossouts because I assumed he will still have some hand traps, but thinking he's going to be playing first. If I get to a stage where I can get Nibiru, something's gone weird in that match anyway. I'm not expecting to be using crossout. I just kept it in because I figured it was better than my other options. But I took out the Nibirus. I had a little chat with the judge because I wasn't certain whether I had sided out all of them or left one. So I was asking him, what happens if I don't know whether I have the card I want to declare with crossout in my deck? He said, I'll get a warning if it turns out that I was wrong and I had sided them all out. So rather than picking up a warning in round 2, I was like, I won't risk it. I'll just pick my cards up.
That makes sense.
And then when I checked my side deck for ahead of game 3, I had sided them all out. So
so it worked out in the end. Yeah, very honourable of you, but it worked out, I suppose. So game number 3, I mean, you got to go first.
Yes.
Do everything you needed to.
Yeah, I had.
Tell us a little bit about how you played through Nibiru specifically.
I had a really strong hand in game 3. My opening was 2 copies of Rika Petal, Rika Princess, Unexpected Die, and Sunvine Sowing. Obviously, Sunvine Sowing is not a card that you want to have in your hand, but...
You don't have any other secondary targets for Dryas, do you? Like the Shrine?
I don't have any other secondary targets, and unlike most Rika decks, I'm only playing a single copy of Sowing. This is how I've been able to play the full greedy end board with the Therions and still keep the list down to 40 cards, even making space for crossout. Everything that isn't necessary, I've stripped out. So it's basically combo or bust.
So when you have, before 5 summons, you have your Unexpected Die for the Loci. How is it that you have enough resources to tribute for cost on the Princess to negate Nibiru?
The combo only needs the Sunseed to get through everything.
So you just normal summon Petal.
And I just had a Petal and a Princess in hand.
Yeah. That's very fortunate, I suppose, to be fair.
Activate the Unexpected Die because you have to do that before you put anything else on the field. And then next thing I did was put the Petal on board so that I'm insulated from any hand trap that he might have, well, any monster hand trap. And I guess I got a little bit lucky in that he only had a single one to try and interrupt with me. And yeah, it worked out exactly right. Even having the second Petal in hand meant that I could do some slightly funky routes through my combo to still end on the trap as well.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about, there was like this, I don't think it's part of the standard combo where you use Twins Grave Effect. That's not...
Oh, for me that is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You always use Twins Grave Effect?
That's the combo that I'm pretty sure I was the first person to find this line back in January. I was speaking to some of the other UK guys that play the deck, and the previous combo ended on exactly the same end board, but without Regulus. And by using the twin effect from Grave, you can get a Regulus for free in addition to everything else. So we kept that all under wraps ahead of YCS London, which helped some of the guys there make it into the top cut. Wasn't the day for me, but I'm glad that it worked out for someone. And yeah, now I think it's pretty well known, the twin combo, but I was very pleased when I found that line, because it really added a big extra layer to what the deck sets up going first off the single card.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a testament to just how in-depth your knowledge is on this deck, so it's really good to see. I suppose, like, you know, one final point about your list is, I suppose the adventure token engine has been very popular, at least in the early versions of Sun Avalon. I assume that's just not viable anymore because you need your normal summon effects sometimes of Princess, or Petal, is it? Is that what it is?
The build that I am playing specifically could very well play the adventure, because, as I said earlier, I'm all about just resolving the unexpected die or Sunseed combo.
Yeah.
But I felt like playing Crossout was better, because if you're going second...
It's a space issue, I suppose?
You could only play the Crossout and the hand traps or the adventure package, and I'd rather have my hand traps, so I've got 8 hand traps in the main deck for the Crossout package, which are good going second.
Especially into super heavy and maybe things like that.
Versus potentially if I was playing the adventure engine and I wanted to stick to 40, I probably wouldn't have space for any hand traps at all.
Okay, fair. No, that's a very eloquent and in-depth description of your deck. It's really great to see you this weekend defending your, to an extent, your national championship, going for the second. Don't think we've ever had a 2-time national champion in the UK. So how are you feeling in terms of your confidence for the rest of the weekend?
It's an odd one. I like to play competitive to the highest level, but I recognize that I'm not in the most competitive position given the opportunities I've had to prepare for the event. So I have been conscious of that in my deck building to...
You've worked around it.
Yeah, I've played to my specific scenario to give myself the best chance. I don't think that I would be a favorite for the event given the preparation that I've had, but I'm giving it everything I've got, and I'm hopeful.
Okay, in the end, that's what matters. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into this little interview between myself and Tom Rose. Cheer him on if you would like to see some more of that Rika action later in the tournament, and we should hopefully be back momentarily with round number 3. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
And welcome back, everyone. It's the UK National Championship 2023, and here we are back for round number 3.
Round number 3 indeed, at the largest UK National Championships ever.
Ever.
It's very exciting.
Over 1,000 players, and for this feature match we have...
Connor Zhao?
Zhu? Zhao?
We probably should have asked.
Connor Z.
versus,
versus Ruben here. Not a matchup we would expect to see this format. I mean, maybe you could expect to see anything this format, potentially.
Honestly, this is a deck I really like. You were telling me you really love playing this deck, Dragon Link.
Yes, this is what I'm personally playing at home. I have the full Dragon Link deck with Bestials, as we can see here, playing. It's a big engine. I mean, you play everything, pretty much, just that 3. You know, you discard the Lebellion, usually want to go for Magnamot, the best one. Banish a Light and Dark, especially in this matchup.
Banishing a Light and Dark is such like iconic Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, you're summoning your Blackluster Soldier, you're summoning your Chaos Emperor Dragon.
Or your Magnamot in this case.
In this case, you're just, or Levianeer or whatever, but it is great fun, isn't it?
I think our players are ready, so let's head on over to the table and take a look at this matchup here. So we talked about Connor playing Dragon Link.
I think we've got a bit of a surprise for Ruben.
Why is that?
Well, we're going to have to wait. Oh, well, it's already been spoiled there. The big E.
That's kind of what I was getting at here. Banishing a Light and Dark in this matchup
I see. I mean, the big Eldritch in the room. There we go.
You know, if we put Golden Lord in the graveyard, then I think Connor's going to be quite happy about that, isn't he?
Well, the Bestials, like, they're quite good, you know, without banishing cards from your opponent's
Yeah, of
graveyard.
course.
But when you get that, no.
Wait, what?
shot did I just see that card?
Huh?
No way. No way is that a Magic Cylinder.
Is this it's a Burn Eldritch deck?
No.
That's crazy. Oh, you won the dice roll as well. We're going first with set 4.
It's funny because I'm seeing those 3 skill drains in Connor's side deck. I wonder how happy he'll be
Yeah,
when
he's-
Raven plays it against him.
He's not going to need that, is he?
He's probably not going to need that. And there's not really many effects that Eldritch use on the field.
Oh, Lord. That's terrifying. I mean, listen, if your opponent sets 4 with Dragon Link, normally you're very good at just like playing through some of those defensive cards. But, I mean, if they burn you, then... You know, this might be a bit of a different type of duel we'll see here. Skill Drain comes down and flipped immediately on the first effect of this duel.
If I'm Connor here, I'm like 100% this is Labyrinth, right? Set 4, activate Skill Drain. That's a Labyrinth
For
game
sure,
plan.
yeah.
But there are many decks that can set 4 and activate Skill Drain.
Yeah, I mean, you know, burn is one of them apparently. A bit of a weird hand by Connor here. So obviously you don't want to start with Recharger. You normally want to tutor that out of the deck with the Tracer. But he also has the Psychic Soldier who rides on storms and currents of lightning in his hand. Do you know which card that is?
Oh, I see what you're going for here. That's not the good one.
That's definitely not the good side frame. Okay, this is huge. You know, one of my favorite 2-card combos where that involve like activating a discard to search is you know, Chaos Space discard Absorrouter.
But then you get you're not supposed to get a bonus off your discard because you already get a
Exactly.
bonus when it's in the graveyard. You can banish it. You can draw an extra card.
I
Shuffle
think-
back one of your light or dark dragons.
Exactly. One of my other favorites as well is the Pendulum Call, discard Dartworm. You know, do love that. I'm a big fan of that one.
That was very cool from a very long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to discard in Pendulum, but anyway, enough about Pendulum. We are special summoning Wyver Burster to the field. It was not going to be able to do much in terms of our monster effects, but they do float and search copies of each other. Chaos Space allows you to recycle. What is that?
I'm as lost as you
Oh,
are.
I think it's Magical Cylinders. Right? I think there's a. Am I right? I think it is.
What does Magical Cylinders do?
I think it just sets Cylinder from the deck.
No way.
I'm pretty sure that's what it does.
Does it not do anything else? It's just a card that says set a magical cylinder.
Okay, look, I'm not like 100%, but there it is.
You've opened up lines
Look,
of
you just-
questioning now that you say you know what that card is.
Well, he just went and said it, so I suppose that is indeed what it does. Is it continuing? No, it just sets it. Okay, so he's attacking for 1,000 here.
This is an extra line of like, you know, I think, you know, when you play against someone who's playing Magical Cylinder, it's one thing if you like lose to them, but if you lose in a feature match to someone playing Magical Cylinder, you're
never going to live it down, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a Magic... Oh, you know what I just noticed, by the way? Just as a small sort of technical perspective here, did you notice that
He activated the wrong one.
Well, I don't think you can use it in the turn it's set.
Oh, okay.
But he is kind of, just telegraphing that he has 2, right?
Well, yeah, because he activated a second one.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know if, like, that matters. Like, oh, no, my opponent knows I have a second cylinder. I guess they'll just never attack.
I think they'll probably attack.
At least it's not going to be for game, anyway.
Why was the Magical Cylinder banished? Do you know what it does in the graveyard?
Let's try bring that up on screen, actually.
It looks
Not
like
on screen,
my
sorry,
guess
but I'll
is that it
have a
doubles
look.
the damage from Magical Cylinder because you can see that Connor's taken.
Oh, right. Did he? Is it doubled?
Well, he's taken 3,400, right?
Oh, God.
And the monster he attacked with had 1,700. That's my guess. I was thinking to myself throughout the turn as to whether Connor had a good answer to Skill Drain in his deck, and I was thinking he might have to make an access code talker, but I think the Hieratic Seal just does a perfectly good job of adding the Skill Drain. Because you can just do it in your opponent's end phase, tribute it.
Yeah, no, you've telegraphed that perfectly. This card does indeed just double the damage when you banish it from your graveyard. So definitely something to keep an eye on here. Is that a Heavenly Prison?
That's a very shiny Heavenly Prison.
Oh wow, it's great in this type of deck here.
I love this card.
Does it still set under Skill Drain? Because I think it activates in hand, right?
Yeah, the whole effect is activating in the hand.
Okay.
I think.
Did you see what he summoned?
No, he's just revealing it now. So it must be his main phase now.
Okay, cool.
So he's just revealing it.
I mean, typically you just go for like Extrav, right? Like draw cards typically is what you want to get with this. I assume is probably the best target in his deck here.
Okay.
That's huge.
Yeah, the seal. So skill drain is an old school card, I guess. I'm not sure how many cards nowadays do this, but skill drain only negates effects of monsters that are resolving on the field, whereas a lot of cards nowadays that they target a monster on the field, they negate it. So if that monster effect activates on the field, it will still be negated. So for example, if you infinite impermanenced a Heretic Seal, if your opponent didn't chain it, then you activate it on the field, even though it's resolving in the graveyard, it activated on the field, so it'll be negated. But with skill drain, it only negates monster effects while they're on the field. So because it's resolving from the graveyard, it will resolve and return the skill drain to Ruben's hand, which is a big bonus for Connor now because he can play his next turn unencumbered by skill drain and get a search of Bestial Magma. But I was talking too much, so I didn't see what he searched.
No, it's a great description of exactly what happened there. The skill drain uninhibited by the seal uninhibited by the skill drain, and Connor now gets to play out this full turn here without the disruption of the skill drain. To be fair, like the fact that he's siding skill drain shows that dragons don't particularly care that much about it. We do definitely just want to try and get as much removal as possible with dragon to try and stop our opponent from burning us with more cylinders and such.
Yeah, I love it. Like skill drain it does affect Connor's deck quite a lot, but I guess the idea is it affects your opponent's deck more. Yeah. So if there's a skill drain up, it just turns into a battle of whoever has the biggest monster.
Yep,
so if you think you can summon the biggest monster with your dragon deck, then it's a good choice.
Which is very easy to do. Dissipator, Chaos Angel.
Yeah, Dissipator is huge. Like it's absolutely massive, 3,500, and yeah, as you said, Chaos Angel.
Yeah, just even the Bestials, they're just very easy to summon.
Yeah, and they replace themselves, and Druid's Worm will still send cards to the graveyard even under skill drain. So
exactly.
I think it's a good choice, and it is quite a popular side deck choice for this Dragon Link deck.
I've been playing this deck, on and off for years now. I mean, there's been so many iterations of this. Even when we had Halka Fibrax, when we had the going even further back, like Guard Dragon LP.
I was going to say when it had LP and Eclipse Wyvern, it was insane.
Yeah. It's been through so many iterations over the course of the last couple of years, and some people are still massive fans of it. And Connor figured that this would be a good event to try it out in. It's not simple. That's the thing. Like the thing, what I was trying to get at was like previously the combos felt a lot more linear. You kind of set up LP, Pisty, and then you sort of go through like a linear line. But it's not really like that anymore. Every hand in Dragon feels very sort of go with the flow.
It's always fun it's fun to have a deck where it kind of does something slightly different every time, isn't it? And you can have to do something different depending on what your hand is. Connor just reminding himself there, so Branded Beast would allow him to tribute a dragon monster and destroy a card his opponent controls, but because Lord of the Heavenly Prison is still revealed, you won't be able to destroy any face-down spell trap cards. Or it might be any spell trap cards. I might be...
No, it's all face-downs actually, because I know this because it protects Subterra Guru from being destroyed when it's face-down. Which is a popular card in the Subterra engine. Not sure if we'll see any of that in Top Cut this weekend.
So I'm wondering... if we're going to see some magical cylinder action further this turn.
So Connor should probably be cognizant of the fact that there is another one set there.
Yeah, so does the magical cylinders, like, it doesn't let you activate the card on the turn it's set or anything like that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
But it will double the damage, as we saw earlier. Okay, so this is the great thing about the Collapse Serpent and the Wyverburst. They're pairing so well with one another, especially with things like Branded Regained in this deck.
Yeah, I love it. And with Chaos Space as well. It's like, well, you can limit me to one, but I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll keep putting it back. Do you remember these cards were very cool at 3 for the longest time? And then I think when Link Monsters came out, they needed to be restricted.
Yeah, it was like popularized, I want to say, like late 2014 with the Shaddolls. You had... 3 and 2 generally was the ratio you used to play, and they've just been in and out, like depending on the Chaos decks for a while. And
I mean, they're so powerful, aren't they? You just summon a card for free, and then it floats into a new one that you can also summon for free. Like,
it's just one of the most iconic things of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the Chaos variants, the Chaos engine and decks. Like, oh my God, there's a secret barrel.
How many cards has Connor got? Because it's a lot.
It is a lot. I mean, that's the thing about Dragon Link. They accrue so much advantage with cards in hand as well. He's just counting.
That's 5 cards in play. And then he's got 5 or 6 in hand?
Yeah, so if we go for what? Like,
that's 2,000 maybe?
10 cards total. Is it 200 per card?
It's 200 per card, yeah.
Okay, so 26.
You've but that won't be destroyed, so let's keep that in mind.
Okay, that should not be destroyed currently. Yeah,
Connor
he's
just,
noticed it. He's realized that. To be fair, Ruben also missed it as well. But the judge just clarified that the prison will indeed keep this. So he just kind of loses a body there, which is really
Well, I think it
unfortunate.
was intentional because he wanted to have less cards, so you take less damage with Secret Barrel.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know how intentional. I don't know if it's worth
I just
it,
figured based
but-
on the body language that Connor had there, it seemed like that wasn't deliberate. Especially,
maybe, yeah.
Especially when you consider the fact that you want to go for like triple bursts, right? To set
That's
up
true.
that pisty
yeah.
line.
I mean, maybe he was obviously willing to tribute the card. He also wanted to destroy his opponent's card. That's why he did it in response to the Secret Barrel to take 200 less damage. But
Yeah.
I don't know if it's really worth it. It's like 200 damage.
Yeah, it's losing a body there doesn't seem great, but anyway,
He obviously not played enough Secret Barrel.
not quite
This
familiar
is a
with
card
the,
that I think evokes quite strong feelings in Yu-Gi-Oh players who have played against these strategies before. Things like Just Desert, Secret Barrel.
Yep. Ceasefire. Don't forget
Ceasefire, don't forget Ceasefire. Ceasefire doesn't work when you give your opponent a bunch of tokens with their Geometria though, so...
Yeah, it's effect monsters, right?
Yeah, exactly. Can't give your opponent tokens anymore though, because too many decks I think will happily link them off.
Isn't Triple Burst really randomly good in this matchup?
You know what?
It's like an Armades style card, isn't it?
What is in it? When your opponent... I think it might negate effects during the damage step only, or it might be in the battle phase.
It definitely negates Ray, 100%, because this was like a very kind of common thing you would do against Sky Striker back in, maybe a couple years ago. You would like attack over a Shizuku or a Kagari, and you'd be able to negate Ray with the Triple Burst. So I would assume it probably stops Cylinder as well.
My money is on it negates effects in the damage step and not the battle phase.
Okay.
But I might be wrong.
Okay.
It is quite neat. It's not really an effect anyone uses. As far as like everyone is concerned, Triple Burst Dragon is a dragon monster with the appropriate link arrows so that you can activate your Pisty.
Here's one of the most formidable dragon cards in recent years. It is Boral and the Dragon, the Link 5 monster. Not a lot of Link 5s in Yu-Gi-Oh! But
I'm loving it now that they're releasing more. There's like Link 5 Firewall monsters, Link 6 Firewall monsters. It's great.
Tetrahertz recently, I think, from Cyberstorm Access, as well as Singularity and as a Link 6.
Yeah, I think it's really fun.
I really wanted to talk about that deck, but we'll focus on it another day. I was really hoping to see some Cyburst deck utilizing the new Singularity, but I guess we'll have to settle for good old bar on the floor here, as this is going for, this would be game, but I guess it's not really possible to deal. Like, Baron doesn't do much here because of the protection of Prison. It looks like we're going for a direct attack now.
Well, Baron can still negate a magic cylinder, right?
Yes,
It can't destroy it, something.
but like it's kind of Okay, so Baron attacks. We get a replay to redeclare onto the Hakero. Interesting that we didn't use the Prison in the hand, by the way.
Yeah, I was wondering. It's been chilling in the hand for quite a while.
Yeah. So on resolution of a activation of a spell and trap, you should be able to use Prison.
Yeah, but I think maybe he's holding it to keep the protection effect, so he can protect his magic cylinder, because maybe that's his game plan here. Because Connor is down to 2,600 life points, so magic cylinder resolving on either of these monsters would end the game.
So is that
But
it?
it doesn't look like it's going to resolve because there's a Baron de Fleur.
Yeah. No. That's enough here to negate. But why is Prison not being summoned yet?
Well, you can't summon it now because the magic cylinder didn't resolve.
It's just the Quaquero. You should have just brought it down, no?
It should, possibly, yeah.
Unless we're missing something here, but Baron negating the magic cylinder means we're not going to take fatal damage, and I mean, isn't this just game from Connor? Ruben's on 6,000, right?
Well, the first attack was blocked.
Oh, true, yeah, it was blocked by the Quaquero. Magic cylinder coming down on, was negated. So I think Connor's in a really good spot now.
100%.
Yeah, like
he's used the Baron negation, so I don't know how many millions of cards he has. I'm wondering, Ruben's last card in hand is Skill Drain, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, from the Seal Bounce.
So he's got to draw something useful, maybe a Secret Barrel. I don't know if Secret Barrel. I was thinking that would be the
I think
first card. I don't know if Connor's got enough cards for Secret Barrel to just flat out end the game.
Secret Blast might work. Doesn't that one do 300?
That's 300 per card on the field.
Oh, is it field only?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to know your burn. But if it's destroyed by a card effect,
Extra into multiples
then it
could work.
does 1,000. I like that. That's a good out. That's always a good out. Pot of greed into. Can't do it with one card. Let's do it with two.
Because we can't use the beast, the branded beast in the end phase.
Branded beast can only be used during the main phase, yeah?
Well, it's just you need a bestial to act to.
Oh, you
to
need that
use
as well. That's a good point.
I think that's the activation requirement.
Yeah, I think Connor could tag out his Baron de Fleur into a bestial, right?
True. Yeah, because
he's already used the negation.
Baron is one of the few monsters, I suppose, that have the once while on the field clause. Not very typical these days, but can tag it out into a bestial to turn on that branded beast.
It's kind of nice. It's once while it's on the field, but once you've used it, you can just swap it for another monster.
Swap it out for another monster, yeah. Just tagging and looping with...
It's like playing Gladiator Beasts in 2023.
Yeah, something like that, sure. Okay, that's exactly what he's going to do here. Yep, and Magnamut gets to activate Resolve in the end phase to search for any dragon monster.
I love Magnamut. It's so fun.
All right, setting 2 here from Ruben and revealing the prison in hand.
Possibly
so he has to chain to the prison reveal here to destroy a card.
Misordering, maybe? Because if you just activated the prison before setting cards...
Do you not need to have a set already
Or maybe
active?
you need a set.
Well, the important thing here is Connor actually kind of missed the best card.
He missed the skill drain, right? But skill drain is not going to protect Ruben from taking...
No, but if he pairs it up with a walling of the Golden Lord, it could help, potentially. Because this Conquistador gets to activate in the end phase to set a Eldixir.
I don't know the Eldritch cards that well, I'm going to be honest with you.
Really? Not an Eldritch Enjoyer?
I'm not an Eldritch Enjoyer.
Wow, okay. So in a almost beneficial way here, actually the Branded Beast hitting the Conquistador is almost kind of helping Ruben because it gives him access to that Golden Lord.
You can banish them. All of them have an effect in the graveyard, right?
So either the main phase, or I think it's in the end phase for the Golden Lands in the end phase, and the Elixirs are just at any time. So it's one effect per turn, which is why we couldn't use the Equicaro last turn. So this should get like Sanguine plus another Elixir if he really wants to, because there is a Equicaro in the graveyard as well, isn't there?
Well, he activated it last turn. I don't know if anything, if it's still there.
So you should be able to use it in the grave this turn. And the skill drain, I mean, a little bit not very useful in a situation where your opponent has monsters.
Yeah,
especially big borrow ends.
Yeah, especially when their monsters are bigger than yours.
But, oh god, alright, we're just going to flip that immediately in the standby phase. Ruben's getting critical here. Both players deadly low right now.
It's not often you play a game where, like, we were talking about this before, right? Often you don't need to record life point changes because it just happens, you take complete control of the board, you swing and win the game in one turn. But now, there's a lot of life point changes going back and forth being extremely relevant. Ruben just resolving his Lord of the Heavenly Prison. So this will turn off its negation because it's no longer revealed in the hand.
Yeah.
So you do need to be cognizant of that if you are both Ruben and Connor. And he will be able to set a trap, but he won't be able to activate whatever trap he sets this turn.
Typically, it's always follow-up you go for with the prison, right?
Yeah.
But the worst thing here is, as you mentioned, like the non-protection effect kind of switches off now.
He might be fetching an extra burn card just to see if he can...
I mean, it is game if you go for... You can't use it that turn, can you?
No.
Sure.
And it gets banished the turn after.
Yeah. So...
Connor, I was wondering what he was doing with his sunglasses. He's just put them on top of his head, but I was wondering if they were going to come on and he was going to say, deal with it.
No, he's just being blinded by the light that is Skill Drain's immense glare here, I suppose.
It's the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. That's the shiny one.
Oh, he's going for Secret Blast. All right. What? Is that enough to do 26? I'm not sure if it is.
Well, he'd have to survive the turn.
Yeah, which I don't think he's going to. Do you not think like something like Waking the Dragon is something you maybe have to be scared of? Probably
Anything is possible.
Yeah, no, you never know.
Waking the Dragon is a scary card.
I mean, Eldritch Bird is out here 2-0 at the National Championship, so literally anything is possible, All right, there's that Sanguine from last turn here, so it does get to wall up alongside the prison. The question is, like, what does it really achieve for you?
Well...
They're both level 10s, right?
Are you thinking Gustav?
Yeah. I'm just wondering. Okay, so Golden Lord can turn off Skill Drain at some point if you really want to by putting it in the graveyard, and then maybe you could overlay or something. But I don't know. I feel like you're not going to be able to go anywhere near through that flow with your opponent on like 18 cards in possession.
So it looks like the branded beast, he's just going to get rid of the skill drain, that's fair enough. It's sometimes you can just cheese it, just destroy one of the monsters, and then swing over with your Borrel End and then maybe find a game that way. But I think if you just turn off the skill drain, that's kind of the safe option in the long run, right?
Yeah,
because it means you're going to resolve. You have to be very sure if you're not destroying the skill drain that you have a definite plan to victory. Whereas this, you can just, once you've destroyed the skill drain, you can just do whatever. You can make Baron de Fleur again, for example. Or you can tribute summon a Cypher Driver.
Oh, Borrel End attacks all monsters.
Oh.
Of course, remember. So flexing a little bit there with the tribute summon Driver for game from Connor.
Well, you know, you told me that Cypher Driver wasn't a useful draw.
Oh, listen, all I told you was that he was a psychic soldier that rides on currents of battle or something. Sorry, I've messed that one up.
Forces of Lightning into
yes,
battle.
Yes,
there you go.
Exactly. So that was not quite the matchup you would probably expect to see coming into round 3, right? Especially if you're XO.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest. I think Burn will always have a place in players' hearts. I think it's a kind of strategy because it's so different to all the other strategies you can do. Most, like obviously a lot of decks do a lot of different things, but most of the time the game involves around like card advantage, having a field that is impossible for your opponent to break, negating your opponent's cards. But Burn is completely different. It actually says, you know what, you've got 8,000 life points, my job is to get them down to 0. So it's just different, and it's cool.
Probably one of the most unique win conditions that has been relevant, per se. You know, we've seen a few like Exodia, we've seen things like that, but Burn has, you know, like you said, like had some sort of a place in Yu-Gi-Oh! In and out for
I feel like
a few years. Maybe not recently.
Every event, there's always
someone tries
one.
it, attempts it.
Someone turns along and
know?
they think, if I activate Skill Drain and Messenger of Peace, what's my opponent going to do?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's essentially, you know, Mystic Mine, but
with extra
steps and cards and draws, I guess. But yeah, Ruben is down a game, unfortunately, and it's probably not the best matchup for him, is it? Because branded Bestial Dragon Link has a lot of tools to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Connor like very well using the Hieratic Seal
and the
Beast. Yeah, so a lot of tools, to be honest, to deal with Skill Drain. We came up with 2 between us, and the fact that if your opponent's side decking it themselves, it's normally a bad sign. that it's good against their deck.
Yeah, exactly. You know, playing the Skill Drains himself. So hopefully we can get back to the table now and take a look at game number 2 as Ruben attempts to mount a comeback in this matchup. Okay, we'll join the table momentarily. Anyway, the Eldritch deck it's been around for a while. A few win conditions we've seen. Not really paired with Burn, has it?
No, I don't really know how they work together. I did enjoy the Magic Cylinder. What, trap cards? I don't think trap cards is a theme. I mean, it kind of is a theme nowadays because if your deck runs trap cards, it has to have as good reason to run trap cards.
Exactly.
And I guess...
As powerful as Eldritch has ever been, I think was probably... Remember the, was it Link Cross? Sort of Halka-Fibrax go 1-card combos with Jet Synchron. Yeah. And then you like draw cards, and then you end on Herald, Savage, and I think one more other monster, plus like set 5, you know, because you used to draw so many cards. I think it's probably as good as Eldritch ever was in 2020. But Ruben's still holding on for the Eldritch pride there. Oh, gonna
definitely
go first
resurfaced in Mastered All.
That's not a good card for Connor. Just setting 3, baby. What? What is that? Oh, it's
it's Wannabe.
Wannabe. Yeah,
this is a new card that I saw people playing in Labyrinth. It's a very cool card.
Do you know what it does?
Yeah, so it lets you discard it during either player's end phase, and you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can pick a trap and set it. I think something happens to the trap if you don't use it after a turn. I think it gets...
Hard to see the glare there, but I mean, there's a Solemn Judgment.
There's definitely a Solemn Judgment.
That's always solid.
But yeah, if you're forced into using Solemn Judgment, it's perhaps a bit weaker, but...
Yeah,
I think that's the full extent of its text, but it popped up in another national championship. Someone was using it in Labyrinth.
Oh, it's like, it doesn't send the rest, okay? It puts them back to the bottom. It's like, you know, it's part of prosperity for
traps.
For traps, yeah.
But it's pretty good, because you can use it in your opponent's turn. So a lot of the weaknesses of trap card effects and decks that run a lot of trap cards is that you have to wait a turn to use it, and you can't, you know, if you're going second, you can't use it until your opponent's next turn. But if you use a Wannabe in your opponent's end phase, then you can activate your trap card straight away.
I will say that I'm feeling a little bit sorry for Ruben because this is probably like the hardest matchup, like genuinely, because dragons just are very resilient to so many of the popular floodgates.
I was looking at that. I was like, I mean, maybe he doesn't know. I mean, we can see here that we've called Connor's deck Dragon Link deck. And Ruben's got a card which says your opponent can only control one type of monster, which doesn't seem to be a massive issue.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, the fact that Dragon Link has, at some point, had topping deck lists with Rivalry, then that goes to show you just how much it doesn't really care. And as we've mentioned a few times, Connor's siding Skill Drain. So there's a lot of cards that don't do anything. Goes in match, Rivalry, Skill Drain. Oh no, I can only summon Dark Dragons. You know what I mean? It's like...
I mean, Rocket Tracer says that anyway.
Yeah. Self-inflicted goes in match.
I mean, it does prevent, like, Connor's kind of looking, because normally here your first step one would be Baron de Fleur, but you can't summon Baron de Fleur at least. I'm pretty sure it's not a dragon.
He's probably a little bit scared to like just start beating down, right? Because of those cylinders, I suppose. So
Cylinder.
Has to be a little bit conscious of the battle phase. So it looks like we're activating the effect of Striker Dragon to get Boot Sector launch here. That's the card that I did want to say.
That's the one you saw.
Connor's reading Mistake. That's amazing. I love that.
If a card has, if you asked me what does Mistake do, I would tell you. But if somebody flipped it against me in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I hadn't seen it for like 5 years, I would read it,
Well, there's one thing that does hurt dragons quite a lot, and I guess it's probably one of the more, meta talking points that we didn't really touch upon. Going into this event here, we've seen like a lot of popularity with Droll Lockbird, particularly against like the super heavy deck. It's not game ending against Kashtira, but it's still very strong. I would personally be very hesitant to enter a tournament with Dragon Link with such a powerful hand trap in the format.
Yeah, that and Dimension Shifter.
Yeah. I mean,
agree.
it's all working against you, I think. So it's a pretty brave choice from Connor to try Dragon Link for this tournament.
Dragon Link is definitely a deck. I mean, I don't want to be mean to it, but I think it's overrepresented because of how fun it is.
True. Okay.
I don't know if that's mean. Like, I feel like it's definitely a strong deck.
Oh, he's not attacking.
He did attack.
Yeah,
but I feel like, if it was a sort of similar power deck, people might not play it if it, wasn't just so fun and so, like, iconic Yu-Gi-Oh!
So Solemn Judgment, I guess, just went to the graveyard, right? Because of not being used from the wannabe.
From the wannabe, yeah.
So I guess it prevented Connor from going in a little bit too hard. Just using the battle phase, trying to poke here, blocking with the Conquistador, and Ruben's just going to set 2 and pass it back to Connor now. And I guess the ball is in the court of Connor now as he decides how much we want to play into 2 mystery back row here. I just noticed Ruben, did he forget to use Conquistador on his own turn?
I was thinking that, yeah. It just sets a card, right? So it's not negated by mistake or not prevented by mistake.
You should be able to get Sanguine off of it. So he's just kind of lost Lord access for no real reason. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay.
Connor using, it's good, like, I think, when I say like secondary effect, like obviously the main effect people use every time of the Striker Dragon is the Boot Sector launch because it's just kind of free, but it does have another effect that allows you to destroy a card you control and add a rocket monster back from your graveyard.
Yeah. The main synergy sort of with the secondary effect is like Recharger, just reviving another monster. Oh, did he get the Sanguine? No, he definitely hasn't used Conquistador, so he must have hard drawn
still in the graveyard, yeah.
Yeah, he must have hard drawn it. Okay, so this is pretty good from Ruben. He's locking dragons out with Mistake and has a 28 wall here. So
I'm a bit worried that the Recharger can pop the Druis Worm.
And send
not the Recharger. I don't know why I called it Recharger. Rocket Tracer. Yeah, can pop the Druis Worm, and that will allow you to send the Eldritch and then possibly Synchro Summon a Boral Savage. Savage
Dragon with a singular negate, I don't think would really get you there.
It's just something you can do.
Yeah, it is just an option.
I mean, it's not like it's supposed to end the game. Yeah, you could just it looks like he's hovering over just Synchro Summoning Bestial Disparter. What do you think? You obviously are quite critical here because you've played the deck a lot yourself, so you've got opinions.
Well, like you said, I think the most important thing was the send effect is what we wanted to go for here, and Dissipator is going to be able to destroy a card, I think, right? Is the only... No, negate a card effect.
Negate a monster effect.
Negate a monster effect because it's the banished Honeybee. So I don't know if that's that strong in this matchup, but...
No, I was going to say, Ruben doesn't seem to have that many important monster effects.
Yeah.
I think he's activated one. Oh, no, he's activated Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Yeah, like, at best, it
And
would, like...
Wannabe.
Yeah, so, and it doesn't even destroy, so, like, if you reveal Lord, hypothetically, you would just get to just use it again on the following turn. Same with Golden Lord, you would just lose a card on the field, which doesn't really matter, because all of the elixirs and Golden Lands replace themselves. Assuming we use them, which Ruben hasn't done yet with the Conquistador.
I think the discarder...
Okay.
Oh, I think he's just using it to...
Stop the last back row.
Stop whatever the last face down card is,
Yeah.
Very heads-up play there. It's cool to have that extra effect of impermanence. Let's hope Ruben has remembered it and doesn't try and use it.
It's probably a bit concerning for Connor here because I saw there was a Book of Moon in his hand as well. Like, he just has nothing for this matchup. His side patterns are all over the place. And that's not to discredit him. He just doesn't
I was going to
have
say,
anything.
he's supposed to have something for this
Yeah,
matchup.
exactly, right? Like, you just can't play many cards here, you know? So we have to go for effect negation against the deck that plays Skill Drain. Like, that must feel really bad.
It's a good card around Skill Drain, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you can
like Baron pop Skill Drain, chain your book or something.
Exactly, yeah. It's one of the old school ways, because that interaction's been around for a very long time.
Yeah. Okay, so Boral Savage with 1 negate. It's fine.
Is
I
it big
suppose.
enough to win the game? No, it gains half the attack of the Striker Dragon. This looks like a Levianeer, so that is enough to win the game.
No? Is he going to destroy? Oh, he's going to destroy. Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I think he could have just attacked, but it seems to have
that's
ended
the end of the game
anyway.
here. Yeah, so that actually can't declare an attack. So Ruben scooping a little preemptively, I feel there.
Well, it didn't look like a situation he was going to come back from.
Potentially, yeah.
Anyway,
you're right.
I can't fault him for it.
Yeah. So that was a great display of Dragon Link, I suppose, or maybe not in a conventional way, but
Not
in a way
in a conventional way.
circumvent some of those, like, you know.
It's a good like test for a deck, because obviously like decks have their plan. They have their plan against meta decks, but if you want your deck to be like kind of robust to playing against different strategies, your opponent plays Skill Drain, goes to match, whatever. Like, it's cool to know that your deck can deal with these kind of weird situations as well.
Yeah. We're gonna have an interview with Connor momentarily. He can tell us a little bit about the Dragon Link deck and I suppose walk us through some of this matchup here. But you know, like you said, not exactly the route you would have expected to go through with your Dragon combos, trying to just circumvent cylinders and things, right?
But again, it's like it's quite a test for a player as well, because. You know,
I want to say historically, like, people usually say, like, the mark of a good player, maybe, like, at least a few years ago, was, like, how well you play through burn, right? You know?
Just being able to adapt to it. You know, you don't see it every day. You need to be able to think on the fly. It's not like you've played against it's not like you've played against this every day. So I think it's well played for Connor and a deserved win.
Yeah, great display by Connor, young up-and-coming player. So we'll hear from him in just a moment as we prepare for an interview in
Hello and welcome back. We're here for an interview with Connor, the winner of the round 3 feature match. How did you feel about that match?
Yeah, I felt pretty happy. I mean, I won both games, so can't go wrong.
So what did you think when you... Well, I mean, what did you think? You know, you see your opponent set 4 cards.
I was thinking Labyrinth. To be
yeah,
honest.
that was what we were guessing what you might be thinking.
Yeah, and I did some testing versus Labyrinth for the first time like a couple of days ago, and it didn't go that well. So I was a bit wary, but worked out in the end. Yeah.
A relief maybe to see there wasn't Labyrinth?
Yeah, when I saw the Eldritch cards, I was like, phew, big relief. I think my deck does really get well against Eldritch because the Bystials trade well with the Eldritch.
Yeah.
And the only thing that did catch me off guard was game 1. He magic cylindered and used the effect to do double damage, and from there I was just like super spooked because at one point he put me down to like 2,500 life points, and he had like 2 back row, and I didn't know whether one was like the secret barrel or something. Like, he could have just gamed me if he had one of the burn cards. I was like, but then I saw him set the secret barrel with the Heavenly Lord, I think in game 1, so I was like, okay, double one's not a burn card because he would use it. So. And then game 2, yeah, pretty much the same thing. I put Lightning Storms and Harpy's Feather Dusters in, but didn't see them, but got lucky, I guess.
Makes sense. So you're running, is it a 50 card deck I saw?
Yeah, shout out to Gabe, he made the list for me. It's a 50 card Dragon Link list. I've been playing Dragon Link for a long time, and it's like one of my favourite decks, but I just think it's not the best in the current format because it auto loses to cash. But at YCS London, I just ignored cash and I only played 1, and I bobbled the last round, so that wasn't too bad. But, yeah.
So you're playing it because you like it?
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, it's just so versatile. You can go control with like Seal's Beast Pass. You can go combo with Borrowland Dispatter. There's so many lines you could do, like, and it can play around draw and nib now. It's like it's nice. It's good. The only thing it can't play around is a Rise Heart.
Yeah. Well, just got to win those dice rolls.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Like, the matchup's definitely more favoured going first.
So are you playing the same deck as a lot of friends?
No, I'm like the only person on my team playing Dragon Link for this event. They always like Dragon Link scope.
So Gabe made the list for you and then wanted to play something else?
He put a base list out, and I tested that. It was all right. Took out a couple cards, made like a couple changes, and yeah, running with that today.
All right. How are you feeling about going through the rest of the day?
Well, round 3 of dodging cash. Let's have 7 more rounds. Hopefully I don't dodge. Hopefully I don't pay any more cash, but we'll see in it. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Do you have anything else you want to say?
I do shout out my team.
I don't know, so maybe not today.
Fair enough. No worries.
Yeah, thank you for the interview with us, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the United Kingdom National Championship 2023. It's now time for round 4, which means it's your third branded feature match.
But I mean, we didn't pick this for the branded.
It was completely by accident. I just want to apologize. We were trying our hardest to get a nice, varied amount of selection for you people to watch, but we could not miss this.
This is a real treat. I don't even know what to call it. We've had a go at giving it a name of Gate Guardian Gold Pride.
Yes.
That is what we had. So we're seeing the new Gold Pride cards in addition to the new Gate Guardian cards. I have no idea how these cards work together.
At a record of 3-0.
At a record of, this is round 4, so 3-0, absolutely crazy. So this is the player we featured with Gate Guardians at YCS London. So I don't know what to say really. He's picked up Gate Guardians, and
I don't think his opponent's going to know what to say after this one either. I mean, it's quite a matchup, and I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's a good branded matchup or not.
It's interesting.
It's 0-2 on stream today.
I think if you're like running a fairly normal deck and it's an early round and you get a feature match, then you kind of know that either you're going to be playing someone who's maybe won the last national championships or something like that, a high profile player, or you're going to be playing someone with a weird deck. So if you don't recognize your opponent, then you know something's up. And Darwin's probably knows something's up already because the first card we see there is Magician Soul.
Oh, is that a spellcaster?
Yeah, they're all spellcasters.
Right, okay. They're not like Thunder, Aqua, or something? Would that make more sense?
Oh, no, hang on. Maybe I'm talking nonsense. I know, it's just that one that's a spellcaster.
Okay.
I love Magician Soul in this deck because the field spell lets you put a... so he's going to discard...
Wall Shadow, right?
Wall Shadow, Ghoul of the Labyrinth, I think is his actual name.
Ooh, Ash Blossom. Maybe that's like the branded fusion of Gate Guardian, is Ashing Wall Shadow.
Well, because it's great because the field spell, if you can get it, but which Kevin has been unable to get, would let you... the field spell itself is a spell, and it lets you put a Gate Guardian monster in your spell and trap card zone. So that gives you 2 great cards to send for Magician Soul.
Yeah.
It's quite bold, to be honest, ashing something when your opponent has a Magician Soul, because that could stop your opponent drawing 2 cards.
To be fair, I mean, your opponent activates a card that search a field spell. Field spells,
Field spells tend to be pretty good.
I think if anyone had even a slight idea what Gate Guardian does, you'll probably be aware of the fact that the field spell is like the heart and soul of the deck. And ooh, yikes, as you can see here, a pass just on a Linkuriboh.
Linkuriboh does let you set one of your opponent's monsters to 0 attack. That might defend him.
Yeah. Mirror Jade is not going to be able to do a lot of damage this turn, right?
I don't know how many sort of defensive interruptions Kevin was playing in his deck, because obviously he's got two different engines in his deck, both of which require him to run quite a lot of cards.
So I mean, the cool thing is that there's, a... I don't want to call it a synergy, but there's decent 1-card interactions, at least for the Gold Pride variant. Your best starter, I think, is what is it called? He discarded Crowd Goes Wild, but the other continuous spell. It's pretty much like a 1-card kind of setup here with Leon. Unfortunately, he didn't draw that portion of the deck, but I suppose when you have engines that interact with one another that are just kind of 1-card combos, it sort of creates synergy.
It's very difficult. I think if we see it in action, maybe we see Kevin execute a few more combos.
Oh, Droll and Lockbird. That does shut down the branded lost search effect, but if your opponent's adding branded lost, that means only one thing. They've already got it.
They've already got the branded fusion, so this is not looking ideal for Kevin. I mean, it does mean that Darwin won't get the search, but I think he's happy enough. So you start off by sending Fall of Albaz, and then you have to think for a minute about what your next thing to send is. You can send basically anything in your deck.
Mm-hmm. The issue, I suppose, is maybe the Droll stops you from going for game. I mean, there's a decent amount of searching nowadays with branded.
I don't know what's just happened to that branded lost. It's just found its way into the graveyard. I think our table judge there just reminding him he's put the wrong branded spell into the graveyard.
Okay, so going for Albion with the Quem, is it?
No, that was a Blazing Cartesia.
All right. Cartesia is sent here for the Albion, and now on summon, no responses here. Can use the Albion to perform another fusion.
No responses are allowed.
Yeah, exactly.
So Albion's going to fuse with the Blazing Cartesia and the Alaba, so that should be making a... I don't know, I should pick a way of saying this card's name. It's like Grangnol. Oh, it's making a Lubellion anyway. Okay.
All right, you're protected now.
I'm protected. I
Ooh,
can
discarding
say
Bestial Libellion. That's really good.
Yeah, because that you can just, normally the branded Lubellion can't attack, but if you turn it into a Bestial Lubellion, then it can attack.
Yeah, exactly. So immediately using the effect of Mirror Jade on summon here, just, I suppose, taking some kind of advantage of the Lost Window, just removes the Link Rebo, and that will help clear the way for 8,000 damage, I suppose.
Well, we'll see. He might have just been sort of because he just put the Lubellion back in his extra deck, so that might have been why he was sort of flicking through it. Because he hasn't actually put anything.
Well, he's using Libellion's effect.
Huh?
He's using Libellion's effect, right, to shuffle itself back?
Yeah, but he's not used the Mirror Jade yet, is what I was pointing to.
Oh,
yeah.
right, yeah, sure. Okay, I see what you're saying.
That was why his hand was in his extra deck. It wasn't to send something for...
So tributes off the Libellion here for the Bestial Libellion. Not finding enough damage, I suppose, but, I think if Gate Guardian is down to 2 cards, it might be a bit of a tough situation to come back from.
I like the way that, the Lubellion's attack was set to 0, but he still went and attacked with it anyway, just to show who's boss.
Yeah, just, asserting a little bit of dominance here.
And during the end phase, you still get, even though you can't add, you can just set directly with Albion, so that doesn't...
Returning the Cartesia as well to the hand, was that?
Yeah. So Cartesia, if it's in your graveyard during the end phase and a fusion monster was sent to your graveyard this turn, then you can add it. Interesting he's gone for the branded opening there and not branded in red. Maybe he doesn't have any targets in his graveyard to add back with branded in red. That might be the case.
Yeah, you need to add back a Albaz or a legal
Albaz
target
or
of
a
sorts.
Despia,
Yeah, especially considering he's actually hard opened ad libitum. So if he uses Mirror Jade, he can use it again this turn, but I guess not, now that we're doing the opening instead of the branded in red. Let's see if Kevin can mount a comeback here with some sort of Gate Guardian field breaking. I'm not sure. They can summon level 7s without tributes, so it's like Kashtira with small discount.
And the gold, honestly, I think all the gold pride cards do get bonus effects when your life points are lower than your opponent. So maybe being on 5,000 life points, Kevin's now in the driver's seat. I mean, especially with the gold pride cards.
Literally in the driver's seat as we take off with the crowd goes wild to reveal a gold pride in the hand, and then I think it swaps it for a different one, and then you take some damage.
I think it just adds a different one actually. I don't think you have to swap it. Yeah.
Okay.
No take backs.
All right. I mean, this is what I mentioned earlier. It's the semi 1-card interactions that this deck can do. Try and set up that rank 3 into a carry for a synchro setup, but going to be a little bit hard through the Mirror Jade. Droll Lockbird comes down here.
That's not something you want to see.
Yeah, I think both of these engines do actually search a decent amount. So Droll might be enough to potentially shut down Kevin's turn here. Let's see what he's got though. Golden Carry.
You're going to have to be carrying me on the
golden carry
cards. Yeah, I know I know what the Gate Guardian's doing. You know what the gold pride cards do.
Okay,
so between us, we could play Kevin.
Yeah, we might be able to reach room temperature IQ here. So we'll see what we've got. I do know that they are 2 level 3 monsters, and a generic rank 3 that you can summon with this deck is the Golden Carry Ixie. But branded on opening is going to be enough for Kevin here as he concedes this turn. All right, well, that was definitely a duel.
That was a duel. I'm really hoping that we see Kevin really show off what his deck can do, because we saw the Gate Guardian cards at Y600 and that was great. He actually won the match we featured.
The whole match, not just the game. So that was really impressive considering just how the Gate Guardian deck really it's like a 2 or 3 card combo to set up a spell in the gate, pretty much.
It also sets up Gate Guardians combined, which you read cards like that and you think, oh, okay, so I just can't target my opponent's monsters? Is that a problem? But sometimes it is. If your opponent summons a monster with 3,750 attack and says you can't target or it can negate up to 3 times per turn a card that targets the card on your field. So, it doesn't. You don't think, oh, that doesn't necessarily stop me, but you do actually have to deal with it at some point. So,
I mean, if I was in Darwin's position, I'd be like, if only there was some sort of non-targeting removal in my branded deck.
That is true, actually. I was trying to think of that as well. Maybe I'll have to search in some kaijus,
Yeah, it's maybe a harder matchup per se, because of those protection effects. Mirror Jade really circumvents that quite well.
It does,
so
yeah.
Maybe we were planning for super heavies and Kashtira most likely. That's why we've got those main deck Droll and Lockbirds by Kevin.
Droll and Lockbirds really picked up.
Yeah, these sort of quick effect lingering hand traps get to shut down a lot of strategies, and they basically beg the answer, like, do you have an out at this point in time, or do you potentially just have to pass and lose, right?
Yeah, I think it's nice if you're like, if you want to run less interruptions, then it's good to have one that's like really high impact, like
blowout, of course.
Whereas if you've got one interruption and it's like an Ash Blossom, it's like, okay, so that will trade like for one of your opponent's cards, but then they can still use the rest of their cards. Whereas Draw and Lockbird might do a lot more just by itself. I mean, it might do less sometimes. Sometimes you'd rather have the Ash, but oftentimes if you've only got one card, you'd much rather it was Draw.
Yeah, that's true. So I think our players are ready to begin duel number 2 as we head back on over to the table. Let's see if Kevin can show us a little bit of that Gate Guardian Gold Pride action. All right, we're here again, and it looks like I would assume you probably go first with this deck.
I hope so.
Use your Wall Shadow, get your field spell, and do some stuff from there. There is some sort of FTK you can do with Gate Guardian. It might involve some other level 7s like Arsenal Falcon that you overlay into it, special from the deck, but don't think that's what Kevin's going to be doing today.
Didn't look like that when we had a little peek at his deck list.
Okay, so I mean, okay, it's a bit of a tough position. It really is, sorry, I'm all over the place here, but I just saw a peek at Darwin's hand, and he's got the Nibiru. And is that good against Gate Guardian?
We'll have to wait and see. Look at this boy.
Oh, Prisma! Okay.
Prisma, it's such a cool card.
All right, so
I like the way he knew what card was on top of his extra deck.
Yeah. Decides to send the is it Sanga?
of the Thunder, yeah.
I was playing Sanga in some like retro deck recently that I was trying to build. It's is it a 1 tribute monster?
It's 2. It's level 7. No one
doesn't it have an effect that like lets you tribute for 1 or something? I might be mixing this up, but it's like untargetable maybe or something like that.
I think when it attacks a particular monster, then it sets it to 0. That might
might
be one of the other effects.
Amazing. All right, so Nibiru unfortunately not going to resolve against a singular elemental hero here, but 2 back row from Kevin is all he's going to really have to try and defend himself with here.
He's not looking super happy about this.
Yeah, he does actually look very frustrated. So reveals Gwing Null.
Fair enough. You've got like a very cool deck to show off when you get a feature match, and then you don't
draw the combo. Yeah. Even if just like for one of the games you want to be able to like, I just want to do my combo. I just want to like show you that the Gate Guardians are playable, and they are because it's 1-3.
Yeah, he's 3-0, which is pretty great.
Ooh, okay. Well, that's a Gate Guardian card that's going to help out here. Okay, all right, sure. So the quick effect of Cartesia in response to the first skill drain to attempt to fuse is now being responded to by a second skill drain.
Wow.
No fusions.
No fusions allowed.
No fusions allowed. All right. Looks like that's going to resolve, and Darwin's just going to have to go ahead and try and do something with beat down Branded with no access to fusions.
I mean, how do you think the Branded deck plays into skill drain?
It plays.
It plays, because it still has large monsters, which is kind of what you want on the skill drain, right? I mean, none of them are as large as the Gate Guardian.
I guess like the only concern is like, how do you get to a large monster, since Alibur has just been negated and will be negated
forever. Yeah.
I
guess you just need to draw into the Branded fusion.
Yeah. The Albion being used from the hand there to send the... is that Retribution, I think it is?
I think it's Retribution,
It's one of the trap cards being
If it's a
sent
trap,
in.
it's Retribution. That can banish itself to add a Branded spell of trap that's in the graveyard, so that was what we saw in the previous feature match, adding back a copy of Expulsion. But normally you just use it to get back an extra copy of Branded Fusion.
Decent amount of damage here. Double skill drain and Cartesia. Gonna bring Kevin down to 44, so definitely can't really take another couple of turns of this, as unfortunately and very frustratingly, he doesn't seem to have anything here, just sets and passes.
Yeah, I don't know how much his... I mean, presumably he knows that his deck can operate under skill drain, but I don't know how much, I guess we'll have to find out. Darwin resorting to good old-fashioned Yu-Gi-Oh! Summon my 1800 attack point level 4 monster.
All right, is it a set Ash Blossom? Let's find out.
I would love that.
No, it's a carry, not quite large enough, and that is going to be 30-something damage here. Kevin's getting very critically low now.
3,300 damage, yeah. I'm really hoping that, Kevin can maybe show us
like he is
one
like,
of the Gate Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, he's like one card off the top here. He's nodding, and oh, no, that's unfortunate. I guess he's just completely brick there. Well, these things happen. As we see, a summon limit, a draw.
He had all the things to stop his opponent from playing.
Except by normal summoning. He wasn't stopping those.
Sometimes you just need to...
This is the saddest winner we've seen. He's very upset for him. Oh, well.
He looks, yeah. I guess a win's a win. I mean, obviously you'd rather have a more exciting game, but sometimes the cards fall.
Yeah, you definitely want to, you know, show off your deck, show off your strategy on stream, and it doesn't look like we got to see that. That's unfortunate, but I suppose Branded won its first stream game, so you know,
there's always a silver lining.
Yeah, according to you know, Branded feature, I'll say, like, as our guest of honor today, he is currently 1-2, so still in with it with a chance.
It's good to see some good like sportsmanship. It's always fun. Like, I feel like when you play someone and they're playing like an interesting deck, it's always nice to like chat with them afterwards and like figure out what it's all about. Because when you're playing, obviously you have to be like laser focused and you can't be too chatty, and you've got to like make sure you're paying attention to the game. But then afterwards, it's nice to like have a good chat and see what they were going up to.
Yeah. I guess we'll have a little post-match interview here, and Darwin can tell us a little bit about his Branded strategy, what he's decided to play in this list, and things like that. So we'll get him mic'd up and heading over here in just a moment. So what can I say? It was unfortunate from Gate Guardian, but Branded, I guess, getting to do a little bit more than it normally does. So, well, maybe not in that last game actually, but
maybe we'll see Kevin later in the tournament. You never know.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we'll be back in just a moment with our victor this round. Darwin will be with us shortly. Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's the end of round 4 as we are sitting here with Darwin for our post-match discussion on your Gate Guardian matchup. I guess, have you been practicing for the Gate Guardian matchup?
I have no idea what they did, to be honest.
Were you a bit surprised to see that this was your opponent?
I was really surprised, because when you summoned Prisma, I thought, okay, he might be on Manadome or...
oh, you actually didn't even know what he was playing after game 1 even, right? Because the Prisma was game 2, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, game 1 was pretty fast as well, I suppose.
Yeah, no, but it was unlucky because both games he just break, couldn't do anything.
It was unfortunate. He didn't really get to play too much. But about your strategy, you know, you picked Branded for this event. Is there any reason you decided to roll with the Branded strategy?
I've been playing Branded ever since last year, actually. I topped last year in Natsuva as well.
Well done.
By top card, I drew both games, the entire Frightful package. So.
Oh, you're playing the Fright for Engine as well. That's kind of been dropped now.
No, that was like last year.
Yeah.
I just really like the deck. I think I like more aggressive decks, and I just go full power. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I lose.
Yeah. Well, I suppose one of the drawbacks, I suppose, of branded, you know, we've talked a little bit about on stream already, is, you know, Ash Blossom being such a hard stop on branded fusion. Do you think you're one of the branded players who's managed to come up with some sort of strategy to solve that problem of branded fusion?
So today I got Ash and Nib, and I gave him Papa locked him.
Oh, really? How'd you do that?
So basically, with like having Cartesia and Quem, makes it like that you can at least survive the turn and give him puppet lock them, and so you summon puppet lock in their turn, and then summon your Aluba, and you follow back for next turn as well, and they can't play. And if they have the Ash again, that's unfortunate, but it just basically makes you survive one turn where you got Ash, because Prime Fusion is your main card.
Yeah.
And then later you can next turn you can activate it and win the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Okay. So you're able to like do something through Ash Blossom is, you know, I suppose like a main sort of turning point of branded. You mentioned the gimmick puppet lock, which I suppose has been probably the standard default win condition for branded. Is that really what you've went with, or have you tried any other alternate strategies with branded at all?
So the game puppet lock I only use when I 100% know. When
Are you maining it or siding it?
No, I'm siding it. Because I just felt it was too bricky in the main. And if I have a feeling that my hand is weak, I'd rather end on a good board and not giving puppet lock them than just giving puppet lock them and have like a weak board where next turn I have no follow-up.
Yeah, because you have to like capitalize on it, right?
Exactly.
You know?
And there's also a way to play around Bestials and Bell. So you just go, for example, Brian Fusion, send Albaz, give him Puppet, go into Lubellion, scar a card, send back Albaz and Lubellion, and summon Albion, banish that, and any other monster like Tragedy, for example, and then you get a Search Quem or something else.
That's pretty good.
So, and I think Bell can't even hit it because the targets are banished.
Yeah, exactly. Although I think it actually works differently because it's Grave or banished potentially, so I think Bell does stop it. Maybe.
I'm not sure. I had one ruling.
I'd have to read the card, but anyway, it's besides the point. I was going to ask you as well, what do you think of Dark Magician, or rather the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon? Because we've saw like some people incorporate that in...
No, I actually love it. It's my favorite card of all time.
Okay.
Yeah, like last year in ads, I wouldn't have topped without the card because no one expected it.
Are you running Dragoon?
I'm running Dragoon.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
Right, tell us a little bit more about that. Is it like... It's not really standard. I mean, it was kind of popularized earlier this year at an American event, I believe. So have you continued that on?
Yeah. So I've been playing it since over a year now.
Okay.
Because it's like a win card, like sometimes, because if your opponent is on low life, you just go into Dragoon, and if it's in a grind game, they use probably most of the resources. So most they can't even deal with Dragoon at that point.
Yeah.
And if they're like a high level, like a monster of 3,000, for example, then I'll just pop it, and sometimes I'll be game alone.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Is this part of your standard opening? Like, what would you if you have like just branded fusion and a discard, for example? Typically, what have you been ending on?
I'll normally end on Mirror Jade. I never end on Dragoon because Kaiju's and it's like a really big thing right now. So they can.
You think they're quite popular because of Rise Heart?
Yeah. Like Rise Heart and for super heavy samurai maybe a Lava Golem or something. So I only do it during the grind game where it could actually win me the game. Like most of the times when I summon Dragoon, I win the game.
Okay. All right, awesome. Yeah. Well, that's a really in-depth and eloquent description of your branded deck. So, it was really cool to see you utilizing some of that strategy on stream. And thank you for explaining and sharing with the viewers your deck, your strategy, and hopefully we'll see you later on throughout the tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. Amazing. Thank you everyone for tuning in. This has been your round 4 feature match. We'll be back in a little while, just after lunch of sorts, as we continue on with round 5 of this United Kingdom National Championship Qualifier 2023. Thank you.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the UK National Championship 2023. We're here live for round number 5 this time. Round number 5, and we finally have for you the deck that I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a lot of, at least tomorrow in Top Cut. It's Kashtira.
Yeah, we were looking at the comments in the Twitch chat, and someone said, "Where's the Kashtira?" And we thought, you know what, we'll give everybody what they want, which is Kashtira. We've kind of been skirting around the edges of the metagame, I feel like, and now we're deep diving straight in, you know, no holds barred. We're going to see a Kashtira versus a super heavy samurai deck.
That's actually what I was interested in showcasing this round, which is why we've picked up on Tristan. Tristan Pugh has brought a super heavy samurai strategy, but a little bit different than sort of, I guess, what the standard is. If there even is a standard right now, considering it is quite a fresh deck, he's actually playing a gimmick puppet lock variant of super heavy. So we'll see if that works out.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, the super heavy samurai deck is such a powerful like start engine. I feel like it can do almost anything, you know.
Yeah.
And here we are seeing something else. Like it can search machines. So I think the idea is to search out a Cyberstein and.
Yeah, so that's essentially what his deck is trying to do. The Geargigan X, right, is the searcher of any level 4 lower machine.
As well as Clifford Scout, does that search level 5 or higher? Maybe.
Well, at that point,
not
you probably
Scout.
Genius.
Genius.
You are a genius.
Flashbacks.
The Geargigan specials out the searches out the Cyberstein, and then the Cyberstein special summons the branded.
We should probably have figured out the name of this because we were talking about it earlier.
Its branded monsters are just.
It's branded, but it has expulsion.
So the new branded monster that was brought out on Cyberstorm Access.
Exactly, yeah.
It works exactly the same way as branded expulsion does.
Yeah, so it can target a monster and 2 monsters in your graveyard and summon one to either side of the field.
Yep. So you set up your gimmick puppet by sending to the graveyard. I'm actually not sure how you send to the graveyard. I'm sure he will show us in this matchup exactly how that functions. Is gimmick puppet a machine also? Maybe that's that's the plan. Okay, maybe you search that with the Clifford Genius. Yeah,
who knows?
He's also playing the gimmick puppet Lynx. I mean, that has to like do something in this deck, I suppose. We'll figure out. I mean, it's new. It's cooked up by Tristan, who's I suppose quite known for playing kind of wacky strategies. I remember he was one of the people who played Dragon Link FTK with Exploder Rocket Dragon. He loves these kind of strategies. I don't know what it is.
You can FTK with super heavy samurai. You know, I don't know why.
It does do a lot of kind of everything.
So, do we have the players ready?
I think the players should be seated and ready to go. Not yet, actually. In
a little bit. So we can talk a bit about what the opponent is playing here.
Yeah, so Alex is on Kashtira. And the thing with, I suppose, this matchup specifically is like why I wanted to show is we've got two both very renowned UK players. They are quite known in the community as some of your more experts in the United Kingdom, so it's a really good matchup, and I think we're going to get a very, very good duel here. So let's jump on over to the table as we take a look at round number 5. So super heavy samurai with Tristan here and Alex on Kashtira, and I think the I suppose the more safer option of this deck list is the fact that I think Kashtira is probably the deck to beat.
I think it's the deck to beat. Even though there are some new decks that have come out in Cyberstorm Access, I think Kashtira kind of remains the deck to beat in most people's minds.
Yeah. And I think the most important thing that we'll check out right now is who won that all-important dice roll. Tristan is definitely going to be in a pretty commanding position if he's won this dice roll here, but based on how the cards are being handled, yeah, it looks like Alex has won and begins with Pressure Planet Wraithoth.
That was a good attempt. I don't know if that's how you say it.
Is it Wraithoth? Wraithoth?
Oh, maybe I just don't know how you say it. Wraithoth.
Oh, you like Visa Starfrost? Name every planet he's been to.
I don't know. He's been to, there's the...
Oh, Droll and Lockbird, that's huge.
Pressured Planet. The lovely, there's the Calm Planet for the
that's the new
Vanadiums.
one, the Vanadium one.
I don't know what exactly it's called.
Primeval Planet Perlorino is the tier limit one. And what's the Scareclaw one? Reichheart? Reichphobia? Some?
Yeah, that's the Primeval Planet.
Yeah.
What's Perlorino actually called? The Purple Planet.
Jupiter. I don't know. All right. Well, Droll and Lockbird is hitting our unicorn here, and it's not like game ending against Kashtira. You can kind of put up some stuff, especially if you can put up potentially enough materials with something like Birth to just hard make a Rise Heart.
Yeah, Droll Lockbird's one of those cards. It can be quite devastating if you start with like terraforming into a field spell or something like that. If so, Droll can be pretty annoying. But if you start with a unicorn, it's not the end of the world.
A lot of hand traps coming down here from Tristan. Remember, this is one of the most unique kind of, I suppose, restrictions and conditions we've seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Super Heavy Samurai is not able to play spells and traps.
Yeah, so I guess for your non-engine cards of choice, it's probably going to be these monster effects you can use in your opponent's turn. Maybe a miss there from Alex. I don't see why he didn't use the Kashtira Unicorn to banish a card from his opponent's extra deck. Feels like something you'd want to do.
It doesn't involve attacking or anything, right?
No, it's when your opponent activates a monster effect, all the Kashtira monsters trigger either when they attack or when your opponent uses a monster effect. So
Motorbike gets hit with an Ash
okay, he's
Blossom
doing it now
immediately.
though. But yeah, he could have had two monsters.
Two monsters
gone
ripped
now,
out, yeah. Well, it's a bit of a weird sort of opportunity here because, okay, he goes for the Springans Merrymaker face down.
I quite like that. I think a lot of players pick that because it's kind of like a 2-for-1 because the gigantic champion Sargas, the only way you can access that is to go through with Springans Merrymaker. So it's like a 2-for-1 and that's the way they get a very big Zeus in play. So I think that's quite a popular choice.
Speaking of popular choices, Fenrir has been almost like the new age Pankratops in a way, as sort of a staple kind of engine.
That ultimate rare Fenrir is so shiny. I'm glad you knew what it was because I was just like, it's just a wall of glitter.
Yeah, so Pankratops is limited to 1, and it was very popular for a while. It's just this sort of like special summon body that you can put on the field, disruption as a form of offense, and Fenrir kind of fulfills that same sort of style of play, I suppose, which is why Tristan's opting to play like the 3-card package of it.
I mean, it does everything that Pankratops does pretty much, plus it just gets you a bonus 1 for free, so...
Wow, okay, so Alex went Ash Blossom on the motorbike here, but it looks like this is probably one of the more frustrating points against Super Heavies. Like sometimes they've already drawn.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, this hand for Tristan is just. I think if he could have picked it, he couldn't have picked it much better, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like,
did he start with Benkai or Wakaushi?
Wakaushi, yeah.
So Wakaushi, Piercer, and motorbike, and draw.
And 2 hand traps and a Fenrir. Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a perfect hand.
No, it doesn't get better than that. All right, so Pacemaker here is being added, and going second with Super Heavy Samurai. I mean, we talked a little bit about it in maybe like the previous matchups vaguely, just how some of there's sort of like a lot of like varied win. Oh, his 5th card in hand was Driver. That's amazing. We've talked a little bit about like the various win conditions this deck employs, but going second, I mean, it's just you just kind of like hit your
it's
opponent.
Just good old-fashioned summon a ton of monsters and attack your opponent for 8,000 damage. I don't think you need to be too fancy when you're going.
Chain link 1,
second.
2, and 3 here is a big sort of pivotal play that you go off here with on the super heavy side, getting the search with the Soul Piercer, the revival of the Axel, and Wakaushi rescaling itself.
Yeah, Axel's kind of, it's a little sneaky, because you're supposed to be making a level 8 synchro, but then instead
it essentially just makes Baron, right?
Yeah, you just get to make a 10 instead, which can be a lot better. Well, in this case, it's better in this situation than level 8. So you can bring back that motorbike.
I just hate how much Baron over sort of shadows my boy Cheng Ying. I love that card.
You love Cheng Ying?
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Cheng Ying is great fun. Yeah. I do.
It's
agree.
Generic. That's why I think it's great. You know, if you have a deck that banishes, you can trigger Cheng Ying, Ice Dragon Prison your opponent.
I feel like Bestial Disparter is another, and Chaos Angel. We have
Chaos Angel's a jump scare because it doesn't use tuner monsters.
Yeah,
or it doesn't need to.
There's a lot of 10s. I think that's the point now. I think Cheng Ying's moving down the list, like of
perhaps. All right, so using the Pacemaker here, special summoning out Scales, and that gives you your level 8 synchro play.
He's a Peacemaker.
Is it Peacemaker?
Yeah, he's not a pacemaker. Pacemaker's the what you put to make your heart go at a steady speed.
Okay, right. Sorry, my medical knowledge is obviously not up to par. Okay, Peacemaker is using the effect attribute, and we get a level 8 synchro play with the Scales here. By the way, can I just mention that Scales is like a 1-of in the deck, right?
Yeah, it's 1-of, yeah.
Yeah, and do you know how old that card is?
We were talking about this earlier, I remember. It's very old.
It's next Challengers.
Give me a year, because I don't know the year of that.
It's 1 after Duelist Alliance. Please tell me you know that.
No, I'm not very good with these.
All right, well, Tristan takes down game number 1 here with that clutch Droll and Lockbird.
That is enough for Alex, yeah.
So we didn't really get to see the win condition per se, but that is exactly kind of how super heavy samurai plays, you have so many starter engine cards as well as disruption because of those 1-card combos. You can fit in so much sort of go second like hand traps, and it just stops your opponent from being able to play.
I mean, pretty much all, like, there are about, I want to say 12 cards you can draw that will, you know,
all do
everything, all do full combo, because all you need to really get to is that Soul Piercer, and any card that gets the Soul Piercer is full combo pretty much.
Yeah, and going second, you know, the combo that we discussed quite at length at the start of this round was, you know, the gimmick puppet lob, but going second, you know, you just have so much, I guess, resilience against disruption because of all of these 1-card combos, and able to close out the game there with 8,000 damage.
I mean, I think the key there was having the interruption for Alex, right? So yeah, if you can stop your opponent from, I mean, the board he ended on was very subpar, right?
Yeah,
you don't really want.
I mean, that's what Droll does, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You know, going into this next matchup, I assume that Alex is going to want to go first, of course.
Again, yeah.
Try and set up that Cash Zero field. For options going first, you know, he's got his own Droll and Lockbird here side decked, which is quite a hard shutdown sometimes for super heavies, right?
I'm interested because I think a lot of players have chosen to include Droll and Lockbird in their main deck.
Yeah.
So side decking it, I'm wondering what he sort of doesn't want it against, because obviously we saw there against Cash Tier, Droll and Lockbird it's not like, it can be great and it can be fine, but I think it's always just at least fine. So I wonder why he chose to put it in his side deck rather than his main deck.
There's a really sort of big focus on his main deck disruption against the mirror match, I want to say, from Alex's side here. You know, you've got multiple copies of Book of Moon, there's Enemy Controller. These are very sort of, you know, I suppose, typical cards in the mirror match.
Yeah, I agree.
Not opting to go all the way full on with Eclipse, but
they're targeted at the mirror match. I
Infinite
love the
Impermanence
fact,
is not quite common, I feel like, recently.
No.
It feels a little bit dropped off, but I guess it's the one card that circumvents Talents, which has been quite popular.
That's perfect, yeah. I was just going to say, I love, like, Econ and Book of Moon are just like these ancient Yu-Gi-Oh cards that appear every couple of formats.
Yeah. Really showing your age there by picking that as your favorite, but very well.
Huh? Why?
Because they're ancient.
They are ancient. I don't know how old they are. They're very old, though. I don't know. Book of Moon is...
Enemy Controller was...
I feel like it says AST on it, but I don't know what AST actually stands for.
Ancient Sanctuary, right?
Okay.
Potentially.
Well,
that's like the fourth set or something.
Someone will fact check me.
Yeah, someone
I'm
fact
pretty
check
sure Kaiba played it in the.
Yeah, AB, up, down.
Yeah, it did a lot more things in the anime.
I don't know the cheat code exactly, but let's see if Alex has some sort of a go first combo that can actually play, I suppose. He didn't really get to do much on his first turn in game one. And that body language is not ideal, is it?
Yeah, but some players are like that. You know, that you have like a hand that's not perfect, so you kind of give it a look. But the hand could mean anything, you know, because it's still got a unicorn in it. You know what I mean? Like
sitting there, like thinking, oh god, this hand.
Because it might be that he's got 5 Kashtira monsters, but it's still one of them is a unicorn. I mean, I guess
I'll summon my best starter 1-card combo.
So
Okay.
unicorn straight into Theosis. I wonder. I guess
this to play around
Gamma exactly, right? If that's your only monster, and
okay, that's pretty smart actually. Yeah, Gamma is like very popular in Super Heavy. So activating the Theosis first, then Unicorn, basically, as you said, like allows you to play around the Gamma, which is very good because it negates, but it removes the body, which is quite strong.
Most of the time when you're playing Cash, honestly, if they destroy your monster, you're just like, that's great. Now my board's empty. I can summon another one. But if he doesn't have another one, then this is a very, very nice line to not get blown out by a potential Gamma. I mean, having said all of that, I don't know how many people just Gamma the first Kashtira monster you summon. Oftentimes people are a bit greedier with it, try and hit the Arise hard at some point.
I was just checking his deck list here to see if he was playing the Zone 5 lock combo, which I feel like has fallen off a lot. A lot of people don't really go for that much, probably because of the prevalence of just how much hand traps are in the format, right?
Yeah, I agree. Like, more hand traps. And I think maybe the Kashtira players themselves want to run more hand traps, which might mean like cutting out the last couple of pieces of engine.
So still hasn't used his Unicorn yet, but I mean, I guess all that's missing really is Burf at this stage, and Rafe's off is going to search for another Kashtira here, so as we mentioned, you know, this hypothetically could be like Lock 5, but not playing the required pieces for it, so we're just going to go for a Scareclaw, and I think it's still like...
This is still a Lock 5 if he wants to, for sure.
Is it without... I thought you had to play Ogre for that.
Ogre's like lock even more than 5.
Okay, right.
And it also, like, it depends on like how efficiently you can do it, but I think Alex has drawn like 3 or 4 Kashtira cards, so The more Kashtira cards you do, obviously, the more zones you can lock.
Yeah.
So it depends on whether you can make like one Shangri-Era before you make Diablosis or two. And again, like depending on how many monsters you have access to, whether you can also have an Arise Heart in play. So.
This is very unlucky by Tristan, by the way. I'm just saying, because looking at his deck list here, the only like go second sort of, you know, equalizing cards he has are in the form of hand traps, and he just has not drawn one.
Yeah, he's got the one solitary Kaiju.
True.
I do.
Only because it's searchable, I suppose.
I know a lot of people run this
But
Kaiju.
but like the thing is, you can't search the Kaiju if you can't play.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, I get the idea. I don't know how practical it actually is.
Yeah.
He's also got these. He's got the sort of knockoff Kaijus. I don't know what to call them. Santa Claus.
Great value discount.
Exactly. Well, I mean, they're just as good, but yeah, it's typical here to. Alex is having to think about which zone to block. I mean, it's pretty typical to block the pendulum zones, right? Against
it's particularly strong against Super Heavy because the way that Wakaushi interacts is that it specials itself and places a card from to the other scale.
Yeah.
So if you just lock one, you can never actually resolve Wakaushi because you can't special then place it in that scale. It has to be in the other opposing one. So it's never live against a singular lock on a spell and trap zone in the scale, that is.
It is quite funny because your opponent's running no spell and traps. You're like, what zone should I lock? I know the spell and trap zones.
Pendulum. Maybe that was like the entire gimmick that. The lock was supposed to achieve was like, hey, one singular spell and trap card is enough to stop Super Heavy of all decks, you know, which is not a spell and trap deck. It just Pendulum is a discount spell and trap.
Pendulums are great spells and traps.
Yeah.
Well, especially with Kaushi, like it summons a monster, searches a monster without using a normal summon and sets up a pendulum scale. Like,
what does it not do?
That's a good question.
Beat. Scareclaw here is special summoned and banishing the Theosis, which is a recurrence for Big Bang. And we've also got Birth here for the extra normal summon of Fenrir. And double Shangri-La looks like the line here, right?
Yeah.
There it is. So this is 6 total, won't it be?
This will be 5, right? Because there's one locked already, and then you're going to banish once for Diablosis, and then twice, and then once. So Diablosis will banish face down on 2 separate instances.
So 4.
So that's 4 more, and there's already 1. So that makes 5.
It's a bit strange though, because you want to hit a scale, right? So what do? You just leave them on one monster zone?
You just leave them on no monster zones, right?
But then they can still use a scale, which I mean, I guess that doesn't really matter.
you also can't use Wakaushi if you have no monster zones.
It doesn't really matter. Wow. Zone locking, monster sort of area zone control. I mean, that's a mechanic we've never ever seen before.
It is kind of wild, isn't it? It's quite fun to have something different. And Tristan just confirming here, like which Shangri-Era's on which zone, because it can make a difference. Because sometimes if you have, for example, the Santa Claus we were referring to, if you tribute one of the Shangri-Eras, then it's important to know which one you should tribute, because depending on which zones you want to use.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe, as we were talking, maybe if you had like one Shangri-Era targeting each of the spell and trap card zones, then even if one was removed, then Wakaushi would still be not available to use. Alex, he's not made an Arise Heart, which I find a little odd. He could have upgraded that Fenrir into an Arise Heart. But
okay, we're just picking up here that, Tristan unable to see any hand traps, and I guess maybe not even a Santa Claus for this matchup. So just a simple display of the Kashtira zone lock strategy. You know, 5 zones gone, and well, I mean, how do you play without a monster zone?
It's pretty difficult, especially if you're not running any spells and traps.
Especially
like if you have spells and traps, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, typically, like even if your opponent's playing like a normal deck that isn't super heavy samurai, I think it's always correct if you can lock 5 to always lock spells and traps, right? Because Rise Heart deals with a monster, and usually the powerful cards in any deck is generally spell cards. So
yeah, I agree. Like if you were completely blind, but the nice thing about this deck, I mean, nice maybe is mean, but you get to look at your opponent's extra deck, so
you know what they're playing.
You know what they're playing, so you're pretty much never doing it blind, unless like like for the first zone it's blind, but then after that it's you get to see.
Yeah, good point. But we're gonna head into game number 3 here because well, that was a great display of the zone locking strategy, and Tristan gets to go first now, which I think I'm going to be very scared of if I'm Alex.
Yeah. One thing I'm interested in is, like, again, this idea of, like, maybe going second. I know I was talking about it being quite bold but I think against Kashtira in particular, it's a deck that like is quite vulnerable going first. I mean, it didn't look vulnerable there, but like a single card like Nibiru, I mean, he's not running Nibiru, so maybe he won't be doing this, but you know, like a single Nibiru or a single Droll can sometimes just you know, Kashtira does this, it's quite unique what it does, is like locking down your opponent's zones, but it doesn't set up interruptions. It sets up an Arise Heart, which is very powerful, but if you can deal with the Arise Heart, then typically you're going to have a good time.
I suppose that's sort of begging the question. One of the hardest points is Arise Heart is such a, shall we say, pivotal sort of pillar of the format. It's, I feel quite central in what deck you pick and, you know, how you deck build, because such a powerful, formidable boss monster that's often indestructible because of attaching Goliath, is a Macrocosmos on legs, and is a banishing face down. You know, it's like, I think that by itself, just virtue of banishing your opponent's monsters, kind of shuts down half of the viable choices you would want to bring to an event sometimes.
I agree. And it definitely is one of those cards that impacts, Kashtira like really impacts people's deck choices and their deck building choices. I mean, funnily enough, you just see these weird, like, people just include 2 of a particular card in their extra deck as well. Like,
yeah, all because of Diablosis, you know?
In Tristan's deck, there's 2 Zeus, which, to me, I can't really imagine you using 2 Zeus in a game very often, but you just need it because you really want it going second against Kashtira, and if you only have 1, they'll take it away.
Just randomly to mention as well, because of the extra deck sort of ability that this deck has, I was looking at some lists recently, and I noticed there was a Mathmech player I saw who was playing 2 Access, 2 Update, 2 Splash, 2 Alimbertion, well, like for no reason other than the fact that like Kashtira is a deck, you know?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It's fun. I've seen Kashtira players then go next level, and you just end on like Diablosis Unicorn. So you you banish 1 during your opponent's turn, and during your turn, and then when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can take out the second Access Code Talker, and that's that. You know?
Yeah, and then how do you go second? All right, so Alex doesn't seem to have anything for this motorbike here. Let's see if the resolution will be hit by a Droll and Lockbird. It does not look like it, and so Wakaushi will get him off to the races.
Here we're going to see the full glory of the Super Heavy Samurai deck, and with Tristan's unique twist, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see if he pulls off that win condition of the Cyberstein play.
Cyberstein's a very cool card.
Is it? Is it though?
Okay, I mean, I think the way people use it is maybe not so cool, because you normally summon something quite nasty from the extra deck.
5,000 life points. That's,
but I think it's quite
tax.
cool, because it does a lot. It does interesting things. It lets you, you know, summon a random branded monster in a Super Heavy Samurai deck, you know?
Yeah, it does. It for sure just opens up, like, so much, you know, versatility in what you want to achieve with your combo.
It's one of the
Isn't Wagon one of those weirdest card effects, by the way?
You like it? It switches to defense and switches
puts
to
itself
attack.
to defense like Summoner Monk, and then just puts itself to attack.
Why not?
switch swapping here, but there's a Soul Piercer added from the deck to the hand, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a one-card combo, so we'll see if Alex can...
Oh yeah, this is...
I don't know.
This is big combo. This is looking like... So he's going for the... Oh, the Scareclaw, okay. I was wondering if he was going straight into a Baron quite early, but... Because obviously the earlier you could make a Baron, the less vulnerable you are to losing to a particular hand trap.
So looking at the deck list of Alex, you know, if we're going for that big expulsion style combo that Tristan has in his list, I think Ghost Bell might work against it.
I agree that Ghost Bell might work against it.
But he's probably going to have a negate for that.
Oh, well, I was just thinking, like, Ghost Bell, you side it in against Branded directly to deal with this. But this isn't the sort of thing you expect against Super Heavy Samurai.
Well, if you look at the clothes they're wearing, I'm sure they
probably know each other, yeah.
Yeah, they're probably quite familiar with one another's deck, right?
Ghost Bell, to me, it feels extremely low impact against Super Heavy Samurai. I mean, I know in this case...
But it's for this exact combo, right?
Yeah, it's like a last ditch. And we do see the Ghost Bell.
Oh, wow, there you go. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, right, like, if you play against a deck that just will win the game immediately, you have to put absolutely everything in,
maybe
right?
Maybe it's just like an extra thing.
You know, even if you're stopping, like, a scales effect, like, you need something, right? Because otherwise you will just potentially lose on the spot. You know?
That Ghost Bell actually was pretty devastating.
What did he use it on, the Link one?
The Scareclaw, yeah. Because the Soul Piercer is very much the heart and soul of the deck, I would say.
Let's see how far he can continue off here just through a singular hand trap.
Yeah, so being shut off like that one search, because that one search turns into many more searches quite often.
Yeah.
So we can now make the Baron and not get hit by any more interruptions this turn probably, but Tristan's only got, well, how many cards already?
2
I
cards
can't
in
tell.
hand.
His hand's too. Oh, he already searched the Peacemaker. Oh, I think he's probably okay. Maybe I was getting ahead of myself, thinking this.
I mean, it
this
might not
ghost
be.
bell could shut him down.
It might not be the full combo now because of that.
It's not full combo, but he can still. I mean, I don't know what he's going to link into.
Or overlay, I suppose. Can you overlay with the wagon? Scale, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
so
just a level 4. It's
Yeah.
not a tuner, so you can't synchro.
just special summon from the grave. Powerful, strong.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you can still make Gigant X, I suppose, at worst, and at best, I guess we will see.
That is how that functions in terms of his deck's win condition. But he is having like a think here, you know, so he's not exactly.
He's having a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, that Ghost Bell must have done something very prohibitive.
Must have, yeah, confused him at the very least. I mean, at worst, you can make like a Merrymaker as well, but he seems to be going a bit further than that.
He's gonna go Genius, all right. Pacemaker
Genius.
searching for, sorry, Piercer for the. No, I called it Pacemaker again.
Yeah, that's what I was.
All right, surgically crafting his win condition here.
Exactly.
Dr. Tristan.
So he's going to get to search another super heavy samurai card, and then, I mean, I'm assuming he's got another machine, so he can pendulum summon 2 machines at once, which lets him trigger the Cliffort Genius, not Cliffort Scout. It's so cool, like being able to pendulum summon in addition to doing all this stuff.
Did he hard draw the Cyberstein? Oh wow, that's crazy. Okay, well that has to be game, right?
I assume he has the requisite stuff to make the.
I mean, if he's going for Regulus, it must be, right?
Make the gimmick puppet link.
Wow. That is very unfortunate for Alex. Did actually draw a hand trap to help, but it just doesn't look like it's enough here. And here is the branded fusion monster, special summoned for 5,000 life points by Tristan from the extra deck.
The Cyberstein is what, you know, like most of the time if a card has a life point cost on it, you just kind of ignore it and think, okay, whatever, I'll pay my life points and then I'll get what effect I wanted. Cyberstein does make you think, you know, like 5,000, is that enough to like make you worried?
It's not a joke amount.
It's not a joke amount. Like, can your opponent just set 2 secret barrels and...
Okay, so the gimmick puppet is just a generic machine link, I guess. And this is what just sends, yeah, the gimmick puppet from deck to the grave here. So the link monster, just Foolish Burial, and that's the lock, that's the combo. So in the draw phase, I guess, of Alex, Tristan just simply activates the effect of the branded fusion, resolves the effect, and gives his opponent the gimmick puppet.
Just got to make sure he doesn't have too many monsters in play. We see there Baron just like destroying one of his own cards.
Why does he destroy the link and not the Piercer?
I guess he just wanted more monster zones.
But it's in the EMZ, it shouldn't matter, right? Must be a reason for it.
Yeah, I don't know what the link does. When
it's clearly done it for some purpose here, so here we go. Draw phase. And I don't know how many cards really deal with this exact situation. You know what's funny, by the way? Even if you ignore the fact that you're locked from special summoning for the rest of the turn except for gimmick puppets, how do you it's like Mushroom Man too, right? Your opponent gives you a monster in cash tier. What do you do?
It's very annoying being given a monster in cash tier. It's really surprising that like a lot of effects that just give your opponent a monster, just it doesn't do much. It's just like, here's a monster. It's just really annoying for cash tier. The only real line of play that you have through this is if you've drawn cash tier birth, because that lets you normal summon a level 7.
What level is the gimmick puppet? I think it's 8, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can never XYZ with it anyway, but I think it is 8.
I mean, you could make Puppet Master of Strings or something. What's the gimmick puppet rank to?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll print a gimmick puppet that requires only 1.
Oh, Giant Grinder. He's 1. Do you remember Giant Grinder?
Yeah.
Wait, is he 8 or 7? No, he might be 7. I'm not sure. Anyway, Alex is trying to play here just with a normal summon of the Fenrir. I mean, that's something, but Tristan does have a line of defense of Baron as a negate and destroy, as well as Regulus as a negate of any card effect.
How many attributes are there in play?
Let's see. Wind, light, earth.
There's definitely
dark.
a dark.
Let's go with like 5.
So the well, I mean, if you need 7 for the. I guess you can't have 7 unless there's a divine. So you need 7 for the Fenrir to attack over the Baron de Fleur, right?
Okay, sure.
5 is enough to attack over Regulus. It's not small, like.
So Talon's picked up off the Prosperity. I don't think a monster has activated in the main phase, however. Ooh, Scareclaw. Okay. I mean, it's not going to be able to be summoned. Is it an effective special summon?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a quick effect. You can activate it in either player's main phase.
Okay. Alright, battle phase attack over the Regulus here.
Is it just bigger than it, or is he just targeting it? It looks like he's targeting
Well,
it.
Fenrir activates on declaration, right? So
yeah.
you have to Baron, negate and destroy. And yeah, that's it. That's the end of the game. GG. Oh, he
Oh,
top
the
deck draw
sixth
for
card.
6. 6 card draw. That's horrible.
That's
Unlucky.
always upsetting, yeah.
Yeah, nothing worse than seeing your clutch hand trap being your 6th card for turn. As Tristan takes down this game with the super heavy samurai deck.
Well, we picked him because this was the cool combo that we were expecting to see, and I guess this time we were not disappointed.
Yeah, well, there's a few ways to play super heavy, and I think this was going to be one of the most unique versions of it, was Gimmick Puppet. I don't think that's been super popularized. Typically, people either go for the standard Ballista combo, you just end on like a bunch of Omnis, like your Apollosa, Baron, Regulus. There's one other one in there, isn't there?
Savage.
Sometimes Savage. But yeah, we've also seen Hand Loop as a version of this deck, right?
Yep. I mean, this deck can do everything. You know,
it's such a toolbox. It's just a machine kind of toolbox sort of thing. So
yeah, I mean, you can search all the machine links that you have access to, and the machine, because there was kind of this deck before, kind of people referred to it as Earth Machine, because there are a lot of cards that, well, were Earth Machines, and I think there was a couple of cards that locked you into only using Earth Machines. So we saw that there was like almost a deck, and now Super Heavy Samurai is like using all of those tools as well as its own very powerful copies of its own cards.
Yeah. So, is it surprising in a sense that Tristan came out on top? I think like having that dice roll was actually quite a important factor.
Well, he got in second game one, but the game one was very decisive.
Oh,
I
he did
agree.
actually. Yeah, I mean that draw on Lockbird was really powerful.
Game one can be very important, obviously. I mean, it's easy sometimes, like when you have your side deck plans, when you're going first with the option to side deck how you want to, it can be very powerful when you're going first. You know, you can put in extra nasty cards for when you start, or do an extra nasty combo like we saw from Tristan.
I expect Tristan to go quite far, personally. What do you think? Do you think this is a type of deck that can go all the way?
I think this is a great deck. And yeah, why not?
Anything can happen. So, all right, we'll be back with you in just a moment as we have a player interview with Tristan. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back. This is the round 5 post-feature match interview. I'm here with Tristan, the winner of round 5. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Yeah, you enjoyed that?
Yeah, I had fun.
So what did you think? Was this your friend of yours you were playing?
Yeah, the same team. Last Nationals, I also played against a teammate in a feature match. That was the European champion, Marcus Patel, and I beat him too. But,
wow. I don't want to play you in a feature match.
Yeah, the feature match is where I shine apparently, because the rest of the tournament went awful.
So, what are you feeling? How are you feeling about your deck?
I'm feeling really confident. I haven't done as much testing as I would normally for a tournament. I don't have as much time now. So I've got a daughter, so my life has changed dramatically. But I'm really confident in the deck. I'm really confident in the choices we made. The combo is I feel like it's the best combo in the room by far.
Yeah. How did you come up with it? Was it something one of your friends said? You just found it messing around?
So it's something that a friend saw. Shout out to Zeki. He showed me the combo because he was messing around with Cyberstein combos for a while, but he was doing really weird stuff. But then the gimmick puppet thing is so oppressive, and it makes so much sense. It's so easy to do. The combo works against Droll. The combo works against multiple hand traps. You just need to get Gear Gigant and summon the Stein, and that's the full thing. So everything else is just extra to protect you from stuff. It's really good against board breakers. Moffat had he got to talents, but it didn't matter. He got Prosp, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm really, really confident in the combo.
Are there any decks you're afraid of, or you think this is the deck for the weekend?
Cash can be quite hard because it's a deck that mains Shifter, and beating Shifter is really hard. But you just take the chances. Super heavy mirrors are kind of die rolly, but I feel like their end board usually is breakable. My end board is not breakable at all. So I feel pretty confident that if I go first, I probably seal the game. But if they go first, there is a chance they lose.
I mean, the deck's very explosive, right? So I guess going first can make a very big difference.
Yeah, exactly. Also, you have to load up every deck with hand traps now. You can't rely on board breakers because you just don't know what people are going to do.
Do you have a solid plan for going second, or you think I'm just going to stuff my deck? I'll put some Ashes, Ogres, Cherries, and...
It's relatively solid. A lot of the hand traps work even if I get shifted. So if I do get shifted, hopefully I make a Baguska and some hand traps and live. And then some decent high impact hand traps. It's really hard with such a wide format. You can't main specific hand traps because you're going to play against a lot of different decks. I think I've played against 5 different decks so far.
Oh really? So what have you played against?
So round 1 I played against Despia. Round 2 I played against... I can't remember.
That's okay.
Round 3 I played against the Super Heavy Samurai Mirror. Round 4 I played against Runic, and that was actually the first time I pulled off the Gimmick Puppet combo, because every other time I've been hand trapped multiple times and ended on sort of a half board. He had no idea that Gimmick Puppet was possible, so he was looking at a Dark Rune in his hand yeah, okay, this is not going to do anything. And then obviously cashed in round 5.
And which was the toughest?
The Super Heavy one is the only... and Cash. Super Heavy and Cash are the only ones I've lost a game against.
Oh, wow. So you're running very well this weekend.
Yeah, it feels pretty good.
Are you excited? Do you think you're going to make top cut, deep into the top cut?
It's really hard. It's top 32, so, a lot of X2s might not make it, but, I mean, so far I'm XO. Hopefully, if it keeps going, I don't have to worry about tiebreakers. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm feeling a lot better now that I've gotten into the swing of things, figuring out the combos. Because, we figured out a new combo literally yesterday morning, and then everything about the deck changed. It felt like we had to change a bunch of ratios, it's really hard. I played in a side event yesterday, and I finally opened a combo that we talked about, and I forgot how to do it. So I made the weirdest end board, but it was enough anyway, because you just end on negates.
I feel like you could draw a hand of 5 new cards and come up with a new combo.
Yeah, sometimes you figure out new interactions that you never knew existed. Peacemaker has a hidden effect. That if you equip it to a monster, they have to attack that monster. It's it very rarely comes up, but it can.
Yeah, it's always good. The more you play, you learn these little effects, and then sometimes it doesn't come up for 100 games, but then...
Yeah, exactly. Literally in the hotel room, I was sat on my bed doing test hands, and I was like, oh, this hand full combos, that's really cool. And I didn't know it did.
Nice. Well, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for doing the interview with us, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the National Championship of the United Kingdom 2023. It is now round 6. We've got quite a feature match here, don't we?
We do, yeah. We get to have a bit of fun, like trawling through the top tables, having a look at people's lists, seeing what would be fun to be on the feature match. And we decided we found a particular, well, I guess people call it like furniture labyrinth sometimes to distinguish it from the usual labyrinth. Well, it's like the first iteration people built where they played like a couple of the labyrinth cards and then a ton of trap cards. And now people are playing like more labyrinth cards and a few less trap cards and maybe a bunch more hand trap to complement it.
Yeah, so we wanted to get as much variety as possible for the early rounds, as tomorrow and later in the sort of tournament, you kind of expect that to sort of devolve into the centralized kind of top 2-3 kind of decks. Very unique archetypes we've got in play here. Labyrinth, as you mentioned. We've also got Mathmech, a cyber powerhouse that utilizes Mathmech Circular, who's still been wrecking havoc ever since Power of the Elements. So
yeah, it's kind of like it's there. You know, people know it's there. It's not like the most popular deck, but it's not something you've not heard of. I expect most people to be kind of prepared for it.
Yeah, it's a cyber strategy, so a lot of special summoning, a lot of link climbing, link plays. Going second, you know, that typical summon access, summon transcode, summon update is probably something we'll see at some point during this duel. But going first, you know, Mathmech, I guess, has that big factorial sort of play there.
We saw a super spicy version of Mathmech at YCS London, where someone was doing like this big combo where they ended up, because one of the, I think it's Mathmech Diameter, is actually a tuner. So you could summon Omega and Lambda and banish a card and search Gamma. It was a very cool combo. But I think today we're going to be seeing a slightly more standard Mathmech deck where you kind of focus on your compact, solid combo and then back that up with lots of hand traps.
Let's dive into game number 1 here between Matthew Chen and Toby Andrews. As we mentioned, Labyrinth is the play here for Matthew, who I think a lot of him and his friends actually have been quite sort of confident in this deck. You know, I know there's a lot of people running around from that London community who think that Labyrinth is definitely the call for this format.
Labyrinth is definitely a deck. I mean, those virus cards I think are the real payoffs for playing Labyrinth because they're just so impactful. I mean, I'm sounding like a broken record, I guess, talking about YCS London, but we saw somebody play this version of Labyrinth and activate 2 viruses on their opponent's first turn and discard their opponent's entire hand, which is pretty devastating.
Yeah, especially if you can and here Matthew has actually won the dice roll, so this is a really, I guess, important part of the duel because it's the stage where if you've opened well enough, you actually get a lot of information on what your opponent's playing, and ooh, okay. Joel Lopert is actually quite good against this version.
I don't know. I don't think, because a lot of the cards, rather than adding cards, they set cards directly from your deck.
Right, okay. Well, so, it's not going to matter too much.
But you might as well use the draw, because your opponent might have Pot of Prosperity, for example.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you going to use it against?
Yeah, exactly.
You know? But 3 set cards is going to be enough here for Matthew to end his turn, and Toby's going to start off with Signet Mining.
I was wondering if that was happening in Matthew's end phase for a second, though, because he still had...
what is that he just discarded? Is that another driver?
That's another driver.
Right? It's hard to see with that glare here, but... Toby gets to search for he's going for Diameter. Yeah, so he's already got that Circular. Diameter is your best normal summon. It's a special summon from the graveyard on your normal. And most important of all, it's got that very great negate effect. Negate effect for the material that it provides.
Yeah, it's a really tricky effect because it's giving the monster the effect, and it doesn't have to still be an XYZ material. And you can synchro with it. There is a Mathmech synchro as well. Matthew's just saying, put the card on the field, then I'll do something.
You gotta love the sort of send for cost sort of ability that Circular has, right? You know.
So we saw Ariana search Big Welcome, but that's the regular welcome. So we know Matthew's also got the Big Welcome face down, most likely, and he's chaining the effect of, I'm going to get the name wrong again. It's Lady. Is it this just Lady Labyrinth, and then the other one's called Lovely Labyrinth?
Good question.
Yeah.
This one
this one is Lady.
I think they're both Silver Castle, right?
Yeah.
Of sorts, right? The one I like to equate it to basically is I like to call it Multi-Faker.
Multi-Faker? I suppose it does special summon if you've used a trap card this turn. Yeah, that's fair.
All right, so Coup Clock is added.
So what do you call Ariana then? Is it the, there's a 1600 that searches a trap in Altergeist as well.
Oh, Marionetter.
Yeah, there you go.
They're very similar decks.
I don't know what Coup Clock is, though.
This is the one that lets you activate traps like that you search? Or
No, I know what Kukok does.
Oh,
I
like
don't know
the
what more.
equivalent is. Okay.
Melisika.
Do you like this? The punishment immediately on the special summon of Circular?
I think it's kind of like Mathmech just summon a lot of monsters, and most of the effects of the monsters are just to summon themselves. So I feel like it doesn't often matter which one you destroy.
So
I might be wrong. There might be an ideal time to do it.
This is the extra deck sort of build that Labyrinth has been accustomed to recently. Is they play the it's a Tri-Brigade card that acts as like a just essentially a very good divine punishment. Dogmatic punishment ability because it sends such a large monster. With the I forget, Tri-Brigade Buffo.
I'm not going to know its name. It's got 3,500 attack
yes.
points.
So it's very large.
Yeah, when it's sent to the graveyard, you can send
another extra deck monster.
Is it another, or does it have to be like a Tri-Brigade? Like
it might have to be a
Beast,
Tri-type, but it sends Garura, which is like really good.
Is what you want.
Yeah, so it gives you a draw there, as well as removing a monster that your opponent controls. And there goes the Sigma, which is banished when it leaves the field when special summoned from the graveyard if you do not control a monster in the extra monster zone. And we do know that Toby has another extender in play here. It's, oh, he was going for Small World here, okay. Small World,
This is the Small World Challenge. What is he going to get? Because he could get anything.
Well, I have seen typically they use this as a bridge between Jizukuru. But we're going for a level 8 wind monster with Parallel Exceed into Subtraction, or Addition, one of the other. And so that means we've got a normal summon, special summon, and extender. That's 3 bodies that still technically update access code that we still have. If this last set card is Big Welcome, right? So
well, Big Welcome's in play already. So the last set is something...
Is this unknown?
Yeah, I don't think we know what it is.
Okay. Well, point is that we do actually... have 3 materials. Oh, he's going to go for Lingeribo.
So you can make Lingeribo to begin with.
Yeah. So, and now from Lingeribo, which stops your opponent from, well, at least you can negate and banish your opponent's trap cards this turn. It means you can go into your Diameter here, Revive, and we might see some sort of Alimbertion line here. Oh, he's playing Nibiru
as well.
Wow.
Full complement of hand traps and regular traps, I suppose, from Matthew. This is all the cards gone for Toby. So
he's literally on 0 cards, correct?
Yeah, well, apart from this giant token, but I don't think the giant token will save him. Matthew, on the other hand, I think has got enough juice to keep going. So he's got the Big Welcome engraved, which will allow him to bounce the token. He's got an Ariana in hand that he returned to hand with Big Welcome. So I think he's happy just to grind this one out.
It'd be really funny if Matthew drew that Nibiru specifically off the Garura. I would be fuming if that was the case.
Well, I don't think you can really tell if you're Toby. Well, I don't think anyone will. I mean,
yeah,
Matthew
he had like
will
2
know.
cards in hands, right? So,
yeah,
only Matthew knows. Maybe we'll ask him after. I suppose the best thing about Mathmech is that it does like play really well into Disruption. But usually like Effect Negates, Ash Blossoms, you just have like a lot of tools, but there's sort of like that choke point of Nibiru when you just have all of your bodies. You kind of sometimes can't really come back from that.
Yeah, and there's only like so much interruption you can play through. I mean, Matthew destroyed the first 4 monsters that Toby summoned, so I don't think... I mean, you can only be so good at pushing through interruptions, right?
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for, losing that dice roll. And Matthew kind of setting up most of what his deck is trying to do there with all of that disruption, coupled with the hand trap of Nibiru that he drew. Off to a good start, I think, right?
Yeah, just a very solid start. That's kind of what you want from Labyrinth, isn't it? You get to go first, you get to set up a few traps, activate all your traps, will out your opponent's cards, and then use your powerful engine to kind of grind the game out after that.
Stroll and Lockbird not really being too much of an influence at all there, despite the fact you would really want to see that card in your opening hand, I think, this format.
You do against the sort of generic... If you don't know what you're playing, I'd love to have a Drawn Lockbird. If you know you're playing Labyrinth, I would hate to have a Drawn Lockbird. So it's, it's tricky, because again, like, Drawn Lockbird is a card... The reason it didn't see much play prior to Super Heavy Samurai was because it does have this sort of downside, is if your opponent only had 1 card to search, then it doesn't do anything. So you... In a situation like that, it really didn't look like it achieved very much, but I don't think it's like a deck building error. I think it makes a lot of sense for Toby to include in his deck, and I definitely advocate for most players to be running Drawn Lockbird in this format.
Very correct, very correct. I didn't pick up too much on the Mathmech list and variant that he was playing, but one thing that I've been a fan of is the incorporation of the Link 5 monster, the brand new Firewall Tetrahertz.
Tetrahertz?
Yeah.
What does that one do?
I think it gains attributes, right? Based on, or that might be the...
Is that Dark Fluid?
Oh, he does that as well, but there's 2 new firewall monsters.
There's Singularity as well.
Singularity, yeah. That's particularly good because it's a Link 6. I think there's only 3 of them in the game. But that turns on Dunmari if you're playing an Ignister engine. Although I feel like Ignister is definitely a horrible choice this format because of Droll and Lockbird and Riseheart. So shout outs to any Ignister players who've been trying Singularity. I'm with you.
I love seeing. I think it looks really cool. The fact that you can make regular Firewall Dragon and then make it link up into Singularity and then bring back the regular Firewall Dragon. It's great.
I didn't actually check if Toby was playing the Firewall main deck monsters that have just been released.
I think I had a look and didn't see them.
Yeah,
but that might be my inability to recognize the pictures.
Yeah, so we've seen like a couple of Cyburst decks recently over the last couple of weeks. Through various regionals and such. They've been playing the main deck Firewall monsters because they let you just like link climb quite easily. Firewall Defender, usually play like a 3-1 ratio or something like that. But Toby's kind of just going with good old sort of noodle soup math mech, you know what I'm saying?
Good old math mech.
Yeah. Not a great start here actually for game 2 as we've just normal summon Diameter and not used the effect.
This to me is looking like a Parallel Exceed, yeah.
Okay, well, at least you get your Alan Birchin, so that's really important and good enough, I guess.
It can let you get. It still lets you get to your Super Factorial.
Is it full combo? Because I'm not sure if you can search Factorial since you control an EM. How do you trigger the Circular in this instance if you control a monster in your extra monster zone?
You can just tribute it, can't you?
Oh yeah, Alan Mirage can just clear itself.
Yeah, it can just tribute itself.
Okay.
Very handy
Should
effect,
be fine.
Apparently. Don't want you anymore. Off you go.
Imperm comes down on Alan Birchin. That's very strong, actually, because if we don't have another body, then we can't even make, I suppose, maybe Wicked into Masquerena. But at the very least, I think this deck will always be able to go Heat Soul, which is a great backup plan. Yeah, it looks like we are going for that. Here's the Splash Mage. Oh, wow, that's a Bestial.
The Bestials, I think people were siding these specifically to deal with Mathmag, which it is very devastating. Like, I know people call them giant DD Crows, but they are like giant DD Crows, and you get an extra one for next turn as well.
Yeah, no, that is a huge Bestial here. Let's see if we have an extender. We do have an extender still. Toby still is able to keep going through 2 hand traps, actually. Alan Birch and Splash Mage being linked away now. Is there more, or do we think this is it with Heat Soul? It is going to be enough with Heat Soul. So despite Matthew's efforts to stop Toby from playing here, he will at least Pot of Greed.
Good Pot of Greed, it's a good consolation prize.
For 2,000 life points only.
Unfortunately, you don't get the second draw until your opponent's turn, which is, you know, it's not as fun as having it on your own turn.
Not immediately drawing here. No back row to set from Toby, it looks like.
It looked like an end phase kind of motion, and Matthew just getting that search.
Yeah, there's Baldrake, which, can he summon it now in the end phase if he wants to?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how much you really want to like load up your field with. Oh, here comes the
old Imperm Faker, as you.
All right, draw for turn, and let's see if Toby wants to use his own his own Heat Soul in the standby phase here. Try and draw another card. Doesn't look like it. We're in the main phase. Okay, we're in battle phase, and now we're drawing. Okay, so 3 cards in hand. He's going to survive at least.
You think that was battle phase?
I think it's battle phase, yeah. It looked like Matthew motioned an attack.
There was a definite motion, but I suppose the players know.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
All right, well, not even a normal summon Ariana, I guess, from Matthew. Potentially loaded up with more hand traps.
He can complain.
Yeah, he's in a pretty commanding spot
his opening hand. Like he ended his opponent's first turn with more monsters in play than his opponent did.
Not even having to trade a token or anything. So Toby gets to have another chance here to push through, this time contending with back row, which is going to be quite scary.
This is very tricky as well, because he knows his opponent's last card is the Bestial Baldrake. So even a Mathmax Circular would get shut down because we wouldn't be able to summon the Sigma from the graveyard.
Okay, so that's kind of cool. We've got Gamma in the hand, but it's going to be quite hard to force out a monster effect here. So activates the Sigma, attempting to special summon, hoping that Matthew responds with something in response to the Sigma activating in the hand here.
That would be very generous of him, but
doesn't look like it.
I guess he doesn't have any monster.
Yeah, so that Gamma's probably just going to be dead this turn now, unfortunately for Toby, not able to bait Matthew into responding.
So what do you think is the line for Toby here? He's got the Sigma, he's got a Gamma.
Summon update, summon transcode, summon access.
That seems to be your go-to.
I mean, why not, right? It's three monsters is all you need. That's addition or subtraction. I always get them mixed up, but regardless, they do say special summon, so not too bad here.
I think that one's subtraction.
Okay.
But I might be completely wrong.
Well, if it's subtraction, I assume that Lovely Lady has now had her attack points reduced by 1,000.
Unfortunately, you can't target a Lovely Lady while your opponent controls.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's true. Wow, she is quite a tank, isn't she?
She is quite a tank. She's got a lot of attack and cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects while you control face down cards. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, this is why people opt to just play like, you know, a Labyrinth minimal core with a bunch of hand traps, some trap cards. Even without the furniture, you can just kind of play like, you know, Labyrinth control with Silver Castle, and it's sometimes good enough. Another disruption here. Infinite Impermanence activates.
The only piece of furniture we've seen so far was the Kuklok. And it was pretty useful, to be fair. It was like an extra trap card you could activate that turn.
I suppose if you could fit some sort of Primal Being token in your house, that might be considered furniture, but that's as close as it's gotten, I feel, for Matthew. Not necessary, he hasn't been required to unlock his full power.
He's just playing on easy mode at the moment. Huh?
It's a very commanding position, I will say. He's doing very well here. I think Toby picked up an Ash Blossom there, which is really unfortunate because the Silver Castle was summoned from the hand, not the deck with Welcome. Because normally, like, Ash Blossom is quite harsh there, and that's a quick concede from Toby. 2-0 here. Skill drain, Nibiru being revealed. It seems like Matthew was always in control of this duel.
Yeah, what a great opening hand he had there.
Wow, that was a quick 2-0 display from Labyrinth by Matthew. Let's head on over to us here and I suppose talk a little bit about what happened. So Labyrinth is Hello and welcome back everyone to our round 6 match. We have just concluded with a 2-0 swift victory by Matthew Chen here.
It was a bit too quick.
It was a fast one, yeah. So you showed up today with Labyrinth, I suppose, the furniture version. You want to tell us a little bit about your choice there?
I think there's a lot more interactions in grind game, so I was more happy taking that than a bunch of floodgates in my list.
Although you are still playing Skill Drain in the main.
Oh, I think that card's too ignorant not to play though.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, but
so what do you think the main differences are between the furniture version, sort of just 20 plus trap cards? You just wanted to grind a little bit more with your opponent, have more resources?
Yeah, you don't lose to Feather Duster as hard either.
Were you scared of Feather Duster? I mean, it's not like a lot of people are really maining
it's
that,
It's only an issue when you need the skill drain to stick, I suppose. So they'll always still side it in, but otherwise you're not too bothered about them blowing up the Welcome Labyrinth traps, so it's not too bad.
Why did you choose the deck in general? I mean, I suppose like Kashtira is maybe one of the strongest decks, the Super Heavy and Pearly is maybe the secondary choice.
I wasn't very confident with playing the Kashtira mirror. Because I'm going to be quite frank, I haven't played the game since YCS London, so I haven't really playtested a lot. So Labyrinth was probably the easiest thing to learn, and it was the thing I knew, so I just picked that up.
That's fair. I didn't see your deck list. I wasn't really too sure if you were main decking any copies of the virus cards.
No, I'm siding them. Yeah.
Okay. Any reason you decided to not main deck them? It's just sort of a bit maybe sort of win more turn one game one. Do you think?
If you main deck Eradicator, it's only good into like maybe Pearly, maybe Cash, because probably Cash as well. But otherwise, you're just it's a bit of potluck really. If you get Eradicator off versus the deck you need it to be against. Deck Devastation is just, it only hits like a few decks, so it wasn't worth maining. So I just prefer like all the hand traps plus Skill Drain because they cover everything.
So side decking the Deck Devastation, I mean that's obviously for Super Heavy, maybe Pearly potentially? Or?
Maybe not Pearly because you blow up one monster and then they just summon another one from the main deck.
So you're quite prepared for Super Heavy despite like not having played since London with the new set and stuff?
Yeah. I did read up some combos, I suppose, so I know what their lines mostly look like, but I'm just mainly depending on like floodgates and hand traps because I'm also siding a 5 Rainbow Magician.
Yep, I noticed that actually. The first time we got you over. Tell us a little bit about that card. How do you interact with it? Is it searchable at all in your deck, or
no? You it's like a hand trap. Yeah, you just draw it. I think there's a Super Heavy Samurai out where they synchro off the level 6 and then it bounces it back to hand. But you just discard a Labyrinth guy, set a trap, and then it triggers Engrave to scale itself back again. So they have to have 2 outs.
You have to have 2 ways to do it. Okay. So you're quite prepared for Super Heavy. How's the Kashtira match? Is that your hardest?
Yeah. I think Cash is probably the deck to beat in the room. So I'm just hoping that I draw well enough and draw the cards I need, basically. Because that's what that deck sort of feels like sometimes as well. Because that deck is... I think it's the best deck, but it can be quite clunky and bricky. So
I've seen a lot of people side Bestials in general because they're just very good against graveyard deck specifically. Exactly Math Mech. Is it for the Math Mech matchup, or was it just some crossover you had there?
It's some crossover. It's also for Brandon. I think that's quite a bad matchup for Labyrinth.
Okay.
But also, I wasn't playing Crows or anything because you can Big Welcome bounce back a Bestial and reuse it again. So I thought that was a nice
That's really cool interaction.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Did you expect to play against Math Mech today, or have you tested that matchup a lot? I mean, in general, you said you haven't tested, but it's been a while that Math Mech's been around, so you're probably quite familiar with the cards.
Yeah, I'm just not too familiar with the Firewall Defense Alliance, I suppose, but otherwise it's still pretty much the same, I think.
Favorable matchup? Pretty decent? You made it look fairly straightforward, I think.
Winning the Diral helped game 1. Game 2, I think if you just draw Magnum versus them, they struggle a lot.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, that was a great display of the Labyrinth deck. So we didn't get to see any virus cards go off, but you played that quite well. So congratulations. And do you think you can go all the way? Do you think you're confident? How are you feeling?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't like to be too confident.
Okay, that's fair. Nice and humble. All right. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in to round 6. We'll hopefully be back after a bit of an extended break. This was quite a short match. We'll be back for round 7 when we can with some more action this weekend at the National Championship of the UK 2023.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the UK National Championship 2023. We're here with a round 7 feature match, and again continuing with the theme of trying to get you as much varied, interesting archetypes as possible. We've got Dragon Link, which we've seen once before today, but we've also got
Marincess, Mark the Marincess, man.
Mark the Marincess, man.
So, I mean, you said you're very familiar with this deck. What do you think of it?
Yeah, Marincess is a really cool deck. It's a Cyburst deck, so it plays very similarly to most kind of Cyburst decks. You know, a lot of special summoning and link climbing, recurring advantage, adding back cards. It's a bit of a full package, you know, lots of 1-card, 2-card interactions and combos, backed up with defensive cards in the hand trap lineup, it looks like, as well as maybe some trap cards. So it's a very great sort of all-rounder deck, I think. It's a great sort of call for this style event. If you're trying to look for something a little bit more rogue, you know, you just have that ability to never really have a bad matchup, but potentially maybe never have a good matchup, I suppose, is the trade-off.
How do you think it, like, I feel like the premier Cyburst deck at the moment is Math Mech, so how do you feel like this compares?
It's hard to say because I feel like the biggest weak point of Marincess is the fact that it's quite a restrictive deck. There's a big water lock involved.
Well, so you a couple of the effects, once you've used them, you can only special summon water monsters, right?
Yeah, I think Blue Slug is the very first Link monster, just immediately locks you into waters for the rest of the turn. So you don't have as much flexibility as other Cyburst decks to go for, you know, summoning update into transcode into access, for example.
Your favorite line.
Yeah. So you are going to rely on your water monsters only. But there's a couple of new tech cards we actually mentioned just before we began here, and it's Zelantis.
I like that because it's like you're locked into summoning water monsters, but you use that to your advantage, which doesn't seem like an effect that you should be able to use to your advantage.
Yeah, Link for monster that was just released this year from just before Cyberstorm Access, but it's one of the most unique monsters that we've seen in the Link arsenal, and it's a 1 material Link 4.
Oh, okay. So you can just have a Link. Is there any other card that's like you can take 1 material for a Link 4? Surely not. Like,
at least not Link 4, but it's...
I mean, obviously Link 1s, but Link 2s, I don't think so, right?
It's basically a Zodiac monster for Links. It's a really cool type of card because the great thing is that what it does is it banishes all monsters on the field and then brings them back immediately. Now, because you lock yourself with water monsters, that means you are special summoning back your opponent's monsters to the field. But if your opponent's monsters is a non-water deck, and because you've locked yourself with Slug or Anemone, then your opponent doesn't get their monsters back. So it's essentially a non-targeting banish of the entire field if you pull off that Zelantis combo.
That's some removal right there. There's efficient removal, and then there's that.
I think one sort of facet of Zelantis that you would probably appreciate better is that generally what people use it for, I've seen recently outside of Marincess, is in combo decks, it resets your once per turn effects.
That's really cool, yeah.
Yeah, so you can reset things like, I think Pendulum plays it quite a lot, Draco Slayer Pendulum. You reset your Ignisters.
Oh, that's fun, because none of those have, they're all just once per turn water on the field, right?
Yeah, so you banish like both Ignisters, they come back, and then they summon again from the deck. So that's kind of the idea with Zelantis. But jumping into the game here, Mark is actually winning the dice roll and gets to go first here. So you probably get to witness the full 1-card combo here. Well, he's drawn both Pascalos and Marincess Blue Tank. So what we're probably going to see is an end field of something like Argonaut Toad with the Search Trap card, as well as the Recursion from the graveyard. So actually not a bad start here from Mark.
Do you think like it's a good sign when you play your first card and your opponent like picks it up and reads it?
Picking up every card to read
like,
here.
what does that do?
Yeah.
You probably you're caught on that your opponent doesn't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
Which is an advantage of taking a less popular deck, right? Even if they're like perceived to be less powerful, it does mean that it's less likely your opponent will know how to properly deal with what you're doing.
Yeah, they're not really going to know exactly how your cards work. You know, they might not know the perfect choke points and such. But here we go. We're activating the Blue Slug as probably Chainlink 1 here. Recurs back the Sea Horse or Sea Star, I forget the name, to add back to your hand. And then in Chainlink 2, Blue Tank actually excavates the top 3 cards of your deck. And if you hit a Marincess card among them, then you get to add it to your hand. So here you see he adds Spring Girl, which is another extender. That's kind of the theme of Cyburst, as I mentioned, is like they all special summon, they all keep going. And that's really the name of the game, is just put up as much as you can to, you know, restrict your opponent. Well, maybe not restrict your opponent, but have some sort of field presence backed up by your hand traps.
I feel like these decks are just very difficult to stop once they get going because it's so efficient. Like even if you try and negate one of the effects, they've still got the monster in play.
They still keep the body.
Yeah. The great thing about if you've got like a Link 1, then all of your monsters have this sort of like bonus effect, if you like.
This is one of the advantage to a deck like Marine Cess, is because of the fact that there is a lot of hand traps in your deck, and because it's a format that is filled with hand traps, crossout becomes quite popular.
We've seen this a lot, this weekend on our feature matches, this crossout designator. A lot of players have been running it.
So I think it's kind of interesting there that Pasha actually recognized that was a very good point to stop your opponent. There's an argument to make where you could potentially just infinite impermanence the Pascalos normal summon, because there isn't really too many ways to keep going from there unless you've hard drawn extenders. But it didn't really matter since he had crossout. So Pasha isn't really going to do much for the rest of his turn here.
I reckon he doesn't need to read Bahamut Shark. That card's been around for ages. Once Toad came out, that became an unbelievable card.
Yeah, I didn't see what he searched with the Ocean. The other Link one. I forgot it. Sea Angel. So it's either like the emergency teleport style card that Marine Cess got in their most recent wave of support. Haha, wave. See what I'm saying? Get it? Anyway. So they've got that going for them. And then once you've gone through this line here, you get to activate Desires and deck thin after you've done that, and then draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that's always good. Yeah, once you've searched out a lot of your engine, you can activate Pot of Desires, so you're more likely to draw into those defensive interruptions for your opponent's turn.
Yeah, this is one of the few decks that can utilize Totally Awesome. With the loss of Ronin Toden, it's pretty hard to make Toad these days.
You can do it in Sprite, it's just hard work.
Yeah, you got to do some funky Reaperdocus plays, which a little bit awkward sometimes.
Well, they use the new Bujin.
That works as well, yeah.
I can't remember. Arachuda? Okay,
yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
This is why I was a little bit confused on his Desires, by the way, because he didn't use his last search, which was the Coral Triangle. So this is the one of the more recent cards as well for Marine Cess. It adds a Marine Cess card from your deck to your hand. A Marine Cess trap card specifically, so Wave, your best one. It's essentially like a Widow Anchor in a sense, similar to Sky Striker.
So you're saying it would have made more sense to do the search first, just in case you draw it or banish it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just more deck thinning, right? So I'm sure he did it for a reason. Oh, okay, so he's not going to climb up into Argonaut. Interesting. Unless I'm forgetting Argonaut's materials, I feel like the Bahamut Shark can just be linked away with the Coral Triangle, but it looks like we're just going to opt for the equips here onto the Coral Triangle and pass it up. So the advantage of the trap card is that you do get to use it on your opponent's turn from your hand if you control a Link 3, and it also makes your, I think it makes all your waters, or at least all your Marine Cess monsters, unaffected for the turn.
Unaffected by your opponent's card effects?
Yeah.
That's quite a lot to deal with.
Yeah, so it doesn't, you look at this and you feel like it doesn't look like a lot, but it is actually quite a tough nut to crack here, despite having I guess not like your typical sort of crazy Apollousa, Baron, Savage kind of field, right?
Yeah, some decks are quite fun. Instead of making, it looks like they're...
No, I think he is going for Link play here.
Is the field spell, you can only use it once per turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so I think he just wanted to trigger numerous effects of the, the Anemone again, but I think that's a once per turn. Okay, I'm sure there's a reason for this, to go into the Link for Argonaut after the field spell, because Argonaut doesn't get to negate without the equips here. I guess he's checking to see if it is once per turn, and maybe it is once per turn. I'm just remembering this.
I guess we'll see shortly. Pash is just checking if it's once per turn as well.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like it.
Okay, it is. It's not once per turn then. All right, that makes sense.
Sometimes I guess, yeah, a lot of card effects you kind of assume would be once per turn aren't necessarily, and it's good to remember those.
Okay. All right. I don't know what the point is of doing that, to be fair, is. Maybe it's to sort of block the chain of the search of Coral Triangle, because I think it might be on summon. But
might also be just to see if you can provoke some weird response from your opponent. It's always worth it.
All right, so that's pretty cool. You've got the turn 1 combo that Mark wanted to definitely open with, especially after winning that dice roll through a hand trap as well. So let's see how Pasha's Dragon deck can deal with this.
So Pasha's on a deck with a lot of engine, which is kind of what you want against these decks where they kind of wall up in a sense. You know, they say, right, I'll have stuff for next turn, I'll put a bit of negate, a bit of this, my board's very difficult to deal with, a bit of this, a bit of that. But when you want to be playing like a kind of big deck like Dragons, rather than maybe another similar style deck which can't necessarily push through so much. But I feel like Dragon Link has got the tools to push through a lot of interruptions and setup.
Yeah, you're 100% right. If there's one deck that can push through disruption quite well, it's you know, things like Wyver Burster, Collapse Serpent, all of these grave effects that trigger. Pretty good at trying to push through that. Bestials, I suppose, are the best counterpart for Dragons, but not exactly great in this matchup.
I feel like, yeah, in Dragon Link, like, Bestials are like normally just quite strong. I mean, Magma still searches you any dragon in the end phase. It's still a very powerful effect. When you get to like banish your opponent's cards as well, they just go on another level of how strong they are.
That's a very good normal summon. Black Metal Dragon gets to protect the Striker Dragon when you link it off to search for your Boot Sector launch. So this is.
You know what? I did not. I thought it was just you just summoned it and searched, and it searched your Red Eyes. It does more things than that.
Yeah, like when it goes to the graveyard.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it searches Red Eyes.
Yeah, I know it searches Red Eyes.
Yeah.
Does it protect something as well?
Yeah, the Striker Dragon effect. Because you go chain link one Striker Dragon, chain link two Red Eyes.
So we can't ash it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I thought you meant it like if something was summoned with it, that it had some protection.
No. Not quite.
Yeah, okay.
So the set card there was Call by the Grave, so he had 2 ways to insulate himself against hand traps. Not as well, including the cross out. So, oh, that's huge. Oh, was that a Levianeer we discarded?
It's very hard when the card goes straight to the graveyard to see what it is. It looks like a dragon. I'll call it that much.
Yeah, Chaos Space is definitely like the negate you want to use Argonaut on. So Argonaut, as mentioned, it negates a spell trap effect. Oh, we hard drew the Collapse Serpent. Sorry, the Wyver Burster.
It was a Levianeer.
Very awesome. Fantastic.
That's amazing because it lets you banish, which lets you put a card back and draw once more for the Chaos Space. Even though the Chaos Space was negated, it still gets a decent amount of value.
I quite like recycling the Collapse Serpent or Wyver Burster after I've linked, but I suppose it makes sense because in a situation like this, maybe you just need as many cards as possible to try force out your opponent's wave or the Toad.
Sometimes drawing earlier is better because you want to like see what you draw before you commit to something. I mean, in this case, I do agree. It does seem a bit strange because you could link summon and then you'd search out your Collapse Serpent and then you could put a card back and then you wouldn't accidentally draw the Collapse Serpent, which is a risk you do if you do it in this order.
Yeah. So deciding what to link into here, I would assume Romulus.
It looks like that's what he's hovering over.
Yeah, there isn't really a lot of crazy good link 2s that can threaten here, although Quad Bore was a very, very good card against link decks in that it special summons all of the rocket monsters back from your graveyard, equal to the link rating of the monster, so we could see that at some point through this matchup, but still no access to rocket monsters yet, which is what he's hoping to do with this Dragon Ravine.
Yeah, I did see an Absa Router in his hand, so that's perfect to discard with Dragon Ravine. Twice the value.
Bit of a weird decision to make with the Toad, I suppose, since it's pretty much your last line of really strong defense against dragons because of generic sort of monster negate of the trap card. Might not be like amazing.
Yeah, against like decks which go link summon a lot, then effect negation, it has to be timed very well to be useful because oftentimes, you know, when you in a link deck, right, you have the effect of your monster and then you get the bonus of using it as a link material. So just negating the effect sometimes isn't enough. That looked like a Saronir to me, but again, we have to play this slight guessing game. If it's a Saronir, then he'll be going back into his deck and sending either a Branded Spell Trap or a Bestial Rebellion, maybe.
I think hard drawing the Absa Router actually worked out quite nicely because you discard it for cost and it still gets you your search here. So I think he's noticed actually that by negating the Absa Router with Toad, it means that it cuts off the rocket engine. And Dragon, I feel like maybe doesn't do like a ton of crazy things without access to Tracer. So I think he probably just wanted to stop that before it got really bad. However, you mentioned he sent the Saronir, so that gives him access to the Lebellion.
If he's got a Bestial that he can tribute for it, right? Well, it has to tribute a level 6.
He needs to be a high level
dragon,
monster, right?
Or maybe it's just any level 6. Yeah, I thought it was a level 6 dragon. I might be making it up though.
Okay, so this is kind of cool because I think you can make Pisty in... Yeah, there it is.
Oh, I like that. I was thinking, like, where was he going to go from here? But this is a very nice line.
Yeah, because Argonaut is giving you a zone, you actually have a zone that Pisty points to, provided by your Romulus, and so you actually get to keep extending and bring back a banished monster here.
That's really powerful.
Yeah, there's that Saranir, and for the Bestial Lebellion is now going to be able to special itself to the field. There it is.
Really nice play by Pasha here.
I want to, but just in general, I feel like Pasha looks really familiar to me, and I feel like I want to say I've seen him in a Dragon Link deck profile before. So I wouldn't really be surprised. He's piloting this quite expertly.
Yeah, that would make sense. Is there still a wave in the hand of Mark? He's not used it yet, right?
Yeah, which is a good point.
Because I feel like Wave on Pisty would be a pretty reasonable time to use it, but maybe he's just...
He must have searched Wave, right? Like, we did go into Coral.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, there's a chance he banished both of them with Pot of Desires.
Which I suppose begs the question again, why...
Why would you do that first, yeah.
Okay, goes for Beast instead of the Regained, which is... You know, I mean, I guess there's an argument for both. I'm not too sure if we're going to banish any more cards this turn. But, you know, Beast is a great card. It's just Tribute, Destroy. Always love to see that. Do we have enough for Boral End? I don't think so.
Well, he's got 4 links in play at the moment. I don't think there's any link monsters in his extra deck that will just give him a bonus monster after he's used Pisty. But I don't know what the last card in his hand is.
What do you go for here?
Seal. Seal's it's not ideal. Oh, I like this as well. You can tribute it for the Branded Beast, yeah.
Wow, okay. Checking his grave here to...
Is there any protection for this, or can it just be destroyed?
So some of the Marine Cess monsters do have grave effects. I want to say Pascalos maybe does something. But this one isn't unaffected. He didn't make it with the Crystal Heart, so this is definitely not like a tower-style monster. So I'm pretty sure this should still resolve here.
I feel like there's an awful lot of cards nowadays. Like, for example, I'm thinking of Branded Opening in particular, where it does something and then it just has a bonus effect in your graveyard. Like,
yeah, just for
if
no
something
reason.
would be destroyed, you can banish this instead.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of the Marine Cess cards have that kind of effect, but... So it looks like he chose to destroy the Branded Beast and summon a very, very shiny Starliege Seyfert.
Huh. So the card destroyed on the field now is the field with the Branded Beast, or...
Yeah, it looked like he initially pointed
to Argonaut, right?
Yeah. Maybe it was not allowed to be targeted for some reason?
No, the field spell only offers protection, I'm fairly certain, if it was made specifically with Crystal Heart, which it wasn't. But regardless, we're going to continue here into the battle phase, and Lebellion's going to attack over the Argonaut. And remember, that's a 0 attack Seyfert, which is strange why he didn't summon Tracer off of
well, Seyfert's got a graveyard effect now, right? So maybe that's what he wanted.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it was better to do something else, but this is what he was aiming for.
But that's the thing, it's like, I feel like getting Tracer was still much better, right? At least you could make like a Savage at a minimum.
I mean, this is nice because you get Magnamut and you need a Bestial in play to have your Branded Beast live next turn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can see there's definitely merit to summoning the Tracer.
All right, so that's a Saranir that we're adding to the hand here?
No, Saranir's getting banished for Magnamut.
Okay, we're banishing our Magnamut, we're still in the main phase.
Yeah, and then Magnamut will get a search in the end phase, maybe for another Lebellion. It's kind of cool how you can just, like, you know, like, Magnamut can't search Magnamut, but it could just search Lebellion, which just searches Magnamut anyway, so...
Yeah. A really cool search here against Marine Cess would be Phantasme, hypothetically. I wonder if Dragon players should probably side like one copy of that.
I think I've seen it in some people's side decks, actually, the Phantasme.
Gosh, remember when that card was like staple in like 2019? Everyone wanted it.
I think like pre-Master Rule 5, when all decks that wanted to use the extra deck had to use Link monsters, I think it was a very reasonable choice. I love this setup, actually, from Basher, because he's got the Druid's Worm, which has that effect when it's sent to the graveyard to send a card on the field, your opponent's special summon monster in your opponent's field to the graveyard. So having the Masquerena gives you like an extra way of triggering your Druid's Worm.
I was just double checking his deck list because I wanted to see if Pasha was playing a cheeky Underworld Goddess to use his opponent's Link as a material, but it doesn't look like he actually runs that card.
I do like a good Underworld Goddess. So what's the kind of follow-up game of Marine Cess like? Do you think like we're going to see a turn as explosive as that turn 1?
Yeah, potentially. It's just a question of what this Masquerena can really achieve. The thing that's really sort of tough here is like if you already have a body with Marine Cess, then I think you're okay. But if he was hypothetically just like normal summoning, I think he would really struggle to deal with something like Masquerena into Unicorn and the Bestial trap card.
Well, there's also the Juris Worm, so...
Yeah, this is a spin and a send.
Yeah.
And then the normal summon can just be popped. So I think Pasha's actually in a really good spot here.
Is the send will...
It still triggers the anemone.
I was gonna try and remember the name of the Marine Cess monster there. I was gonna say maybe he should have done it the other way around, and then he wouldn't have got a card back from his graveyard.
I think Mark can still stick a monster though, because they can add back Pascalos, which I think he might already have access to, but it looks like he's targeting the field spell with Anemone.
Maybe he feels like he's got enough monsters to get through the Branded Beast.
I'd be very surprised if you can play through Branded Beast without Pascalos. Okay, so he already has it, that makes sense. Alright, so what did you notice his discards for the... oh wow, so we're going to start exactly like we did for turn 1.
Bit of deja vu. Pasha this time, rather than having a hand of 5 cards, has got a hand of 0 cards, so...
The discard was that Driver?
Oh yeah, Driver got discarded. Everyone's drawn Driver. They just start featuring people who don't run Driver.
I think we've seen more Drivers than Arise Heart so far on stream.
We've seen more Drivers than Gammas, that's for sure.
This is really good. This is really good. We get to... oh, he's playing Mandarin. Okay. I see a lot of people sometimes cut Mandarin. It's a little bit more awkward to set up, especially like going second here. It basically summons itself to a zone I think a Marine Cess points to.
So I guess if you're going second, you might not necessarily get that Marine Cess Link monster to stick.
Yeah. Okay, so the Branded Beast is going to destroy the Blue Tang, and then we're going to go Pascalos, link away into link 1 for the Sea Angel, and then Sea Angel should probably search the dive.
Just to check from Mark. That's always a good habit to make sure you check your ban. If you've activated Pod of Desires, just check that you've not banished the card you're intending to search.
Still has a copy, so that's really important here. And has the field spell, by the way. So this makes dive an emergency teleport, essentially. So you get to special summon from your deck if you control a Link monster, and if you already have the field spell. And it looks like he's going for Spring Girl. I don't think he's playing Sleepy. No, he's not playing Sleepy. But the Blue Tang is summoned here. Remember, we haven't used the Grave effect of Blue Tang because it was destroyed by the Bestial. So we do get to still Excavate here.
Ash is just kind of looking. I don't think he knows what to expect here, but I mean, it looks like Mark can just do a full repeat almost of his turn 1 combo, right?
Does Pasha not have any cards at all in his hand?
No, he used his whole hand.
Yeah, okay, so the Magnamot searched the Saranir, which was just immediately summoned, right?
It was Juris Worm, yeah, in the end.
Juris Worm, yeah. Okay, so this is actually really bad because now he's been completely depleted of resources. So all Mark really has to do here is just clear Unicorn. And Pasha's essentially top decking.
Yeah, I mean, if you can clear the Branded Beast as well, that would be even better.
Ideally, right? Because if you top deck a Bestial, which could, is not exactly the, craziest ask, you do have Lebellion in the graveyard.
So yeah, some resources for Pasha, but not many, I would say, kind of dwindling. But maybe both of the traps were banished. Maybe that's what's going on here, because Mark didn't use either of the wave.
He must have banished wave.
Yeah.
One thing I'm noticing as well, he didn't activate Coral Triangle in the graveyard at the start of his turn, or when he had 0 cards.
He never had 0 cards though at the start of his turn. He had monsters in play.
Yeah, but Pasha cleared them, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
He went it was like Bestial plus Saranir wiped out, and then he normal summoned Pascalos.
Yeah.
So before he normal summoned Pascalos, there was a window to activate Coral Triangle.
Yeah. Coral Triangle, what? If you have no monsters, you can banish it to summon 2 back?
I think you banish equal to Link 3, or you special summon equal to Link 3 from your graveyard.
Oh, okay. So you can summon 3 monsters? Or it has to be Link monsters?
Yeah, I think you can summon 3 Link ones. It has to be Link monsters.
Oh, okay, because that would be very easy to summon equal to Link 3.
Okay, so it's clearly not going to be too much of a problem regardless, since Mark has managed to, fight through most of that, but It looks like we just have a small little intermission with the judges here. We're just going to double check the game state and make sure that everything was correct there. I don't think I noticed anything that went wrong.
I mean, it's hard sometimes for if you're normally, because if you're playing like an unpopular deck, you kind of if you're playing a popular deck, like your opponent will know what your cards are supposed to do. So it's often easier, like there's two of you checking that everything's going right. Whereas if it's an uncommon deck, you're kind of it's a bit harder because you're solely responsible. So if you make a little mistake or your opponent makes a little mistake not understanding how your cards work, then it's easier for something maybe to go wrong with the game state.
Yeah, so we're just double checking that here, and our judges are on this to make sure that everything has been maintained correctly. But yeah, it's been a great game, I think, so far.
It's been cool to see like the Marincess deck in action. It's not a very common deck.
No, not at all. And there's just a lot of back and forth here. We've seen some good interactions with Pasha. I think he's used this really cool. I mean, I love the Bestial brand, the trap card, tributing
the seal,
and that triggers the seal because it's just when it's tributed.
Yeah, seal's a very cool card. Yeah. Summoning any dragon from your deck, like I love that people like using it to summon Fallen of Albaz. I think maybe like that's a bit too much spice, but it's quite fun. You can then like play your whole Dragon Link combo and then just be like, aha, branded as well. Jades. Yeah, make a Mirror Jade. So it's very cool to do that. But yeah, maybe we're not that deep.
Yeah, not that deep yet, but it's a great matchup just because of the amount of interactions you have between the decks, since they do play in a very similar sort of mid-range style, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Dragon Link has the potential for more explosive first turns, but I think Marincess, as we saw, like if you go first, like it can do enough because his opponent Pasha he did a good job. Like he definitely cleared most of the threats, but it cost him his whole hand to do so. So once your whole hand's gone, like if your opponent's got good follow-up, then it doesn't really matter if you cleared your opponent's board because they'll just make a new one.
That's really the cool thing about Cyberse decks is they do have that sort of resilience and the versatility to sort of keep recurring, keep adding back. And while we talked about how Marincess isn't a powerful deck, it's not a very high ceiling deck, but it has a lot of sticking power and it has the ability to keep playing through minor disruptions without sort of being completely shut down. And you're always going to have some sort of resource available to you at any one time. And it looks like he's done a good job so far to outgrind.
It's one of the benefits of having like so much from your extra deck. Like if you don't have that many cards in your hand, like if one card can access a couple of Link 1s and a couple of more Link monsters, then you're kind of never out of stuff. So it looks like whatever went wrong has been resolved.
Yeah, it looks like that's been fixed here. And I think we're also under a time extension, I believe, is what's happened here.
Yeah, it's nice that we can do that. So if there's a judge call, then the players can have a few extra minutes to make up for the lost time to resolve the judge call.
Yep. All right, so Anemone with a blue slug underneath, and we just pretty much need to try and deal with make something bigger than a unicorn, and we should be kind of good here. I'm trying to think if there's a way we can remove Branded Beast from the field, because that's...
is that something in the Marincess arsenal?
Removal, I don't want to say yes, honestly. They have monster removal, there's Kragan, that's really cool. But in terms of removing trap cards, it's going to be a little hard. They can negate with Argonaut, but that's kind of gone here.
I mean, if you have a way to deal with a monster effect, like you can just stop your opponent from summoning a Bestial, right? As long as you can set up like one negation, you're probably going to be okay.
We got Marbled Rock, which is, a strong monster. It's powerful in the sense that it gets really big with the field spell, and it gives you that recursion. Every turn, you can just target up a card in your graveyard and add it back to your hand. Any Marincess card.
Is that a second Pot of Desires? That always feels like a bit of a gambit when you're activating the second copy of Pot of Desires in a game. Like
4 cards left in back from Mark there.
He must feel like he really needs the extra resources.
I feel like against dragons, you want to make, because the game is, I want to say, pretty much in Mark's favor, and so he just needs to hold on for like another turn or two.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's rare the game's going to go on another 5 turns, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything you particularly need in your deck.
So he's obviously just digging for answers for the trap cards, or for okay.
Maybe that's what he was digging for. He's going to draw 2, just really play with us a bit.
Okay, actually steals the unicorn here. So we can deal a lot of damage and then link it off maybe for Bubble Reef.
Do the Link 4s require water monsters only?
I'd have to check specifically, but I think some of them do just say like Marine Cess or water plus monster.
Okay.
We'll see what he does in main phase 2
I mean, we'll
regardless.
trust Mark that he knows that what he can link.
Talents, I mean, doesn't really have any other option here other than draw, and I don't think you want to do that.
And your opponent's hand is empty, so I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, at worst you can make Zelantis, right? I think that's generic.
Yeah, that's
it's
a
just
good point.
1+ monsters.
Yeah, and it is water, so Zelantis is probably a decent shout here if there's no other way to get rid of this unicorn. That is.
And the field spell, does it boost your monster for having equipped?
Yeah, I think it's like 600 attack for each equip onto
that
it.
adds up quite fast, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's 2,200 plus whatever the Marble Rock is, another plus 1,800, so it's at least 4,000. Do you think Mark has the tools to put the extra what, 2,000 damage that he's missing in play?
So he's committed his normal summon, his Spring Girl, his Pascalos. I don't think there's any way you can keep doing more damage here.
Okay.
1,300 life points, it looks like, is what Pasha's left with. Yeah, that's a big, huge hit from the Marble Drop. But it's still not game. So
it's very thematic somehow. It does feel like a big wave when you've got like one linked monster with all of the others attached to it, well, equipped to it. Somehow feels quite intimidating.
All right, so linked off here for, it does look like Zelantis is the play.
Zelantis doesn't offer any interruption on your opponent's turn, right?
No, I don't think so.
But he's still got a huge hand.
Yeah, I mean that's why like Marine Cess is really good. I suppose it gives you like so much card advantage, and coupled with the hand traps, you're never really gonna struggle in a grind game. It's just if you will get overwhelmed by raw power, I think is really what Marine Cess will ever struggle with.
But I guess Pash is, he's got one card versus the world. That's an Effect Veiler, so that's probably not it.
Not great.
What was the Effect Veiler discarded for?
Dragon Ravine.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, no, Effect Veiler into safe it, yep. Well, Dragon Ravine. So he's got plays, actually, so given he's got the Dragon Ravine, any card was actually a Bestial. We were talking that he needed to stop a Bestial, but in fact any card can turn into a Bestial, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, Sephert adds back any high-level monster from the graveyard, and I suppose like Magnamut is just like enough here, banishing a card, special summoning itself, and then you can clear the Zelantis, but I mean, it's just like Mark has so much recursion and follow-up, so unless you win this turn, which is going to be almost nigh impossible, I don't know what you do here.
It's definitely a tall order. I mean, the Branded Regain should give you some extra gas. But yeah, I don't know what the most efficient cards you need to remove are. So you can activate Magnamut, and then get Lubellion, and then get Branded Regain. And Branded Regain does generate an awful lot of advantage. So if Mark's not careful, it could end up spiraling out of control a bit. But I suppose it depends what interruptions he has. See, that is possibly a mistake. I don't know if you're supposed to chain the Branded Beast there. Because if you chain the Branded Beast, obviously the Magnamut will dodge the impermanence, but Pasha would rather keep around the Magnamut so he can tribute it for Lubellion, which is a totally reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, no, you're completely right here.
Choosing which zone. How big is Zelantis?
I want to say 25. How big's Lubellion?
Lubellion's definitely 25. I knew that. That's why I was asking how big Zelantis was. Yeah. Lubellion's 25 and 3k. 25 attack, 3k defense. Branded Regain, yeah, as I was saying, it generates so much. So every time your opponent, once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster, you can special summon a Bestial from your graveyard, so you can get that Magnamut back and search even more cards. And then
also guarantees that your trap card's always live.
Exactly. And every time light or dark monster is banished, again once per turn, you can return their light or dark monster that's banished and draw a card. So return it to the bottom of the deck and draw a card. So it's quite a lot of value all out of one card if it sticks to the board.
All right, draw for turn here. 2 cards left in Mark's deck, and we just need to do 1,300. It's not completely impossible. Is it on normal summon you get to reborn?
Yeah, normal.
Even on normal,
summon.
okay.
I think it has to summon in defense mode, but it looks like I was wrong. It's nice because it gives you that Magnamut effect, and it gives you the an option to tribute for Beast. But obviously if you tribute for Beast, then there's nothing protecting the life points from just being attacked.
Yeah, the issue is, like, I'm not sure if Mark can actually continue through a normal summon disruption here. He would have to exactly have Spring Girl, and I don't recall if he added it back. Because that's the only other way you can special summon in this deck, so we'll see if he does anything about this. He's actually checking his graveyards here, which means I want to say that this is an open game state, and we haven't used the Beast in the normal summon.
Yeah.
So the reason why I feel like he might be struggling here is because he might be out of slugs. Actually, let me check.
He's definitely he's got 2 slugs in his extra deck, and he's used 2?
He's used 2, and I think he's used 2 angels. So I think he just doesn't have a Link 1.
Well, most of the time, I guess you'd think 4 is enough.
Is this end phase, or is this in response? Okay, it is in response to the summon, I suppose, yeah.
Oh, wow, and is this just game?
Yeah, so this whole time he was checking to see if his opponent had anything in his go. Yeah, so that is game, you know, the ocean there, the dive, just any body is enough to hit for 1,300 damage, and Mark, after a grueling back and forth, takes it.
He barely got over the line there.
I know,
like, he
that
looked
was
in a
scary.
very dominant position at the end, at the start of his second turn, but like that was actually, if that game had gone on for like an extra turn, because he only did like 500 more damage.
You had 1 card left in deck?
And yeah, 1 card left in deck. It looks, and the Beast and Regain setup seems like a lot of juice.
Yeah.
Know? Even for only 2 cards. It seems like
It's very good grind game, but he got it online too late, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a very taxing duel mentally, I think, especially for a game 1. And I suppose you just sort of have to reorient yourself and come back into game 2 fresh, and I guess not really with a new game plan.
Whatever the judge call was about. Because sometimes that can also take a bit of energy up, I think.
Yeah.
Because you
depends what the reasoning was for.
Or, you can always be worried if you're a player. If you've made a mistake, sometimes you get a penalty, and that can play on your mind a bit. I mean, obviously, it's just a gameplay error sometimes, and it's okay to make mistakes. Sometimes it happens, but you can always be worried in the back of your mind, like if you've made one gameplay error and then you make another small mistake later, it might get upgraded. It can play on you a bit, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So going into the next duel, I assume Pasha is going to want to go first here, and well, it seems to be a common Dragon Link theme of siding skill drain.
I think it's a pretty common card to side, because I think if you play big monsters, then you side skill drain. I think that's a fair thing to do. So
I'm trying to decide if we bring in skill drain against Marine Cess. I want to say yes. I want to say yes.
Yeah. I think the other nice thing about it is it's a good thing to do if your opponent plays a powerful hand trap against you, like John Lockbird or Dimension Shifter. You just set your skill drain, and then you know that they're probably not going to have too much to hit you with.
Yeah.
Because realistically, your opponent cannot be siding spell and trap removal against. I mean, maybe they can. I don't know. It seems like an odd thing to do against a combo deck, though. You know.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree. Oh, Pasha let some start. It looks like. Okay, we'll see how far Mark's 1-card combo goes here, because if there's one good singular monster you want to draw in Marine Cess, it is literally just Marine Cess Blue Tang.
So how important is hitting off this excavate?
You don't need to hit.
You don't need to.
It's just a nice bonus. I guess if you hit Spring Girl, it's really good because you get to make rank 4. Okay, that's the 1 Marine Cess card. I don't know. We'll see what it does eventually, but yeah, that is the singular Marine Cess card that I don't know the effect of. We'll see if it's another extender. It probably is. Okay, so Slug adds back the Sea Star. Seahorse adds this back to Special Summon, goes into Angel. Angel gets a search for a spell and trap. Field spell or dive. Probably dive since we didn't open 2 monsters. Oh, never mind. What do I know? He's going for the field spell.
Do you think going second, like the time on the round, has anything left to do with it?
But then you're basically conceding to the fact that you want to play for a draw, right?
Yeah, I know. But it just seems like, you need... Sometimes if there's not too much time left, you do need a battle phase to do that damage.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose so. That's a good point. Okay, so we hard drew dive. That's why we got the field spell. And that's really good because the Pascalos special summon from the deck just allows you to bring out the other Marine Cess monster, who I feel like the only relevancy here is that it's level 4. So it's fine.
You never know, maybe it does something amazing when it's detached to activate an XYZ monster's effect.
Yeah, there's Bahamut Shark for the Toad. This is the last opportunity Pasha has to activate a card effect before that Totally Awesome hits the field.
And he does have a card effect he might want to activate. But
yeah, he's got to go for something.
I did see a big big rock-looking thing. In his
1, 2,
opening
3,
hand.
4. I think that's Toad on 5, actually. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, there's
5,
two linked ones
6.
in
That's
play,
yeah. Shark is level. Shark is summon number 6. So if it was Nibiru, he should have used it. So so he doesn't have it.
No, he's definitely got it.
What?
I definitely saw Nibiru in his hand.
Really?
Yeah.
Shark was 5, right? At least it must have been.
I believe you. I think all of these things are true.
Why didn't we Nibiru then?
Maybe he has an infinite impermanence or something. Maybe it's me who's wrong, but I was very confident I saw a Nibiru in his hand.
Okay, all right, well.
But maybe I've just been
see.
dreaming about Nibiru, you know, being a combo player.
You got some nightmares.
Yeah.
I think the issue with, or rather the alternative with Nibiru is like, I guess like I've seen people like hold it until like the end of the turn because it doesn't matter how many negates your opponent puts up. Well, it matters how many negates they put up. It doesn't matter how much they put up. If it's just like one negate plus their full combo, you just go like, okay, end of main Nibiru, they negate chain Imperm or something. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Sometimes people do that, but
I think sometimes I guess you just say, okay, we'll just trade with one of their negates, and that'll have to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mark always does this, and I never understand why. I guess I'm just not smart enough to see the interaction here, but I think it might be a chain link ordering thing, which is the Coral Angel plus the field spell.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can ask him afterwards.
Yeah.
But I guess like if it doesn't cost you anything, you might as well do it just to annoy your opponent a bit.
Okay, so this is the Coral Triangle effect here. Discard or send a Marine Cess card from your hand to the graveyard, and then you get to add to the Marine Cess wave, which I'm honestly kind of shocked that we're not seeing it until now. But there it is. Didn't search it turn 1 because that was a Desires incident, I feel. Must have been what happened.
Most likely. Maybe he liked the cards in his hand, because you have to discard a card.
Yeah, but it's free because you add back a monster with Anemone. So you always have a way to resolve your Coral Triangle.
Yeah, and he definitely had a Marine Cess card or 2 in his hand, right?
Yeah. All right, Link 4 play here. Argonaut, Spell and Trap negate, plus all of the equips here. Gets to revive Anemone if we negate a spell card, plus the totally awesome negate and the unaffected by card effect protection of... yeah, well,
Gamma.
I did kind of mention it. But I really feel like it's too greedy. I feel like it's so greedy because now you let your opponent go into Coral Triangle, which means they have like, the full recursion of their graveyard, and they also search the trap card. So, while you are probably done for the turn, if you survive, you have Coral Triangle in the graveyard. And you've essentially just let your opponent get to Soul Charge when I think it would have just been safer to nib on Bahamut. And end phase Magnuma to search.
That is crazy. I don't think I've seen that. It's quite a fun interaction, like the fact that you tribute your own Gamma with nib, meaning you get a few lights and darks in your graveyard.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see what you mean. I guess maybe it's a like a matchup thing, which is you don't actually know what your opponent's doing, and you don't know whether it's better to interrupt them early or wait. And I guess if you see Nib and Gamma, you just think, maybe I'll just wait until the end of the turn because I can force through this Nibiru. Yeah, maybe that was the plan.
Could do. It's hard to tell just how proficient people are with Marine Cess cards specifically, but Pasha looks like he's very confident here. There isn't really much in way of disruption for Mark except a singular set card. It could be the bluffed wave that we search with Coral Triangle, or it could actually be a real card like Imperm or Call by the Grave. I think we saw him use in the last game.
So are you required to control a Marine Cessling monster to activate wave?
Yep.
Okay. I was just wondering, because it gets like bonus effects, right, depending on what link you control?
Yeah, so I think, I'm not sure what the Link 1 bonus effect is. I don't know if there is actually a bonus effect. Link 2 bonus effect is that it makes your monsters unaffected, or waters, or the Marine Cess unaffected. And Link 3 bonus is that you get to use it from your hand if you control Link 3. Oh, is this a Chaos Angel?
You need a Link 1.
Did we use a tuner with for that? We didn't, right?
Nah, of course not. Who uses a tuner for Chaos Angel?
Oh, I love that. Oh, that's game, okay. Very cool.
He's moving fast.
Yeah,
he knows what's up.
He knows there's 6 minutes and a half left on the clock here, and he gets to go second again. So it's a race against time, I think, at this point. Pasha needed to play that as quickly as he could,
and he did. That was very efficient. Like he took about 4 game actions to win that game.
Yeah? So after coming off the back of what was, a 33-minute game one, we had a...
That game was very speedy. I'm not 100% sure whether the time extension got added to our graphic here. So I'm not sure.
It should have been.
You think it was? Okay.
Yeah, it should have been. Despite the judge call, I think there was a time extension in play here, so
I wasn't looking at the time before to check if it had gone up, but yeah. So I am seeing a potential card that will help Pasha out if it comes to time on the round, which is that Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend. It's a very cool card. Like, it's a very cool card even outside of timeout situations, but
it's not exactly Raigeki. It's Dark Hole for 500 damage per monster burned.
Yeah, I think it has to destroy monsters.
Special summons.
Huh?
Has to destroy special summon monsters.
Okay, yeah, and it has to destroy monsters with less attack than it.
And it always counts itself, or deals 500 for you. It's a burn card. It does damage. That's the most important thing.
Destroys the field, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. So I guess playing from behind here, although he seems to have willfully put that upon himself since he let his opponent start in game 2, he obviously has a backup plan for this, and I guess having your battle phase is very advantageous. If it reaches the battle phase, it should do. There's a decent amount of time left, and the Marine says turn 1 doesn't take...
It's like a medium length combo, isn't it?
Yeah, it's medium rare, not too well cooked, so we'll see how it goes.
Do you think it plays with you a bit if your opponent let you start and then just beat you that convincingly? Do you second guess and maybe think, maybe I should go second? I don't know.
Well, Marine Cess does have burn cards of its own.
Does it?
Yeah, Spring Girl.
Okay.
So that's an option as well. If you could take a look at the clock, Mark might be thinking, well, if I can play through Seal's Pass, which is the single greatest Dragon Link combo.
Seal Pass is a great. I love that. You can't diss Seal Pass.
Yeah. As long as you get Spring Girl into the graveyard as a material, it excavates cards equal to the number of Marine Cess monsters you control. So if you have 3 Marine Cess monsters in the field, you link off Spring Girl, it excavates 3, and if you hit a Marine Cess card, it deals 200 per each. So that's the one sort of burn damage that Marine Cess has. But it's RNG, that's the issue with it.
That's very cheeky as well, 200 damage. And who do we think is going to go first?
Let's have a look. Game number 3, it's all to play for. Mark versus Pasha on Dragon Link against Marine Cess. Let's see how this one plays out. I'm very excited to see.
I'm very excited. This game has been really back and forth. It's been very close.
Okay, Mark did choose to go first, all things considered. Effect Veiler comes down on Blue Tang, which I don't think is very... Oh, Droll and Lockbird and Imperm. Wow, that's a hard choice here.
What do you take? Do you go after your opponent's engine, or do you go after their... He's taking the Droll.
Yeah, he did. You do add a decent amount in this deck. I wouldn't want to be able to... I wouldn't want my Sea Angel to end there. Because he definitely wants to get Wave at some point as well, so... Let's see if Marine Cess hit... Oh, there's Blue Tang. Spring Girl, sorry, off the Blue Tang. Okay, we might see a bonus burn damage here. It depends. We'll see what happens with this Spring Girl. But if he links it off and plays it well, he should be able to do some amount of damage here and put himself in the lead.
Ash has got to go very quickly here.
Yeah.
He can't take any time to make any decisions, really.
So it still has an infinite impermanence in the hand here. And there isn't really anywhere to use it that's amazingly sort of clutch. Pascalos here would be okay, but you still have Anemone. Here's the Spring Girl. Okay, right, so he's going to try and attempt to burn for at least 2 here. Let's see if this Spring Girl can hit a Marine Cess off the top.
So we have 2 cards coming off the top here. 1, 2...
And that's 200 damage. That is 200 damage by Spring Girl. So at an absolute minimum, Mark is now in the lead here.
It feels like... to lose by 200 damage would feel very devastating, to be honest. It's so little.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yet, it all counts. It all adds up.
It would be enough. All right, Bahamut Shark is being activated here.
Pretty sound place to use Infinite Impermanence, because you're not going to get to use it if you don't use it there.
Just use it on Bahamut to make sure that you don't guarantee Toad. Link 3 here occurs, which is probably Coral Triangle. Although it is kind of, I don't think you can extend past this unless you specifically draw on Horse or Sea Star. Why do I keep calling it Sea? It's Sea Star or Seahorse. It's an ocean style amphibian, a foolish amphibian, one would say. Here's Marbled Rock, and Anemone will return something to the hand here. Okay, we're going to use the Equip here for the field spell, and also get a C-Star, back to the hands. Oh yeah, because that was the one we activated with Spring Girl, and then we get to special summon it. So we do get to guarantee a Link 4 play, just off of the back of those random excavates and mills. Really annoying, isn't it, if your opponent's sitting there with hand traps, right? Thinking they've hit the right things.
I mean, I think he has, but I guess again, it's just the power of the Link decks, I suppose, is that even if you negate the monster effects, you can still send them as a Link material. They've kind of got that extra bonus no matter what you do to them. So this is one spell and trap negation. And then Wave has not been searched, and Pasha gets to go. Pasha's going very quickly here. I think maybe he'll slow down a bit. Oh my goodness, that's a top deck.
Huge.
Although, does it not just get negated?
Yeah, it can be. Now the question is, do you want to negate to, I mean, you probably do, depending on how good that set card is, but putting a monster in attack position here, which is significantly smaller than 4,200, or I don't know the exact stats of Argonaut, it's quite big. But now Marble Drock is on the field, and Marble Drock is 23, I want to say. So a Bestial could potentially be enough for game here.
Rebellion, send. Well, it could be 200 if Marble Drock's 23.
Okay, Saronir send, I think that was, Druid's Worm?
Yeah, so Druid's Worm sends.
Okay, and Lebellion places the trap
does
card
he have
face
a light
up.
monster in his grave? Oh, he does now.
He's popping the...
Look at him, he's going so fast.
Yeah, no, he needs to. Special summon, battle phase, attack, 2 seconds left on the clock. Does he take it?
Is the damage gone through?
I think it's connected. Pasha might just win on time here.
Wow, what a game.
I mean, okay, so now I suppose we're in main phase 2, and Pasha just, I suppose, ends his turn here, and that's the duel.
I mean, it looks like they were just both looking at the judge.
All right, wow, that is the end of the game.
Wow. Wow. Steal from Pasha there.
We're talking seconds on that, by the way. Literally seconds.
Very nicely played.
That was definitely one of our highlights of today. That was an incredible back and forth.
Yeah, I really like the way, I mean, it's hard enough to like see the line to clear your opponent's board and poke through some damage, but to do it all with like 20 seconds or something is like crazy good. He must know exactly what he's doing with this deck.
That was extremely stressful just watching that, but Pasha manages to come out on top with the Bestial Dragon Link strategy, and it's a testament to, I suppose, the experience in a sense. You know, I feel like he really knew some of the niche interactions in the Dragon Link deck. You know, we didn't get to see that quad barrel play, unfortunately. He is running it, but listen, if you win by 1 life point or 8,000, in the end, all it needs is that single life point deficit, and Pasha took advantage of it. So
it all counts.
Yeah. All right, this has been an incredible duel. So you know, with the match running straight down to the wire here, we're going to get Pasha on for a quick little interview with yourself, I believe, and take him through the match, see some of his thoughts, and I suppose we'll be back with you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We're here for our post-match interview with the winner of our feature match, Pasha. Pasha, how are you feeling? That was intense.
I'm feeling pretty fantastic, I can't lie.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was really tense. I thought we were going to run out of time.
Well, yeah, because we saw like that game 3, you were going so fast, and you didn't make any mistakes as well. Like that was very, very impressive. Like, what was going through your head? Were you thinking, or were you just hands moving?
Honestly, I think I was planning a lot of my turn on my opponent's turn. So I kind of just knew, okay, he's got X, he's got Y, he's got Z, and I just knew like all I needed to do was clear and do a bit of damage, and I would then at least be able to continue playing. But just to get rid of his monsters and like make a play.
So what was your sort of game plan? We saw you choose to go second in the second game. Is that a strategy you've employed throughout the tournament?
The second game I actually went first, but I bricked so hard.
You just passed?
Yeah, I just passed.
That flew over our heads.
Yeah, I opened my opening 5. I saw driver because it loves me. I always see it, and then I just passed him, but I managed to turn it around.
Oh wow! Okay, wow! An even more impressive win. Okay.
Yeah.
The first game even was very close to the wire. That took a long time too.
Yeah, I tried really hard just to kind of stay in it. I was doing well into cracking his board, but again, the driver was in my hand. So
the magic driver. We've seen I don't know what it is about our feature match area, but you're not the first person to have drawn driver. Everyone, it seems to be glued into their hands.
Maybe it's the TV magic.
TV magic. Well, we'd rather see the camera, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
So what was we saw there was a judge call in the first game. What was that about?
So that was basically my opponent. It was just a small mistake on their part. They just it was 2 things. One of them, they basically they were declaring a search effect, but they didn't realize that they banished the target off the side.
Okay, yeah,
innocent mistake. And then the second one, they declared the effect of their link monster for a second time, but again, just by accident.
Yeah.
And then there was just a judge call just to basically see if...
Just to clarify it?
Yeah, just clarify it.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Marincess cards, or were you we saw you reading a few at the beginning. Is that you know them a bit, just wanted to make sure?
Exactly, yeah. I knew them a bit, but not well enough, so I just had to quickly learn just to try and make sure I don't get caught by the secret effects. Yeah.
And is this, what sort of matchups have you played so far today?
Today I played against Super Heavy Samurai, Cash Tira, I played against Sword Saw, played against Pearly.
Bit of everything.
Yeah.
Sounds like you having fun?
Definitely.
Is this your first nationals? You've been to a few before?
Second nationals.
Second nationals. You
first
seem very confident.
I just play Dragon cards really well.
Is this a deck you played a lot?
Yeah, about 4 years.
Oh wow. Okay, so you really like it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Best deck.
Well, man, that was a really great feature match. Thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for the feature.
Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the day. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow as well. For some top 32 action, maybe.
Hopefully.
All right, man. Thanks for the interview.
Cheers.
And we'll see you guys for round 8.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs from the dawn of dueling. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back, everyone, to the UK National Championship 2023. We interrupt this broadcast for an emergency announcement, as we have a new Forbidden Limit list revealed.
I'm always very excited when there's a new Forbidden. I feel like all the players are, because it kind of like shakes everything up a bit. You've got something new to play, something new to try. You know, it's always a lot of fun.
It's like Christmas for Yu-Gi-Oh players, but like 3 or 4 times a year.
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
We're gonna quickly go through that just before our next live feature match, which should be starting momentarily. But let's begin with the Forbidden cards. So first of all, we've got Cyberstein.
Cyberstein, yeah. This is a card that was on the Forbidden list for a very long time, and then has had a few years off the Forbidden list, and has now made its way back on. Obviously a very powerful card.
It's been flip-flopping a couple of times, I feel like.
Yeah.
I suppose it just depends on what fusion monsters exist.
And I guess how easily accessible it is, because obviously we're seeing Super Heavy Samurai, they can fetch it out of as we saw in our feature match, Super Heavy Samurai can fetch it out of their deck, so I guess it's got to come back into relevance.
Speaking of Super Heavy Samurai, we have the forbidding of Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow, the Link 1 monster.
Yeah, a very big change.
That's quite large, in fact. Not being able to trigger that Soul Piercer immediately is, well, that's going to be a strategy and a combo that people have to try and figure out how to do next week, I suppose. It's effective from Monday. Not today, that would be...
Not today.
That would be chaotic.
Quite unfair on our players. They'd be like, new Forbidden Limited list, you've got to change your decks.
Yep. Diablosis, the Mind Hacker, has also been forbidden, and, well, I mean, I think if anything was to hit Kashtira, this would probably be like the strongest.
Yeah, this
sort
is
of hit, right?
It's a very interesting change.
Yeah, so I think the greatest mechanical interaction that this is going to prevent is that multiple zone lock off of a singular banish. So it doesn't trigger, because Mind Hacker has the banish of the extra deck monster face down, then the follow-up when your opponent banishes a face down, so it's 2 banishes, so it's 2 zones. So it's going to be a lot harder to pull off a massive zone lock now.
Yeah. I think as well, having to have multiple copies of cards in your extra deck might change as well for a lot of players who can think, oh, okay, maybe I'll have 1 or 2 less extra copies.
A Point of the Red Lotus has now been forbidden too, which I think that's slowly creeped up from, you went 3 to 1 and now it's forbidden, so Trap does shoot for 2,000 life points, I suppose, in a way.
Yeah, it's a card that it's very popular going first for a lot of players. So
It's great going
I can
first,
see why, yeah.
Branded Expulsion has gone, so not being able to set up that Gimmick Puppet lock, which we saw, I think, twice today. So
it's going to be a big change.
That's huge. I think the sort of issue is like, I mean, if you hit like the Gimmick Puppet or the other targets, it doesn't really change anything because they're sort of interchangeable. So Expulsion leaving just means that it sort of deals with that. You know what I'm saying? That's it for the Forbidden cards, I think, right?
I think we're getting word that the players are ready. So
as
much as we're having fun talking about the Forbidden Limited list, I think the round 8 is going to...
We'll talk more to you about the limitations, semi-limitations as we go on, but here we are with round number 8. All right, so game number 1 is about to begin here. We've got Jason, who is a local of mine, actually. He's been in the scene locally for me in Glasgow, personally, for a number of years, and he loves Labyrinth. He loves this deck.
So when we were scrolling through, you were like, oh, Jason, I know him. Like, let's have him. It's nice when you can like recognize some names. It's nice for us as well when we're going through just to find out and pick someone that we know, because sometimes, you know, we don't know everyone, obviously, so...
Do we not? You don't know
I mean, maybe you know everyone.
You're a Yu-Gi-Oh player? Name every Yu-Gi-Oh duelist.
Name every Yu-Gi-Oh duelist. Oh, I know Jason and I know Joe very well, actually.
Super Heavy Samurai is the matchup for Jason here with Labyrinth. It'll be interesting to see what type of variant he's playing. Actually, I think I had a peek earlier. I think it's the sort of the furniture inclusions, the Stovey, the Cook Clock, and that's a huge beginning start. It's Extravagance. Gotta love that draw too.
Yeah, Extravagance is cool. I guess it's cool because we're seeing Prosperity kind of everywhere. So seeing Extravagance now kind of pick up instead. I mean, this is my personal opinion on why people are doing it. is that if you're running the furniture cards, they all require you to discard a card. So beforehand, like Prosperity, maybe searching the cards you want was really important. But now, if you have to discard cards, you might start to run out of cards quite soon. So maybe getting the extra card to your hand rather than the card selection is more important.
Yep, absolutely. And Jason really just has a amazing turn one play here. It's as good as it gets. I think the coup clock search is essentially guaranteeing, or indicating rather, that we do have some powerful turn one plays here with the activation of a trap card on the turn that it's been set, right?
Yeah, and this combines nicely with the Stovey Toy, which lets you set a labyrinth trap.
So the Droll and Lockbird discard there is really rough because that's a card just by itself, which could kind of win this matchup, right? So a bit of a sacrifice there, but
I guess he doesn't know what his opponent's running.
Yeah,
I love the way the coup clock comes out of the graveyard, and then it gives you you can just return it to your hand with the big welcome. Because normally it's kind of a downside. Well, it's kind of like half and half. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad to return a card from the field to your hand. But in the case of coup clock, it's like great.
All right, so summons the lovely lady from the main deck here, bouncing the coup clock, and
so that should allow you to destroy a card from your opponent's, because a trap card caused a monster to leave the field, then you can trigger its effect, and that allows you to destroy a card either on your opponent's field or in their hand. So he's going to get a peek at what his opponent's playing if it hits a Super Heavy Samurai card, but not. Looks like Joe's getting ready to use a card in response.
I mean, any sort of monster negate is going to just like trade, I feel here.
I suppose, you could choose what monster it is.
Yep. Ghost's Mourner Moonlit Chill, I think is the
Ghost
correct.
Mourner and Moonlit Chill.
Yeah.
It's very chill.
Yeah, she is. It's a bit of a unique sort of hand trap. It works like Effect Veiler in that it negates, but it's a trigger rather than a quick effect.
It's triggered when your opponent special summons a monster.
Yeah.
It has some upsides and some downsides.
I was going to mention the downsides, which is involving mandatory interactions, or I think turn player interactions. So I think one of the most common ones is if it's your turn and you Mourner Masquerena into Unicorn, the Unicorn actually will still be able to spin your card because the turn player will be Chainlink 1 and Chainlink 2 will be Unicorn. Like you can't like make it Chainlink 2. So it actually wouldn't be able to negate Unicorn.
Oh, I see. But if you had Effect Veiler, you wouldn't be able to activate it anyway because it's your turn.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, the idea is that it doesn't work in that exact instance because of the way the chain linking works and the turn player priority, so...
Is it a trigger effect or a quick effect, actually? I guess we can find out.
It's trigger, right?
Later. Well, something like Drawn Lockbird, for example, is a quick effect. So it has to activate in the window of your opponent's special, adding a card.
Right,
but it's a quick effect, so you can chain it at any point during the chain. You don't need to do it. It's not. It doesn't work like a trigger effect. I'm not sure about Ghost Mourner.
All right, that's a good point. But the important thing here about Mourner is that, to me personally, I feel like that indicates... Whoa, okay, wow, Joe is just scooping this up here, actually.
I think there's some merit. Again, you were talking earlier about like conceding if the game looks over. There's also some merit to conceding before your opponent knows what you're playing.
Well, I mean, I was going to just mention that. I don't think that Jason doesn't know what he's playing anymore. If I see Mourner, I feel like that's like the 7th best hand trap of the format. And so the only deck that can run that really is Super Heavy Samurai. I feel like that's a strong indication that it's Super Heavy.
I mean, at least a deck that's running a lot of hand traps. So it could be something weirder as well, like Sprite. I mean, some people just like it. I don't...
Fair, yeah.
I mean, I think because of Super Heavy Samurai existing, I think players are gravitating more towards hand traps. So I think in a previous format, before Super Heavy Samurai was out, players it'd be very weird because you could use things like evenly matched quite happily. But now pretty much no one's running evenly matched all of a sudden, even though it went from being like, I think it was like the 2nd most popular card at YCS London, and all of a sudden I'm hardly seeing it at all.
Yeah, I mean, evenly matched...
It's being replaced with hand traps.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those sort of prevention's better than cure type of things where evenly sort of deals with a field, hand traps stop a field from being established, and I think something like Super Heavy Samurai just puts up way too much that evenly is, unless you have like 3 copies or something, it's just never really going to be enough to contend with a full field, so I suppose that's the logic.
I guess the new plan should just be draw 2 evenly matched, that's it.
So that was a big start there from Jason, I think, with the Labyrinth strategy.
Definitely.
We're going to move on up to game number 2 here and see just exactly how Joe decides to play with this one out. You know, I think you mentioned that he was trying to conceal his strategy for the against Jason, but going first against Super Heavy Samurai, I think he's going to be in a bit more of a better position, especially since Labyrinth doesn't play an absurd number of hand traps, except that draw on Lockbird, which I mean, it is what it is if they draw that.
Well, we'll see if he's been hoodwinked by you know the strategy of just the early concession.
All right, let's jump into game number 2 here. Our players are ready to begin, and the God, I love those Kurikara sleeves.
I was thinking that as well. Just intimidate your opponent. You know, all of my cards are Kurikara. Any of them could be Kurikara.
All right, we are starting with Motorbike from the hand here. So Resolution, Droll, and Lockbird is what we're trying to aim for if you're Jason in this scenario.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of players now are sort of fearful of Cypher India Gamma.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously in the feature match, they don't know this, but in the feature match area, you're not allowed to draw Gamma, you have to draw Driver. So, you know, you know that you don't need to play around it. But in general, I think players are sort of waiting a little bit to use their Droll and Lockbird.
I wonder if Joe's aware of the fact that Gamma's going to 1 on Monday. Trying to take as much use of it now. All right, so no Droll comes out from Jason here. It looks like it is going to be... did he search the Wakaushi? Or does he already have it?
No, I think he searched the Soul Piercer.
Okay. All right, well, here is the...
sorry, the Soul Peacemaker.
Peacemaker. Okay, we already have the Piercer there. Okay, so 100% guaranteed that Joe has full combo. It's just a question of whether or not there's enough in Jason's hand to stop at a specific choke point, which I feel like if you had a hand trap, you would use something by now.
I feel like, so this would be the moment to activate a Draw and Lockbird, I think, because this is the first time Joe has searched a card from his deck while having a monster in play.
Yeah.
But I think if you don't see a Draw and Lockbird now, you're never going to see a Draw and Lockbird. I think similarly, like a card like Ghost Ogre, you would probably see it on the Wakaushi if you were going to see it anywhere. So I think you're almost saying it's probably not going to be much there. And even if there is at this point, it's probably not something that you're scared of, because Baron de Fleur is going to come down with a lot of speed. I think that's the next thing that happens.
Having a look at Jason's list here, I actually don't see any sort of equalizing going second cards. So, you know, things like Evenly, Dark Ruler. I suppose you probably wouldn't typically play that in Labyrinth anyway, but his only real defense against this looks like to be go first or draw a hand trap, of which he's done none of them.
There we go.
There's
That's
Gamma.
a definite hand trap.
Yeah, that is Gamma on... Which effective was that? Was that the Scareclaw?
The Scareclaw, yeah. It's not one to sniff at, because again, the power of Gamma is that it not only destroys the monster, but also removes it. So it stops you from just making a bonus lick monster with it or anything like that.
Yeah, stopping the effect to recur here, as well as forcing your opponent to go for that discard and removing the body. Really strong, really strong here.
So Joe going to need some extra tool to push through, because he's used his normal summon already. So he's going to need an extra way to get a monster on the field. I think he may have already actually added Soul Horn, so I think he should be good to go with that. Maybe, unless I'm wrong.
Soul Gaia, right?
Oh, yeah. It's not Soul Horn, it's the Gaia booster I'm thinking of. Soul Horn is not so popular anymore. Oh, he also has the Soul Peacemaker as well.
Yeah. He's got a lot of ways to continue here, so this is, you know, Ballista, it's a rank 4.
He's got a very, like, chill demeanor, Joe, doesn't he? He doesn't look super fussed about what's going on.
Peacemaker for the scales from the deck, potentially?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, and Piercer. Was that double Piercer you opened, or did he add that back to his hand?
No, I think he just opened 2 of them.
Okay, so Search and Special. Not too bad, actually, from Joe's perspective. You're still managing to push through this Gamma.
Yeah.
Decently comfortably.
I think, again, Piercer's great, because even if you open, like, 2 of it, you can just equip one to a monster in play, and then you still get to just trade it out for another Super Heavy Samurai.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, there is the search here happening. If I can just give me a moment here, I'm going to try and find Joe's list, because I'm just very curious to see what version of the deck he's playing. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get that up just now. But depending on what style of super heavy combo he's got, you know, we've talked about a few different win conditions, hand loop, as well as the just sort of the
lots of
the more
negates.
standard one. Yeah, like lots of bodies, lots of negates. Probably not Tristan's version of the gimmick puppet.
That would be quite funny if Tristan thought he'd come up with it, and then someone else has also come up with it.
Yeah. Is that wagon we've searched out there?
That is a wagon, and we're also going to get to summon Soul Pierce from the graveyard. So I guess 2 different options here. You could just forego making Baron de Fleur early because you've already seen one interruption, so maybe you think there's probably unlikely to be another one coming up, and go straight into the Ballista. Get some materials that you want to pendulum summon. Just having a little peek at his extra deck here, but that does look like a Baron de Fleur. Oh no, it's
Omega.
It's Omega. Okay, so Omega to me indicates that he's going to be maybe making over Disparter later and banishing a few cards from Jason's hand.
So I think you can play a 1 Omega, but the hand loop version generally wants to use Omega twice and then put those cards back with the Dispater, as you mentioned. But I don't know if that's exactly the version he's like running here, right? I don't know if that's the exact kind of win condition he's opted for.
Yeah, I mean, he might just run Omega because it's a good card.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's a Premier level 8, it's limited for a reason.
He is limited, isn't he?
Yeah, oh, definitely. That's why they have to make Disparter to manage to instead of just banishing 2. So this looks like a Pendulum Summon.
Yep. Pendulum Summon 2 level 4s here.
He's put Wagon straight in defense mode, which is very boring. You should put it in attack so it can switch itself to defense, then you can switch it back again.
Yeah, you just do a little dance. Turn 1,
dance.
Make your opponent intimidated by your groovy skills of your super heavy combo.
I wonder what card he wouldn't Pendulum Summon. I guess maybe an extra copy of, Gamma.
Yeah, another disruption.
Because Gamma is one of those, it's got a strange line of text, which is it has to be special summoned by a card effect. So that, weirdly enough, that was printed before Pendulum Summoning was a thing. But obviously, like, you can't not special summon a card with a card effect. Except Pendulum Summoning.
Yeah.
But that was very, very forward thinking by whoever wrote that line of text, which prevented it from being Pendulum Summoned.
He was considering an overlay there, which tells me that he is playing Gear Gigant X. But after your Pendulum Summon, Gear Gigant kind of loses a lot of value, don't you think?
Yeah, because then you can't Pendulum Summon whatever you search. I mean, you can summon Stealthy.
Do you think there's like a particularly like strong end field that is really good against trap combo decks per se? Because like, you know, Apollosa is great against monster heavy hands, but something like Labyrinth might not be like super great. That's kind of...
I've always thought against trap decks, you just want to end with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's stuff that follows up. I don't think you want to like invest a huge amount. Like if you can have follow-up, because trap cards often have this sort of like one-for-one trading kind of thing. It's harder to set up floodgates to prevent you from playing because you've already got a bunch of monsters in play. So I really like the approach. You just set up a bunch of big monsters and then your opponent has to have a trap for each and every one of them. I quite like the Gamma here as well. A kind of more measured approach from Joe. He's not going all in. Is that a Daruma Cannon?
Yeah, I think a few Labyrinth players have opted to play this as this kind of just one-off searchable card from the deck here. So after you resolve the effect of is it Silver Castle, you can set one from your deck.
Exactly, yeah.
So the Daruma Cannon puts everything face down, and then I think it sends cards up to the number of cards that weren't set face down. So basically it acts as like a...
Well, it sends anything that wasn't set. So it sets everything.
So basically links.
Yeah, exactly, and it sends all the links. And I guess if there's any very strange other cards that can't be changed face down, I don't know why. Tokens, I guess. They're strange cards that can't be set.
I was going to say, this is not like the strongest end field here, is it?
It's not, but keep in mind that 2 cards have come out of Jason's hand already. One for the Omega and the Gamma itself. So I guess it doesn't have to be. And this Super Heavy Samurai monster has a quick effect that can destroy a spell or trap card, which is pretty handy against a trap deck. And it also has a nice little bonus for doing 500 damage. I'm interested why Jason said it. Oh, he wanted to bait it out.
I have a feeling that was... Is the Super Heavy end of main?
No, it's just... this is a quick effect. Chandra Glare is a quick effect.
Okay, so this must be the end phase, right?
Yeah. But he's deciding that one Labyrinth trap against the world is not enough to take it on.
It didn't seem like much, but it I suppose, was just honest work, you know? Through a single hand trap, just end on
yeah, a
end on
hand
loop.
trap, and you know, one card taken out of the hand. Ash for the. There was quite a lot that went on, you know.
Yeah.
Plus, like being able to pop, like a spell and trap pop is not normally like much to look at, but also like against a trap deck, it's going to trade for another one of their cards pretty
Turn
freely.
after turn.
Yeah, so I think it didn't look like much, but it definitely got the job done.
It was a losing battle, I feel like, for Jason there, but I think I want to say the Ash Blossom might have been like the true
nail in
turning
the
point
coffin,
there.
Yeah. Denying 2 extra draws. I mean, I guess it's always going to trade with something in Labyrinth because at very worst, it's always going to trade with one of the Labyrinth traps.
I think the super heavy style is to always like put up like as much disruption as possible, and that's really good against like monster decks. But a pure sort of trap deck like Labyrinth, you really sort of have to reevaluate your game plan, and I think that's where a lot of your practice comes from. You know, to be able to say I can do this versus this matchup, or I can just do my full turn crazy wombo combo turn 1, which generally works against 90% of the meta, right?
But now we're seeing Super Heavy Samurai go second, and particularly going second against Labyrinth, I think this is probably an issue that a lot of players may have felt, because Super Heavy Samurai obviously has this restriction where you can't use spells and traps. And most of the time it's fine. A lot of the most powerful cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are monsters. You can use hand traps to interrupt your opponent on their turn. But I feel like blowout cards against a lot of set spells and traps are often
like a
other
lightning
spells
storm
and
is
traps.
always
lightning
huge.
storm, evenly matched, etc. All really powerful. Like the spell and trap removal you have to like search for in Super Heavy Samurai is a little bit weaker than you'd normally want to run. Like you wouldn't run Archfiend Eccentric if you could run something else, right? I think it is significantly weaker into Labyrinth, especially because.
I mean, there's a world where you also play hand traps, right? Just because Labyrinth, you would have noticed that his opponent's playing the furniture cards, so it's naturally just, I suppose, kind of scary because you know that people are going to be playing Deck Devastation Virus, specifically for Super Heavy Samurai. Destroying 50, oh gods, wow, has Jason opened like the full combo? Kuklok is a good start here.
Oh, that's a Chandra Glare.
Oh, sorry, yes, Chandra Glare. So Chandra is the one that lets you use 1 this turn?
So no, Kuklok is the one that lets you use 1.
This one sets from deck?
The other 2, discard a card and set a Labyrinth trap from your deck.
Okay. So how do you get to the searchable like one-off virus?
That you need to use Lady.
Lady, okay.
And obviously all of the traps can search Lady.
Okay.
But it doesn't look like...
We're not doing that turn 1, but...
But you can still set it up, even it doesn't look like it necessarily, but you can like, for example, you could search Kuklok with the big welcome and then return it to your hand. So I think he may actually have enough to activate Virus.
We're doing it in the standby phase here, but that's a Epsilon.
I'm very sad we didn't look at his deck list before because I love Epsilon. It's so cool. It's such a cool part of siding Gamma in is you can swap it out for Epsilon against trap cards.
Oh wow, chaining the is that big welcome?
That's big welcome.
That's big welcome. Okay, huge.
I think Joe's
literally large.
I think he's very happy to see Epsilon in his opening hand, and as well, like he didn't even have to do anything. Like Jason just let him use it. Like negating a trap and summoning 2 monsters is just an unbelievable deal.
I was gonna say, do you feel like it was maybe a little bit preemptive? Like, what are you really scared of against Super Heavy immediately shotgunning? It's not gonna be Lightning Storm, right?
You're not scared of that, no. As I was saying, so I think if uninterrupted, this is probably going on in Joe's draw phase or standby phase. You can summon the lady, and then you can summon a Kuklok with.
But that
the big
still
welcome.
like plays into something like a Gamma, right?
Yes, lady can't be destroyed. If your opponent has like no,
it will still negate though.
Yeah, so if your opponent were not to have a Gamma, exactly a Gamma or an Epsilon, I suppose in this case, you would, I think, being able to deck devastation virus your opponent, which is obviously what you want to do. But yeah, this Epsilon here is a very nice tech. I'm very happy to see it.
We hard drew deck dev.
Oh,
that's
dear.
incredible. Is this going to be like a full hand loop? There's no way.
It does do a lot of cards. I don't actually know the attack points of all of the monsters off the top of my head, but
I mean, the only one it's not going to hit is Driver.
It's Driver versus the world.
Yep. He is a psychic soldier on the currents of lightning that storms into battle.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5
oh no!
Cards.
And
the
Jason just saying, "Yeah, that one too."
Oh no!
Get out of here!
That's his whole hand. There it goes. It really is a driver and a dream, which, by the way, is going to be banished at the end of this turn.
Yeah,
All
this will be quite the comeback.
Well, Joe can win here in the next 24 minutes, potentially.
Yeah. We know Labyrinth is slow. Is it slow enough that it takes 24 minutes to do?
That's gone. Everything's gone.
damage?
Every card that he owns in his possession is just gone. That's so sad. All right. Well, should have played some larger monsters, I feel.
Well, he had the driver.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, maybe Joe. I don't know. I mean, it's mean to say because obviously this is massive hindsight speaking, but maybe he could have known that what Jason was ultimately aiming for was the virus and saved the Epsilon for the virus. But that was very...
Yeah.
Did you see that from Joe? Jason's like, I activate Big Welcome. Do you have any response? And Joe's just like...
Do I?
Do I? Let
know.
me check my hand. Very funny.
I'm sure nothing was meant by that, just making sure that we're getting into the habit of procedural...
Yeah, it's just good habits.
Yeah,
You should always
course.
ask your opponent if they have a response to something.
Okay, so we set that in the standby, right? And now we're going directly to the start of main to use Extravagance?
Yeah, because you have to use Extravagance as the first action. One thing I've always wondered and never actually bothered to look up is whether the first action, like, if you use like Extravagance and your opponent plays Solemn Judgment, does that count as your first action? I don't know. Like if the
well, Solemn Judgment negates the activation, not the action.
Yeah, I know, but what's the action?
Entering your main phase, I guess, right?
Yeah, so do you think you could activate another one? This is ruling,
No, I don't think
ruling's
so.
quiz
No,
for the day.
no, you can't.
You can't, okay.
Can you?
I don't know, that's why I
So-
don't know. I said I've not looked it up.
Okay.
But because you haven't like activated anything, right? The activation was negated.
Okay, let's ask the Twitch chat. Maybe someone maybe someone can clarify for us.
What is meant by first action? There are some words that appear on cards like very rarely. For example, like one of the most confusing cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think is like Prohibition and Psyblocker, which say cannot be used because they're the only cards where that word appears. So I think that can be very confusing as well.
Okay. Well, we've established set 4 and a Ariana here, so...
And Joe's card may very well just be sent straight into the bin.
Scales.
Yeah,
there it goes.
Don't
forget Dex Devastation Virus lasts 3 whole turns, so...
Yeah, I think one probably would have been enough, but, we just got to rub it in.
End phase, activate Welcome, Special Summon, and we're basically just going to go through some motions here. Have you noticed the rarities of these cards, by the way?
I'm very bad at rarities.
Okay, that's Starlight. I'm sure you've seen that one around.
Yeah, okay, Starlight Road, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful cards here. Jason actually opted to get a full max rarity of this deck.
Oh yeah,
we were talking about
now. Yeah, once it's come into the hand, I can really see it.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. Like this is how much he loves this deck. Like he's such a huge fan of Labyrinth. He's showing off that beautiful Starlight rare.
I like the way, like Lady, that he's like. Normally, there's something to destroy from your opponent's hand or field, but in this case, there is actually nothing. He's already destroyed all the cards in his opponent's hand and field. There's nothing left for the lovely Labyrinth to destroy.
Yeah, it's really just about wrapping this one up for Jason.
Yeah, it looks like he's got more than enough damage.
Is this Jason's third Extravagance this duel?
This match, yeah.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, go for 6.
Just sort of toying with him a bit here.
Yeah, at this point I wouldn't be surprised if we had a Grand Maju come down.
Just got to enjoy his time in the feature match, I think the feature match, different players have different things. Some people really enjoy it, some people find it very nervous, some people, I guess, a bit of everything. But I guess if you're enjoying yourself and you're winning, why not?
Some people are just cursed to never win a feature match. I'm referring to myself there.
I was guessing.
Okay, so this was a great display of Labyrinth, I suppose. It does exactly what the win condition was. It was to get it into that deck Devastation Virus, set up, and attack for game here on the following turn. Jason takes this down 2-1.
Wow. That was just devastating.
That was...
yeah.
I see what you did there. Yes. Okay, fantastic display, but regardless, it was entertaining. It was back and forth, I think, at least for the first 2 games. So,
yeah, I enjoyed that. I really liked seeing the Epsilon, even if it wasn't quite enough to take it home. I did enjoy, like, it's a tech that I myself have like really enjoyed using from time to time. When you've got the Gamma in the main deck, then you can like swap it out for Epsilons against decks running lots of traps. So I really liked seeing it there, and it was an extra surprise because we hadn't actually looked at his deck list beforehand, just to see it come like basically out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So, yeah, great to see. We'll have Jason over in just a moment. I think I'm going to be interviewing him to have a little discussion about his deck. Just while we're getting our players mic'd up, I suppose we could continue taking a look at.
You love this, don't you? Balance is like your favorite thing.
Yeah, so the Forbidden Limited list has been released already if you've just tuned in. If you haven't picked this up, you can check it out on the various social media platforms, on Twitter, on Instagram. You can get a full rundown. We've already gone through the Forbidden cards. We should probably give you a little indication as to what the new limits are. We've seen the return of Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Infernos.
Yeah, for me, like, again, maybe I'm showing my age. I did play when, you know,
Dragon
Rulers were first released, so to see this come back off the Forbidden Limited list is big. I'm really
How many are we at
see
now,
it.
too? Right, there's Tempest and Blaster. We don't have Tidal yet, do we?
No, not yet, but maybe one day.
Slowly getting there. Next up is Mathmech Circular being limited.
Very powerful card, Mathmech Circular.
Yeah, we saw it twice today. It is extremely good. It does so much just by itself. It's a one-card combo, so I guess reining that in, you know, maybe makes a little bit of sense. We talked a little bit about the side frames here. Epsilon isn't the one that made it to this one. It is indeed Gamma.
Not the driver.
No, not the driver.
Driver's the best one.
They should put it to 0 just to like stop people from drawing it, right?
Yeah, so side frame gear Gamma to 1. It's a card we've been seeing a lot this weekend.
Very popular.
Yeah.
The Denglong, first of the Yangzing, has returned after, gosh, it's been 7 years?
After an
it's
intermission.
a long time. Yeah. I think our players are ready now, so give us just a moment as we get seated here and bring Jason on for a post-match discussion. We'll continue with the Forbidden Limited list throughout the day as we continue with the stream. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Hello and welcome back everyone to the United Kingdom National Championship Qualifier. So, we are here joined by Jason. You had a little bit of a feature there with your Labyrinth strategy.
That's right.
You are, I suppose, for context, I know Jason locally, and I think you've been a fan of this exact specific interaction for a while, right? It started off with Altergeist.
You mean traps, yeah.
Yeah, that traps as well. But they interact in the same way in the Silver Castle and the Multi-Faker.
Yeah, I like every iteration of Multi-Faker. Multi-Faker, Multi-Caker.
Who's the other one? You tried the Amazement archetype, right?
I did try the Amazement one, I forgot about that.
Arlecchino.
Yeah, Arlecchino.
Yeah, it works exactly the same way.
Yeah,
so.
you're right, you're not wrong.
Yeah, all right. You decided to play it because for this event, I mean, you just love it. I guess the deck to beat probably is Super Heavy Samurai, Kashtira. You were obviously very prepared for that matchup, weren't you?
Super Heavies, I'm more prepared for. I think it's like more favorable.
Did you watch what we were saying about the? Was that okay? What we were saying, or was that?
Deck dev has been good in all of them. Not quite as good as that game, but
that was
yeah,
6 monsters, 6
cards.
Yeah,
so everything.
Everything.
Absolutely everything.
What did you think of the Epsilon that came down?
I wasn't expecting it. I kind of knew it was a trap one, but I kind of had to make sure anyway.
Yeah, for sure. It's I think been played like a couple of times here and there, but you know, side frames I guess are kind of weird like that. So.
Yeah, you expect the Ash, but you don't expect the Epsilon.
Yeah. So, walk us a little bit through the duel there. You picked up game 1. I think it was pretty convincingly, right? And stand out there?
So, like, I X-Draved and he didn't Ash. So I kind of knew I was safe to, like, do the big play, which is usually greedy. Like, sometimes playing into Ash is, like, bad. I've never been punished for it, like, so far in the event. But, like, it is, like, a worry. But, like, he didn't Ash the X-Draft, so that told me he didn't have the Ash for the big welcome, so I felt free to do the lovely. And game 2, I just didn't really open enough hand traps. It was just like the 1 gamma. So like, I kind of know it's not enough, but I kind of need to make sure like...
Do you know exactly like with the best point to stop super heavy? Because I feel like it never is enough against that deck.
No, I just feel it out, to be honest.
Just kind of feel it out.
Yeah, it just felt like the Scarecrow was the best thing, and then like he has to have some way to extend because he's ready to use his normal for the Soul Piercer. So it just made sense to do it there, but yeah, I don't know. It's not an easy matchup to kind of guess what's going to do, but yeah.
Yeah, going second especially feels quite rough, right? Like, what's the sort of general game plan there? Is it just rely on hand traps, just draw roll?
Yeah, it's just hand trap and then try and play next turn. Try and make sure their board isn't like too good. Like if they get to Brawn and they stop your way to like get to Engine, then that's really difficult.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, game 3, you took it down with that huge deck devastation virus. Do you think he epsiloned at the right point? Because we were debating, like, maybe if you're scared of specifically deck dev, like that's like the one point you should hold for is deck dev? Or do you think it was, like, a little bit preemptive?
Maybe, it depends. Like, it's initially very improbable that I've just drawn it. But even though I did, so, like, stopping me from getting to the lady, like, guarantees I'm not getting to it, I suppose. But then you could also just, like, wait for the lady to get it and then do that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the deck dev was... Maybe you should have hit the deck dev. I didn't really think about it, to be honest.
Yeah. All right, how are you expecting your sort of rest of the weekend to go? Do you think you're in with a good shot? How have your matchups been in general?
I started very unconfident in my list. So I'm kind of shocked I'm X1 already. I'm X1. I've lost, like, almost every dice roll.
Wow.
Like I lost like 4 dice rolls in a row, 5 dice rolls in a row, and then like I've only started winning them like the last couple of rounds. So like I'm like 2-6 in dice rolls. I haven't won a dice roll in like 4 days.
It's going to balance itself out now, right? Like,
I'd hope so, yeah. But like I haven't won a dice roll in like 4 days, so I kind of thought that was a bad omen.
You're just
like,
saving it for Top Cut.
Yeah, let's hope.
All right, thank you guys for tuning in. This has been your post-match interview with Jason here on Labyrinth. We're going to be back momentarily, I suppose, with the next round in the next feature match. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs from the dawn of dueling. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the UK National Championship final round of Swiss, day number 1.
Yeah, we've got a good feature match.
This is very strong. I am very excited to see this in action. We've got Marcus Patel, is he reigning?
Reigning European champion and previous UK national champion. So
double-time champion.
Yeah, one of the most highly acclaimed players in the room, probably.
Easily, yeah, what an incredible title. Marcus Patel is ready to go here, actually. He's on Cash Tira. Not exactly the craziest and spiciest list we've seen of Cash Tira, but I think we really wanted to check out his opponent, who is on MathMech, with featuring some of these brand new Firewall cards. Quite a heavy inclusion of the Firewall Defender in the main deck, as well as the combo that I suppose it's trying to end on is the Terahertz, and the fusion that it sends to the graveyard with the D-Save Worm.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to add a little bit of extra spice to the MathMech deck, because I feel like you end up with a lot of link materials and I suppose not necessarily the ability to do that much with it. So I'm kind of excited to see now extending the MathMech deck a little bit further. But right now it's Marcus's turn, and he started off with probably the best opener for the Cash Tira deck, I would say, is the Unicorn.
Yeah, Cash Tira Unicorn going to lose a little bit of consistency soon, I think, with the semi-limit. So happy to open it as much as he can this weekend, I'm sure Marcus is. Valor probably the best interaction against it, because he also has Ash Blossom, which you might be able to see here.
Nice thing about Valor is that the effect is negated and all of the effects are negated. So if you used Ash Blossom, then you'd lose a card from your extra deck.
Yeah,
whereas with the Valor, it negates all of the effects. Marcus again with that extra shiny Fenrir.
Beautiful ultimate rare from the OTS, the Cash Tira, the Cash Tira Fenrir. And actually hard draws the Birth there for the extra normal summon. If you search with... Ooh, okay. This puts him in a precarious position here with this Ash Blossom. Do we want to negate? He is indeed going to also negate.
It doesn't feel good.
It does not feel good at all, does it? But like, you have to, right?
But when else are you going to use it? Like, maybe if your opponent has a Prosperity. Dragon Marcus has just actually got the Rise Hard as well in his hand. That'd be... Just like you can.
Oh, okay then.
You can negate my cards.
That's the full combo through 2 hand traps. Just hard drawing the correct pieces there.
It's even better, really, because that way you've like traded cards in your hand for cards in your opponent's hand.
Gosh.
Which you wouldn't like. Sometimes opening a full hand of Cash Tira cards can be a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Because, you know, obviously you can lock more zones, but that's kind of risky if there's a Nibiru or a Kaiju to undo the zone lock. But in this case, it's just. Yeah, it's great if your opponent is willing to, well, kind of has to trade the cards from their hand for not really very much value. And we see it here. I always find this interaction quite funny, where you try and destroy your own Cash Tira Rise Heart with the field spell. But it's only so that you can use its effect to detach a material and save itself from being destroyed. I always just find it just looks quite silly, doesn't it? You're like, yeah, I'm going to destroy my own monster that's like really powerful and blocking you from using a monster zone.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it also has the added benefit of detaching it, getting it in there to bring it back with the Birth, which allows you to have an extra body and continue playing here with the Diablosis, and that's going to be a full 5-zone lock here. And I think Louis considering conceding here to
before showing away the extra deck.
Yeah,
it's quite threatening, isn't it? It's like, I'm going to look at your extra deck and banish a card, and you have to think like, am I going to have a good chance of winning this game? And I guess if not, you don't really want to show your opponent your extra deck, because the extra deck is really kind of the heart of a lot of decks, and he's packed it up.
Okay, a very quick and fast game number 1. I mean, I suppose that's the hands of a champion, realistically, literally.
The hands like the moving, or the hands of the drawing? That's
the ability to zone lock for 5 through 2 hand traps, when the hand traps were arguably used as correct as they could be, I think, right?
I don't think there's much, like, they are pretty low impact in that situation, aren't they? But I think you have to run them, and I don't think he's done anything wrong. It shows kind of the downside, maybe, of Effect Valor over a card like Infinite Impermanence, because if you use Effect Valor, first of all, you have to use it before your opponent summons a Rise Heart, otherwise it can't be used, because it has to be sent to the graveyard as a cost. And second of all, if you have Infinite Impermanence, you can wait until your turn and then just turn off the Arise Heart in your turn, which is possibly a little bit more useful than Effect Valor, where you kind of just have to throw it at one of the Cash Tira monsters that they've special summoned and see if it annoys them.
It can be very annoying, I suppose, and sometimes shows the true downsides of these mid-range decks like MathMech, where you play all these very low impact hand traps, but you play so many of them that you're kind of just throwing them out into the wind there and putting your opponent on better have it. And sometimes they have it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have it.
Yeah, because I guess these types of hand traps, like Droll and Veiler, which kind of just stop one thing, they just negate an effect, but they don't destroy any monsters. So if your opponent has the follow-up, then they can still use those monsters, which obviously Marcus did there to great effect.
So I think if my opponent activates Ash Blossom, it doesn't tell me a lot about their deck. But if they also activate Ash Blossom and Veiler, it tells me they're playing a heavy hand trap sort of deck. And I think Veiler probably starts to kind of trickle down like the ranking system of hand traps that you would play. So I feel like I would probably ascertain that they're maybe not playing Kashtira, because I think Kashtira doesn't really play a ton of hand traps, maybe Ash Blossom, but it's usually things like Books, things like Eclipse, things like Shifter. So I think you can probably expect that it's not the mirror, at least.
Yeah, I think maybe your sleuthing powers are maybe too far for this. I don't know. I mean, I get your point, but it's a bit of a, like, I don't know, what does that mean you're side decking if you're maybe saying it's maybe not.
So that's the issue that Marcus is in, right? It's like, what do you side deck
Well,
now?
that was kind of the point. I mean, it's a small solace that your opponent doesn't know what you're running when you've lost game one. I would happily win game one and show my opponent my cards, but, you know.
The funny thing here, actually, is Marcus is playing Ghost Bell, which is a very niche card that you would probably not bring in against anything except Mathmech and probably Labyrinth as well. But the fact that Ghost Bell is in here is extremely powerful, because that is a very, very important point to stop the trap card, the Super Factorial. All right, and we're going into game number 2 here. Louis is probably going to start us off with Mathmech going first here. Maybe those hand trap strategy of going second. I mean, it wasn't his choice, obviously, but it clearly wasn't enough. So gets a chance to go.
Oh,
did he
was that just a pass?
No way. There's no way.
It looked a lot like a pass.
I'm looking at his hand here, and there's just a lot of. Is that triple Veiler? There's double Veiler.
2 Veilers, a Talents.
Oh, that's why Talents feels kind of rough sometimes, because you have to be able to play.
Yeah, you have to be able to play and have your opponent stop you. I think it's one of those cards that, like, you keep it in your deck going first. It's not like super critical going first.
Kashtira Fenrir comes in, activating the effect to search. Well, here's hand trap number 1. Okay, Marcus
be very happy in this situation.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he brought in Duster, actually. That's pretty interesting.
It's pretty generic, I think, if you're going second. Like most decks, with the one exception of Super Heavy Samurai, probably will say. I mean, even as you were saying, like a very important piece of interruption in this deck is the Super Factorial, and it's not beautiful against the Super Factorial, but at least it makes them activated immediately and not be able to get the extra benefit of sending a monster you control to the graveyard.
You're a math whiz, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to explain to me really quick what a factorial is? A super factorial, rather?
I don't know what a super factorial is. I could explain what factorial is, but I suppose I might bore some of the viewers. But, you know, 1 factorial is 1, 2 factorial is 2 times 1, and 3 factorial is 3 times 2 times 1, and then you keep going. So they get very big very fast.
Okay.
I don't know what it means when you make it super. It should have an exclamation mark.
Well, it clearly gains a negate. That's what it does.
Exactly.
Sure.
But yeah, factorial is denoted with an exclamation mark, so...
Oh, I thought it was just mathematicians being really excited.
No, so if you write like 25 exclamation mark, that means 25 factorial. So it should I hope it has an exclamation mark.
So it isn't like,
I haven't like checked it. But
all right, so it doesn't mean like Diablosis banished 25, right? Not like that.
That would be no. If Diablosis banished 25, that would be a lot of cards.
That would be the end of the game.
That would be that's more cards than you can run in a Yu-Gi-Oh deck by quite a long way.
What are we talking about? Question, why do we banish the Birth instead of the Big Bang? Oh, Lord, this is really rough here.
You banish Birth, so if you get another Rise Heart later, then you can banish a Theosis and add it back. Whereas Big Bang you want in the deck, so you can banish it. Marcus, he can't use the Rise Heart again. It's a bit of a strange effect, you can only use it on the turn it's summoned, because most of the time you just XYZ with it straight away, that's kind of the point, but I guess it means if it sticks, then you can't use it again, which has actually happened here, which is a very uncommon thing to see. But
you know what an uncommon thing to see is resolving the effect of Dimension Shifter on turn number 3.
That is true, actually. That is really weird. It's very because you have to have no cards in your graveyard. So, and even if you've used like 1 Dimension Shifter, that immediately goes to the graveyard.
Here's that Theosis interaction you pointed out.
Yeah, exactly. So not the most common way of getting it, but if you use Shifter and then use Theosis, I'm kind of confused here. What card Marcus drew? It must have been the Theosis. I think he was just holding the Shifter, you know. Because,
you think so?
Yeah, well, there's no way he wouldn't have activated Theosis if it was in his hand last turn.
Yeah,
So it must have been the.
But the thing is, when
it
you
must have been the Theosis he drew, and he was just holding on to the shifter. Just.
But it's turn 2 and you have Fenrir. Do you not just activate shifter to insulate it against Valor, which you know they play from game 1, right?
I mean, if your opponent's played literally no cards, one of the cards you might be worried about is Gamma. So.
Okay.
I guess like you don't need to do anything if your opponent's not going to make you do anything. But I don't know. I mean, we could ask him about it and see like why would you hold shifter? That's my guess. That like it was. I mean, I might be wrong, but I can't see any reason to hold a Theosis in your hand, right?
I think Marcus is close to winning this game here. He has already done half his life points in damage.
He is very close to winning this game here.
Just with attacking with some dudes.
Yeah,
really.
short of that being like a set Marshmallow, I think it's.
Okay, now that would be a card.
That would be.
Is there a Cyber Smash Marshmallow?
I have no idea if there's a Cyber. I mean, it could be big-eyed. Like, there's not that many monsters that can survive being.
Okay, Diablosis. Oh, he just wants to see his extra now.
It's like, now I will actually see what you're playing.
All right, Louis, show me that extra, and hitting. I guess.
I didn't even see. He hid it from us, and Louis also hiding it from us. That's very rude. We should give them a word afterwards and say, look, you need to show the cards a little bit to the camera, please.
Yeah. We should hand them both a warning, just a personal one though.
Yeah.
All right, attacks over a set Ghost Bell.
And that is a lot of damage.
That's just going to be the end of the game, and that was a 8-minute 2-0.
You got a feel for Louis there. He really didn't draw how he was hoping to.
No. To be fair, I think he did open quite well game 1. It's just Marcus had everything in response to that direct counter.
Yeah, and maybe it would have been a different game 1 if Louis had gone first, but...
Yeah, no, that is true. I suppose that kind of is a testament to, MathMech's kind of weakness. I wouldn't really call it a bricky deck, but it can happen in a deck that just runs like 20 hand traps, right?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of cards now, a lot of decks even, are often like revolve around a single card, and they often have like a lot of ways to search it. So like, for example, Kashtira, like it really, really wants to see its unicorn, and there's a lot of ways to search unicorn. You can draw Theosis, you can draw the unicorn itself, you can draw the primeval planet and so on. But if you don't see one or a way to get to one, then it kind of just does nothing. And I feel like a lot of decks are like that. They're very consistent, but they go from like doing an awful lot with if they see the one card, which they do like 85% of the time, to doing like almost nothing if they don't, which is kind of what we see in MathMech here, where you need the way to get to circular, and if you don't, you just kind of don't do anything.
And it's weird because that was the whole point, I suppose, of the Firewall Defender, was that it gives you that extra consistency.
It would be great, yeah. You can't do anything with the Firewall Defender if you don't draw that either.
Yeah, that is true. Small World as well. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean,
I really feel for him.
All the ways, like the Small World, the Signet Mining, the Firewall Defender.
Yeah.
No Pot of Desires, but yeah.
I think Prosperity is more of a common one, right? Maybe not Prosperity actually, because you need your draw. Do you play any of the pots in MathMech? I'm trying to think now.
I've seen people run Pot of Desires. I mean,
Okay.
the downside to Pot of Desires is obviously that super factorial might end up getting banished. But that's the only real one of that you'd be scared of losing. So I think I've seen people play it for that reason, but it's okay not to run it. I don't think that's an issue.
Well, Marcus takes that down quite convincingly. We're going to have a interview with him in just a moment as he gets mic'd up here, but it looks like he's playing quite a sort of simple list, I suppose. It seems very similar to Alex's that we saw.
I was going to say,
I think it's card for card.
I think they're friends, and I think this is almost it might be the exact same list or very nearly. I kind of saw that as well.
Yeah. No, it's clearly in preparation for the mirror match, and they do expect to see a lot of that. And hey, it's not even necessary to be so prepared for the mirror match. For the non-mirror match, that you can afford to play so many for cash when you play against MathMech, and it's just powerful. It's just stronger,
it's just
you know.
Good, yeah.
And it's exactly what we saw in game 1. Like Kashtira is just that much better. It feels like, right?
Yeah. It's just the deck.
It is just the deck. All right, well, we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. You'll hear from our reigning European champion as well as a national champion in the shape of Marcus Patel. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, we're here for our post-feature match interview with the winner of our Round 8 feature match. How are you feeling, Marcus?
I feel like we didn't get to play a proper match of Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah, I did win, so I'm happy about that.
You take it, right? You take it when you get it. Like
it was unfortunate to win like that.
Yeah.
Because like he just passed. But I did think he was playing Mathmech just because he was playing Effect Veiler and not many decks in the format play Effect Veiler.
That's quite funny actually because Nadir and I were discussing that. Nadir was like, you can definitely work out he's playing Mathmech because you've seen the Effect Veiler, and I was like, no shot you work out that just from that. But because I mean it's easy for us because we know we've picked the deck, we've seen the list. But you knew it,
Yeah, because I don't know what of the top decks. Maybe Super Heavy Samurai, but you could side in, for me, I side in hand traps versus both decks because I can't let both decks play. Like once the engine rolls, they both have like sort of win cons. Mathmech with the Super Factor and Super Heavy with the massive lots.
Yeah. And how's the deck been performing otherwise? I mean, obviously you're pretty high record. Is that 8-1 now?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the deck. My only loss was actually against Mathmech because I just drew unplayable. I just I couldn't play the game.
So I guess you got some revenge now?
Yeah, I'm happy with it. But yeah, so far it's been really good. Me and my friends are also playing like similar lists and they're all doing pretty well.
Yeah. So I saw you were actually running almost the same list to Alex Moffat, who we saw in the feature match earlier. Yeah. Is that? Did you come up with it together? Did he just give it to you last minute? You copied his homework, kind of thing.
I think he copied my homework. But yeah.
Well, that's on camera. You know, he can see it. He might not be back to set the record straight though, so you get the last word on it.
I'm sure he'll agree.
So how are you feeling about the deck? You think it's good? You scared of anything?
I feel like fairly confident. I know what I can lose to. Like I think Castor is one of the best decks, and I think the way I built it, like I tried to like give myself a shot at beating like most of the rogue decks by just the non-engine I play. So I feel really good going into Top Cut. But there's a lot of variance with the deck. The deck can brick, which is the downside of it. But I think it's probably the best trade-off when compared to the other decks. Like for how strong it is, sure it might brick every now and then. But when you do get to play, it probably can play like the best.
So what have you played against so far?
I have had quite a strange run. I've played against 2 Dino decks, which is very strange. I played against a lot of rogue decks. Dino was really good for me because they make you start. And then,
okay.
And then you kind of summon a macro.
That doesn't sound like it would be easy for Dinosaur to deal with. I think they use their graveyard quite a lot.
They kind of have to like draw a kaiju. That's kind of their best bet. But they really struggle on the shifter. And like from the books I play, like their game plan is to OTK, and they struggle to OTK through the Book of Moons.
And then what? Anything else surprising?
I played against the Go Second Mekanko too. Similar sort of play style, make you go second, kaiju you, and try to kill. But I think they did struggle versus trying to kill because there's a lot of like non-engine, which is I'm not playing like the hard go second cards like Drolls or Lava Golems in main deck. So making me start, like I can pretty much use every card that's not a Kashtira card. It's pretty much all live. But then apart from that, I play against Cash, Super Heavy, Mathmech,
Sounds like you had a pretty varied run, to be honest.
Yeah, I can imagine it being less varied like once as you go deep into the tournament. Like there's a lot of Labyrinth I can see on the top tables.
How do you feel about
that? I respected it in my deck building, so I guess I feel as prepared as I can.
Great. I mean, you feeling good? Feeling good for going into
tomorrow?
Yeah,
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. If I don't win it, hopefully one of my friends does with the same list. That's kind of, if you can't beat one, beat him in numbers.
That's a plan, you know, improve your strength in numbers, you know, why not?
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Marcus. Well done on winning your feature match. And
thank you.
Continue on to the tournament with such a great record, and hopefully we'll see more of you tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I can't wait.
All right.